And happy birthday. Hope you have an awesome, awesome day here in Las Vegas.
Everybody gets to turn 21 in Vegas at least once in their life.
Yeah, Bug's probably doing it about 2.5 times somewhere along in there, but
I'm just saying.
still good.
Still good.
You know, JJ drove me back to the hotel last night. You know, obviously it was around 2:15 or so, and I was just scrolling through Facebook, and somebody wished Bug a happy birthday, and I thought, shoot, I missed his birthday. But then I think I remember him telling me it's the 5th, and I didn't really think about the fact that whomever was wishing him happy birthday was probably on the East Coast, and they probably did it around midnight their time. So it made me think it was yesterday, but it was really today. So happy birthday, Bug.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We are going to start the Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge. We're going to allow these racers to do their burnout so their car functions properly at the starting line. But for all of those still in competition kind of wondering, these cars take a hit at the tree. No more incrementals are given. They can make a full run if they want to, but they're not given any of the numbers past reaction time. So they do get a hit at the tree, and that's it. Any double O green reaction time gets $100 from Peter and Emily. Any triple O green gets $1,000 from Peter and Emily, and the opportunity to come back and do it again for $10,000. It's John Berger in the left, Caroline German in the right, neither double O. They'll ease down through there and allow some room for our next two competitors. And that will be Eric Golden in the left, Alberta, Canada, Gleason, Tennessee's Jansen Melton in the right. Again, both of these racers looking for at least a double O reaction time, but really want that triple O. Okay, I'm sorry, Morgan Rose in the right lane. It's Eric Golden in the left, Morgan Rose in the right. Double O, 4 red for Morgan Rose. Got close to that one. 4th thou later. Got 1,000 in her pocket. 23 up front for Golden. So nobody's claimed any yet. But we got 15 pair on the list. Hopefully they all showed up. Somebody's going to get some of Peter and Emily's cash. Dalton Garreau, in the left from Alberta, Canada. Parker Theobald in the right from Washington, Utah. Nine thou red and 15 green. Parker Theobald missed it by 15 thou. Garreau was 9 thou too quick. That's 3 pair down. Nobody's got into the pocketbook yet, so I expect that to start coming around right about now. A couple of door cars going at it. That's Joe Levitt in the left lane from Carmichael, California. And Jeremy Plyler in the right lane, Nova. How about 001 and 002 while Very exciting. Both of them get $100. Both of them are thinking, oh, just missed it. Levitt missed it by 1 thou. Plyler missed it by 2 thou, but still lit it up 00. Both of them get a $100 bill. Just like I said, it should have started happening right about then, and it did. Chuck Griffith in the left lane. Beautiful S10 out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Kelly Shearer in the right from Belfair, Washington. Oh, think that's Lindsay back in the truck. Okay, Lindsay back in the truck. My apologies. $19 red in the right, $24 green in the left. Doug Milner coming up in the left lane. Cool little blazer over there out of Laurel, Delaware. Chance Parker in the right from Roy, Utah. Double 03 red for Milner, got oh so close there. Parker lights it up 42 on the green side. All right, a couple of door cars coming up. Left lane is Nathaniel Galvin out of El Paso, Texas. Right lane, the little Vega wagon. I'm not sure who that is. Both of them lighted red, 29 and 23, left to right. No good there. Michael Jackson, left lane. From Las Vegas, North Carolina is what it says, but I think that's Nevada. Matt Lee in the right from Seneca, Missouri. How about that cool Elko over there in the left lane? .017 and .022. Both of them come up a little short there. Only 2 people's got some of that cash so far. Y'all set those boxes. Let's get after it. Ty Sasser in the left from Meridian, Idaho. Blake Johnson in the right from Arvada, Colorado. Or maybe that's not Ty Sasser. Maybe it's just somebody driving Ty Sasser's car. Johnson having some trouble. .13 red in the left as Johnson had to be backed off, having some trouble there. Hate to see that. But maybe it's repairable, and the reaction time challenge allowed him an opportunity to see he had a problem and get it fixed before round number 2. Super Pro door car, odd and doubles. Super Pro door car, odd and doubles. Super Pro door car, odd and doubles to the staging lanes for round number 2, please. Ran Hunt in the left, El Paso, Texas. Right side, watch this right here. This is cool. That pegs the cool meter right there, folks. Line lock, front brakes on the Dragster. Did him a little door car burnout and rolls up there ready to go. That's Richard McFarland from Yucca Valley, California. McFarland, coolest dude at the track, goes 009. Richard McFarland gets him $100 from the Spring Fling. 009 red for Hunt. Hector, oh, that's Nacho Rivera. Nacho from Mexico in the left. Mitchell Marcy, Farmington, New Mexico, in the right. Oh, nice. Both lanes lighted up 004 for another couple of $100 getting in the racers' hands. 100 each for those guys, 004 in each lane. All right, so we've seen a few 00s now. It's time for somebody to light it up. Trip Zip. Carrie G is going to take her shot in the left lane out of Wichita Falls, Texas. That's my dog over there in the right lane. That's Rocky Van Note, part of the Mojer Engineering crew. Rocky's kind of the glue that holds all that thing together. Got his little Vega wagon here from Red Key, Indiana. He goes 00 a lot. Let's see if he can do it right here. Get him a little extra cash. Oh, Rocky. Negative 001. Missed it by 1 thou. Man, that's a tough one there. That's a good lick, Rocky. Kerry G 17. Tom McGuire in the left. Yahima, Washington. Josh Decker in the right from Charlestown, Indiana. Good looking Chevy too. Good looking S10. Here's his though. Shelby Williams will wrap us up in the water box. Which means somebody didn't make it up. Get their shot at some cash. Hate to see that. So only 3 more opportunities for somebody to go 000. Let's see if we can make it happen. Get somebody $1,000. Negative 16 in the right. Left lane missed it just a little. One last opportunity is Shelby Williams. I think Shelby's in the beautiful first-gen Camaro legal super stocker. Oh, hold on, Shelby. Oh, my. 040 on the let go. Obviously sucked in some cool air there and got a little aggressive. But again, the reaction time challenge is going to help Shelby get that corrected, tighten that up, and be ready for round number 2. Laris Pro starting to roll out of the lanes. Super Pro door car, odd and doubles, you have been called. Super Pro door car, odd and doubles, you have been called for round number 2.
Oh. All right. So we handed out $500. Not bad. Not bad. Joe Levitt, Jeremy Plyler, Richard McFarland, Nacho Rivera, and Mitch Marcy grabbing $100 apiece. We've got our Laris Pro round number 2, the Rad Torque Systems round, for a combined $60,000 that is going to be handed out today before we all go home. This is the last hurrah of the Spring Fling Million for 2025. The Mosier Engineering Fling Million is underway on a Laris Motorsports Insurance and FTIperformance.com Saturday. Starting things off with Stephen Mang, Justin Lamb. Justin rolling up in the Cobalt, dialed 576. Lamb rolled late into the night last night before his entry was stopped in the Pro category. And Stephen Mang with a 694 dial over the right side. Good morning. For those of you that are watching on the Flings Race Series live feed, the day has begun. Our first official round of competition is underway. Advantage to Stephen Mang as his 008 reaction time was Lamb's 035, but Lamb is going to lock it down at the finish line. Justin gets the win light, 578 on a 576, 35 green and 29 thousandths of a second above the dial. Stephen was 008, ends up 701 on a 694 dial. It'll bring up Chris Mang in the Mustang and Logan Pagano. Logan, originally out of the Florida area, now calls California home. Good morning, Bass. Good morning, Steven. Good morning, everybody. Remember to hit that like button as you make your way in the door of the chat bleachers, please. 702 on a 702, Mang 35 dead 4. Gets the win light out of the left side as Logan Pagano turned it red by 22 thousandths of a second. Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Logan drops it red 22 thou. Chris Mang moves into round number 3. As the Rad Torque Systems round number 2 is underway. With a 661 dial on the board for Travis Hughes left side. A 687 dial on the board for, Travis Hughes. Did kind of what Shelby wanted. Apparently it's cool, crisp, and grippy. Because Travis Hughes yanks the front end of the car up on the ground. Just saw some skying between Shelby's Camaro, Travis's Nova. Jeffrey Peterson, 14 green, goes 687 on a 687. Morning to Julesburg, Colorado. Glad you guys are listening in. So win light. Right side last pair is Dean Tabert and Mark Fall. Red light start for Tabert by 17 thousandths of a second. Dean hands the win light over to Fall. He's 712 on a 710 after the 028 reaction time. So Mark will make his day a little bit longer here at the strip as Butch Belair and Justin Young. Young out of Seattle, Washington. In that 2017 bodied Camaro. 648 to a 676 style left side for Butch Belair, part of the Minnesota group of racers that have come in here. Butch dialed 676. I think Butch was actually drawn in that, wasn't it the Computech drawing last night? Well, Butch has got the advantage at this end of the racetrack. In control, but will not turn on the scoreboard by way of the double breakout. Blair, 009, take 26 thou at the stripe to end up 37 thou under the dial. Justin Young, 31 green, and go 644 on a 648. Win light to Young in the Camaro. Oof. Oof. I'll bring up Kyle Fritz and the Dirty Bird and Paige Smith. Paige, who was our last female standing in the million, made it all the way down to the semis of the pro, Laris Pro side of the world. Was one of those final four standing there and collected up the check from the folks at Trailer Ranch for $500. Thank you very much to everybody at Trailer Ranch. Again, day number one, race number one. It was Kaisley Price who picked up the last female standing. Last night it was Paige Smith who picked up the last female standing. We'll see who gets to do it today. Again, we'll have two of those because all of the round money, all of the purse money, all of the prizes doubled. Paige and Kyle Fritz sitting there for a little bit of extra time before they get them staged up. Paige finally rolls in and lights up the bottom half of the LEDs here at the strip. Where are you, James, that it's already 86 degrees? Red light start, Fritz by 30 thousandths of a second. Paige Smith is moving on yet again. Paige, 603 on a 606. Ends up with an 027 reaction time. And will advance into round number 3 of the 60 grander is Nick Bublitz and JJ. Mr. Pennington. 603 is the dial for Big Red, right side of the racetrack. You got Big Red versus the Bananova. Bananova, that's what he said. It's like the banana-colored Nova. It's the Bananova going up against Big Red. It is a battle of the 74 to 72 Nova, 728. Nick Bublitz getting the opportunity to make the trip off of the starting line first. Oof. I don't know where Fellsmere is, James, in comparison to where we're going to be headed next month, but it don't sound good. Advantage to JJ by 24 thousandths of a second, and JJ is moving on to round number 3. JJ, 604 on a 603 after being 36 green. Nick Bublitz was 60 green and goes 737 on a 728. JJ picks up the win ticket and moves in to the next round. Howard DeVore, Michael Clement not wasting any time. Clement dialed 651, DeVore dialed 674. Win light goes to Clement on a double breakout. Howard 14 to Clement's 028. So Clement was double the reaction time of DeVore, breaks out by less, goes 649 on a 651. Getting there second to light up the scoreboard. DeVore took 21 thou at the stripe. Ended up breaking out by 23 thousandths of a second, make it 33 thou. As Tim O'More will take on Richie Mason. Mason in the Achieva. Used to make a lot of trips down this racetrack when it was owned by a West Coaster. Goes 604 on a 606, no good. 26 green, Timo. 44 green, 577 on a 579. Is under by 11 thousandths of a second. Mason ends up under 18 thou with that 604 on a 606 down the right side of the racetrack. Got it. Thanks, James. We are going to be down in Coral Springs come May. So down, I guess, a little bit outside of Fort Lauderdale, I guess. All right, Maggie Watts, Nick Engler. Watts' car is just cool. 53 Commander. The Studebaker dialed in at 683. The Coronet of Nick Engler out of Minnesota dialed in at 623. Win light belongs to Maggie. Maggie was 34 at this end of the racetrack. Takes 7 thou at the stripe and ends up 684 on a 683. 14 thou above the dial. Turns on the scoreboard right lane. Nick Engler, 19 green and 36 thou above the dial. No good in the Coronet. All right, Carissa Windley. Coming up in the Camaro. Hey, door cars even. Door cars even. Your attention, please. Door cars even. We're calling you into the staging lanes. Door cars, it's your invitation to join us. Back in the staging lanes, please. Door cars, come on down. 2 thou the difference between Cole Dickoff and Carissa Windley. Win light Cole. The Love Truck out of Auburn, Washington is moving into round number 3. Runs 770 on a 768 after being 14 thou green at this end of the racetrack. 23 thou above and gets the win light by 15 thousandths of a second. Carissa, 586 on a 583. So once again, door car is even and door car is odd. You've all been called. If you are a Super Pro door car, you have all been called into the staging lanes, please. Lucas Walker in the Mustang that stood it straight up on the bumper yesterday morning. Like he put that thing straight into the air. Dialed in at 598. Fling. Hey, does it again. Not quite as bad, but that thing was pretty. That was a nice looking wheel stand, and the outcome was a whole lot better. 28 green, take 2 thou at the stripe, ends up 600 on a 598. 26 above the dial, getting the win light by 2 thousandths of a second. Lucas Walker advances into round number 3. Rob Fling goes 720 on a 718, and the F100 pickup truck out of Littleton, Colorado will be seen no more here at the Fling, unfortunately. So win light Lucas as Kyle Cramsey and Robert Butler. Butler, the Chevelle out of Citrus Heights, California, dialed 629. Cramsey, the pickup truck out of Fort Lupton, Colorado, dialed in at 610. 24 thousandths. The margin in reaction time win light goes to Cramsey. 26 thousandths behind the green light at this end of the racetrack and goes 6:11 on a 6:10 dial. Scoreboard turns on by 14 thousandths of a second for the left side of the racetrack as Robert Butler was 42 dead 9. And a 51 pack wasn't going to be enough to get around Cramsey's pickup truck as the Fort Lupton, Colorado-based truck moves on. It'll bring up Jim Stahl and Casely Price. Casely made her way into the finals of the 30K Silver State Refrigeration Day from the pro side. But was red by 14 thousandths of a second. 14 red, Casely Price is 37 green, and goes 6:49 on a 6:53 in the red Chevelle. Down the right side of the track is Chad Sandlin and Brian McGinnis. McGinnis was your last man standing out of the pro category. Got the $3,000 Laris Motorsports insurance bonus on the Million Day and moved on to the ladder with everybody else. And actually went down to, I believe, the quarterfinals. Chad Sandlin on the truck left side, dialed in at 610. McGinnis dialed in 673. To break out by 11 thou. No good for the Ford truck out of Texas as Nick Hastings and John Brandon in that split fight. The Triumph with the 2-liter Cosworth Ford in it. Dialed in at 6 flat. Going up against Nasty Nick's T1000, dialed in at 618. Continuing to make our way through pro. Round number 2 in the Rad Torque Systems round. Just kind of, verifying. All right. Taylor, 10 green. Bullard is 32 red. Win light to Taylor Pofall. Gage Birch now in Monty Beagle. Birch picked up the win in his other car. The Achiever. As Monty Beagle's dialed in at 581. So with a 644 for Birch, 581 for Beagle. So the win light to Birch as he'll continue the charge in the blue S10 through the Laris Pro side of the field as Andy Schmall, Ken Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf, 69 dart at a Blacksfield up in Alberta, Canada. 6 flat to Andy's 623. Advantage Andy Schmall, 31 green, and then goes 624 on a 623. Takes 31 thou at the stripe. Scoreboard lights up for Schmall left side. Ken Tolsdorf, 86 green, goes 599 on a 600. Good morning, George. Good morning, everybody. 1,200 folks are tuning in already. Only 156 likes. Let's hit the button. Hit the button, please. You're going to hit the button, Jay. JJ will set the example for everyone. Bill Perry red by 23 thousandths of a second. See, look, there's JJ's. Now we're at 157. Good job, JJ. That's the way to lead the group. Robert Johnson had a 261 reaction time. Bill Perry is going to look at that and go, ah. He will evaluate that on his way home. Luckily enough for Bill, it's not too far. We had folks in from like everywhere. Everywhere. 40 plus states, 3 countries. Thank you very much, George. Again, guys, new feed, new day. Still free. Still good. Jegs and Hoosier bringing you that live feed so that Warren and his team can do what they do. And all we ask is that you hit the like button. Tyler Sally, Rob Vigasov. Rob's got a 742 dial. Tyler's got a 732 dial. It comes down to both of them being too quick at the finish line. Rob, 33 green and 2 hun under. 7400 on the 742. He gets there first by 73 thou, but the scoreboard lights up right side for Rob. Tyler Sally, 117 green and goes 728 on a 732. And the chase will come to a close for Tyler Sally as Ty Gaynor shows up in Grandpa's car. But I can assure you they're using this as a warm-up for next weekend as well. Henry Robertson, the GT350. Things were struggling. I saw Henry the other day across the street. He said, man, we're on a struggle bus. It's not going well. Carburetor was causing them all kinds of problems. They got something figured out there. 27 green and 1 thou under getting there second. Ty Gaynor was 67 green. Take a thou to break out by 42 thousandths. Win light to Robertson. Henry will be back, and that's going to bring up Craig Johnson in the 78 Malibu left side and Tommy Paul. Dialed in at 604 that if, both these cars were Novas, we'd call them twins. But Tommy and the other car lining up right behind it in the water box, you got the Chevelle and the Nova with identical paint jobs. The Pauls out of Alabama. Danny? Yep. So Danny and Daryl have orange Chevelles. Tommy has an orange. Well, that's Tommy, it says in the Chevelle. Well, that's Danny's car, but Tommy's. That's as complicated as a West Virginia family tree. My sister married his brother, who was our cousin, and that's twisted. That's like a root ball on a tomato plant. It just doesn't work. Craig Johnson on a double breakout gets the win light, 684 on a 685. He was 001 green, takes 7 thou at the stripe to break out by 23 thou less than Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul down the right lane, 31 green, and ends up with a 601 on a 604. All right, so this is Danny driving his sister's, cousin's, brother's, third's removed dog's car. All right, either way, they're gorgeous. I love those cars. They are awesome. 655 on a 655, 23 dead 4. I'm not trying to be mean to West Virginia. I'm just saying, if you've ever tried to research a family tree in certain parts of the country, there can be challenges. Nah, I'm totally kidding. Ron Nichols, 27 green and 707 on a 714, no good. Win light to Paul. Steve Kelly and Garrett Griffith, second to last pair. Win light belongs to Kelly, 17 and dead 5. Take 25 thou at the stripe. Really, we having audio issues? I'm showing like almost full bore. Huh. I don't know which. Check, check. That's better. All right, we'll try to keep an eye on that. Thanks for the heads up. All right. So Josh Decker, Shelby Williams. Williams 35 green, Decker was 57 green, and Decker 647 on a 643. Gets the win light. Final car. Going to be Cliff Hall. Sorry about that. We'll try to keep a little bit better eye on it, but I appreciate you guys letting us know. Cliff dialed in at 618. Maybe we'll just have to, we'll monitor it more judiciously. 007 red and 1 thou under. 617 on a 619. That's that. I think even the mics are tired.
They got a lot of work in yesterday.
They've been used a lot.
We yelled at them for a long time.
And I could see, man, after a while you'd just be like, look, that's it.
Yeah, I can't take it anymore.
They may be nodding off this morning just like some of us might be every now and then. They're like, oh, I gave JJ fair warning that, you know, if at any time one of us walks in on the other one and it goes quiet out there, just come in and tap us on the shoulder, wake us back up.
Yeah,
we'll go back to work.
If you don't hear any announcing for, I'd say, more than 5 minutes, probably come check on us. Maybe
even, we won't even make it go that long. It's like 2.5 minutes. Somebody go in there and be like, hey, somebody go wake up the announcer.
Yeah, just remember this conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe we can even get Pete to send out a text about it.
Be like, he's drooling on the mic. Yeah, I think it was Barry. Yeah, I think you were up there with the rest of us. We wrapped things up. I think we ran our final at about 2 o'clock. By the time we got the winner circle and everything done, congratulating Cooper, congratulating Josh Pickett. I mean, two guys that had a very hard-fought battle, making it all the way down there. Thank you, Riggins. I appreciate that. I'd love to blame it on the equipment, but it's probably not that you couldn't hear us. We were taking a quick cat nap. No, we weren't. I'm kidding. But, yeah, we got through our Laris Pro round number 2 here this morning. We got through our reaction time challenge. But it happens sometimes. So got out of here at JJ. Well, you guys got back to the hotel probably about 2:30.
Roughly 2:30.
Yeah.
Give or take a few minutes.
Jared said the alarm went off about 6:30.
That's when his went off. See, so he told me we were going to sleep in until about 7:30, 7:45, and then just make it here in time. And I woke up at 7 o'clock to him shaking me, telling me that
That was your alarm?
Just go ahead and get up.
Let's get up. Let's get up. Yeah, my by the time I left here, it's about a 30-minute drive home. Got everything situated. I think my head hit the pillow at 3:10. I was probably asleep at 3:09. A little bit before my head hit the pillow.
A little bit before you actually were in the bed.
Yeah. And then the alarm went off at about 5:30.
I'm not great at math, but that's less than 2.5 hours.
Don't tell me that.
Not great at time.
It's that line from Star Wars. Whatever. Don't tell me the odds. Yeah, it was a quick nap, but sometimes that's even better, right? They say cat nap can help refresh you.
Right. I've always heard a power nap is
that's
a
what
really
it was.
good alternative.
That's what it was. It was a total power nap. All right, you want to do a little Super Pro door car?
I sure will.
I'll come back in for some Dragster.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
And we'll lock the door and keep your dad out.
Yep. David Beck with left-hand side, 725 is the dial, and Alberto Dominguez, right side, dial 618. $27,000 separate them up front. Advantage Beckwith. Winlight Beckwith 001. 4 above takes 7,000. 1 takes 7 gets the Winlight this morning. As Dominguez 28 and 2 above, no good. Beckwith. I said it gets the Winlight this morning. It's going to get a lot of Winlights anytime it happens. Beckwith advances. DeAndre Fitzgerald left side, dialed 647, and Talon Farmer right side, dialed 655. $6,000 separate them up front. Winlight goes to Fitzgerald, 20 and 2 above, gets it done. Farmer, 26, take 22 to be 2,000 under. Had to take 20 or less. Got there just a little bit too much. Both drivers set it down, but it's a little fast out there this morning. Robert Ralston left side, dial 575, and Jason McFarland on the right, dial 502. True start. Going to go to work right here. Ralston will turn on the Winlight. 6,000 red and 27,000 under. As McFarland was 16,000 red, dead 0. Ouch. That's going to hurt for Jason McFarland. Ralston going to dodge a little bit of a bullet there, as normally that Winlight would have gone to McFarland, but True Start does the work. McFarland was the worster of the two and left second, giving the Winlight over to Robert Ralston. Greg Hare, left-hand side, down 620, and Jake Clayton in the right. The Chattanooga Choo-Choo. Big Jug on a 625. Steve Riggins. I was starting to wonder. When you said we, I was wondering, and then you said your dad is, and I thought based off of what I've heard, that makes more sense. It's okay though, because I'm the same way. So Clayton going to get a 500 head start right side. $14,000 separate them up front. Wind light to Clayton as the choo-choo will roll in around number 3. 13, 2 above, 0, take 4. Nice lap there for Clayton. Air was 27 and 1 above. Just 4 thou behind. Left a little bit too much room at the starting line. Jake Clayton to round number 3. Noel Cuevas left-hand side, dialed 665. And Jake Swiger right side, dialed 527. Got the minus over in Cuevas lane. Tells me he's hitting the bottom. As both drivers are fairly red. Wow. Sure, why not? Thanks, Austin. Yeah, got it. Got to do the dog ear. Appreciate it. Got it. Got it. I got it under control now. Wind light goes to Cuevas. 30 red and a lot above the dial. Swiger. Looks like just let go on nothing. Easy to do. A bunch red and shuts it off. Mike Lowe, left-hand side, dialed 568. And Doug Carter in the right, dialed 608. Wind light low, 003, 2 above, gets it done as Carter 21 take 9. To be 5 thou under, had to take 4 or less, was going to be a tall order. Mike Lowe gets the wind light. Bill Dykes left side, dialed 538, and Daryl Himley in the right. Himley, dialed 451. Bill Dykes is going to get an 8,700 head start as a 530 door car against another door car. That is wild. Himley jumped the gun a little bit too early. 8 thou red and shuts it off. Dykes 001 and a lot over the dial, but still will advance. Donna Glenn left-hand side, dialed 654. And Daniel McClellan right side, dialed 545. Three thou red for Glenn. McClellan 19 and 28 thou under. Going to light up the scoreboard to advance. Jason Pad left side, dialed 608, and Mark Barnhart right side, dialed 727. separate them up front. Winlight, Barnhart, 18, take 19 to be 4 above. Pad, 21, and 6 over, no good. Winlight goes to Mark Barnhart. Tom Carlson left side, dialed 564, and Andrew D. Piazza right side, dialed 488. Eleventh thou, separate them up front. Winlight goes to Carlson, 12, takes 6 to be 2 above. D. Piazza was 23. And I saw some brake lights down there in D. Piazza's lane. He might have stayed behind 6th thou. Carlson might be down a little bit on mile an hour, not exactly sure, but nonetheless, 12 takes 6 advances. Rob Asbury left side, dialed 597, and Greg Sabatino right side, dialed 657. $17 thou, separate them up front. Winlight, Asbury. 009 and 6 thou under gets the win. Sabatino 26 and 38 thou under, no good. Ray Asbury gets the Winlight. Asbury advances. BT left side, Brandon Taylor dialed 622, and Matt Dattis right side dialed 609. Monster matchup. The Oldsmobile Achieva for Taylor left side. Dattis in the Pontiac Grand Am. Nasty. As advertised, 3 thou, separate them up front. Winlight BT, 1 take 3 to be 1 above 7. Dattis 004 and 1 above 7. Difference at the finish line was the difference at the starting line. And by 3 thou, BT rolls on. Jacob Beakley left side dialed 611, and Tim Wirtz on the right dialed 513. Fourth thou, separate them up front. Winlight Wirtz 13 and 17 thou under. Beakley 17, take 12 to be 23 thou under, or 33 thou under, excuse me. Tim Wirtz turns the Winlight on nonetheless. Nathan Jones left-hand side dialed 628, and Scott Hess in the right dialed 572. Jones made a deep run in the $1 million main event yesterday. Ended up bowing out at 5 cars, I believe. Red light start by 3 thou for Hess. So Jones 20 and 1 above lights up the scoreboard. There we go, Nate. Jones will advance. Josh Pickett left side, last night's $1 million runner-up. Dialed 628, and George Lewis in the right, dialed 544. Five thou separate them up front. Winlight Pickett, 17, one above, get their first 600 as Lewis, 22 and 7 above, no good. Josh Pickett moves on. Joey Moore, left-hand side, 622 is the dial. Believe he was also in the later rounds last night in the million, dialed 622. I think I already said that. John Brown on the right, dialed 505. Winlight comes on for Joey Moore. 14 dead 3 gets it done. Brown 12 take 20 to be 15 thou under. I'd take 5 or less. Winlight goes to Joey Moore. Shane Carr left hand side. Sugar dial 534, and Byron McCulloch right side right side on the 669 dial. Two thou separate them up front. Winlight Carr 22 take a thou to be one above. McCulloch 24, one above 2, comes up 1 thou short. Nice race right there. Winlight comes on for Shane Carr. Brent Hodson left side, dial 513, and Michael Hall on the right, dial 616. Big advantage for Hodson. Winlight will go there as well. 24 dead 8. Get their first almost 800. Hall missed it and put it one above, no good. Brent Hodson lighting it up dead on. Hey, I took a bunch second round today, I should say. I took a bunch as well and got away with it. The more you take, the more you make is what I've always heard. Markel Jackson left side, dialed 675, and Chris Nafsinger, right side, dialed 491. Two thou separate them up front. Winlight goes to Nafsinger. 17. Dead 8, 25 total. Jackson 15, take 20, put it 100 under. Had to take 10 or less. Was going to be a tough task to get done. Got there just a little bit too much. Win light goes to Chris Nafsinger. Joe Leavitt, left-hand side, dialed 622. And Joe Meloff, right side, Meloff. Oh no, 621 is the dial. $11,000 red for the right-hand side of the Roadster. Leavitt 14 and $39,000 under lights up the scoreboard. Randall Reed, left side, dialed 624, and Brian Bennett, right side, dialed 516. Reed is 10,000 red. A win light will go to Brian Bennett, 006, and 2 above the dial will get the win light. Reed, 10,000 red, dead 6. No good. Brian Bennett moves on. Justin Mosier, left side, dialed 526, and Brandon Cornell, right side, dialed 618. $3,000 separate them. This one's nasty. Win light goes to Cornell, 006, dead 4. 10 total get their first, 21,000 in front. Mosier was 009, but goes 2 above the dial. Would have had to land it very low, dead on, to turn on the win light, and couldn't quite make it happen. Brandon Cornell gets the win. Rocky Van Oat, left-hand side, dialed 574, and I believe that's Justin Lamb, right side, running another racer's entry. Dialed 576. So it could actually be Jeff Devy. Red light is on for the right side no matter what. 6,000 under. As Van Note, 21 and 17,000 under, gets the win, and we'll move on. Doug Milner, left side, dialed 686, and Sean Ealing, right side, dialed 652. Two Hun separate them up front. Winlight Ealing, 004 and 13,000 under, take 10,000 at the stripe. As Milner, 24 and 23,000 under, no good. Sean Ealing gets the win light. Travis Rootsel, left side, dialed 547, and Kevin McClellan in the right, dialed 664. Dragsters odd, and doubles. Double entered and odd numbered dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes for round 2. Double entered and odd numbered dragsters to the lanes for round number 2. Double entered and odd numbered dragsters. Round number 2, we'll take you to the lanes. Double entered and odd numbered dragsters. We will take you to the lanes for round number 2. Preston Pennington, left-hand side, dialed 475, and Antonio Height in the right, dialed 545. Got to be very formal when you say Preston Pennington. You know, since he doesn't want to be called Peeps anymore, we'll just be formal. Thou separate them up front. Win light to Pennington. 11 and 23 thou under Height. 003 take 10. Not a bad lap at all. Lights it up 25 thou under. 2 thousandths more breakout in Height's lane. And the Peep Show moves on. Brandon Jarrell left-hand side, dialed 618. And Mike Rock in the right, dialed 568. Fourth thou separate them. Win light Gerald. 11 one above. Take a thou. Gets it done. Rock 15 one above. Nice race right there in both lanes. 11 take 1 turns on the win light for Brandon Gerald. Nacho Rivera left side dialed 620 and Billy Groton the third right side dialed 617. Win light, Rivera 14, 1 above, take 12. Groton 11 and 3 above, no good. Nacho Rivera turns on the win light. Steve Glenn left side, dialed 634. Is that Steve? No, I think that's Steve on the starting line. I'm going to go with Dallas left side, Dallas Glenn. 634 on the dial, and Hank Premov right side. Dial 562. Seventh out red for Premov. Glenn. How about 7 total? 001 dead 6 for, pretty sure that was Dallas Glenn left side. Laying down a 7-pack to move on. Premov, 7 thou red and 9 thou under. Was going to be a good run in both lanes if Premov would have been just a little bit later up front. But either way, Dallas Glenn gets the win. Jeff Miller, left side, dialed 660, and Rod Taylor in the right, dialed 613. Seventh thou red for Miller. Taylor 008 and 2 over turns on the win light. We'll move on. Jorge Cons left-hand side, dialed 680. And Jeremy Waterman right side, dialed 536. 32 thou separate them up front. Waterman will get the win. 14 dead 3. Take 35 thou. Cons 46 dead 6. No good. Jeremy Waterman will advance. Ed Nemick, left-hand side. Dialed in 533, and Carl Geib in the right, dialed 622. Thou separate them up front. Win light. Oh boy. Nemick 13 and has issues. Goes 8/10 above. As Geib 35 and looks like he's out of the throttle a little bit possibly, but still puts it 2 thou under. That one's going to hurt for a while. Ed Nemick dodges a bullet. Franco Cons left side dialed 493. Darian Van Dyst in the right, dialed 449. 493 in the door car is going to leave first by almost half a second. Wow. .44 thou separate them up front. Winlight Van Dyst 003 dead 2, 5 total. Nice lap there for Van Dyst this morning. Cons 47 and a lot under the dial, no good. Van Dyst laying down a 5-pack to move on. Spencer Massey left side dialed 641 and Bodie Bennett right side dialed 5 flat. Papa John's Pizza Trailer is open. Attention to the pits. The Papa John's Pizza Trailer is open. Papa John's Pizza Trailer is open. Ladies and gentlemen, Papa John's Pizza Trailer is open. Spencer Massey, 7 thou red and 4 thou under, gets the true start victory. Bodie Bennett was 8 thou red and left second. Handing the win light over to Spencer. Nathaniel Galvin, left side, dialed 664. And Big Jed, right side, Jared Pennington, dialed 595. .13 thou separate them up front. Win light Pennington 21 and sits it down to be 2 above 9. Galvin 34 and 6 under, no good. Pennington into round number 3. Michael Pennington left side dialed 514 and Michael Johnson right side dialed 618. Red lights in both lanes. Win light goes to Pennington. 8 thou red and 13 thou under. True Start does not have to go to work there. As Johnson left first and was worse red, goes 9 thou under, no good. Michael Pennington advances. Mason Flagar left side dialed 618 and Dan Bain in the right dialed 653. Two Hun separate them up front. Win light goes to Bain 22 and 51 thou under. Flagar 002. And also way under the dial puts it 66 thou under. Big breakouts in both lanes. Win might have changed up there without anybody realizing. Dan Bain gets the win. Joe Aller left side dialed 652 and Eric Nazarenas right side dialed 694. Nazarenas 9 and 3 above gets it done. Aller late and 13 thou under. Nazarenas advances. Dave Mazier left hand side dial 494 and Paul Lorton in the right dial 615. $13 thou separate them up front. Win light goes left side to Mazier 16, dead 5, 21 total. As Lorton 003 and 3 above the dial, no good. Dave Mazier moves on. BJ Vangsness left hand side, dialed 6 flat, and Alonzo Sanchez right side on a 651. Vangsness in control. Win light Vangsness 34 and 7 thou under gets it done. Sanchez late and 15 thou under, no good. BJ Vangsness moves on. Lane Savar left hand side, dialed 626, and Robin Croughton right side, dialed 534. Lane Savar, 49 and 37 thou under, gets it done. Croughton has issues, so Savar will advance. Tom McGuire left side, down 542, and J.R. Loebner right side, down 473. Two thou separate them up front. Winlight Loebner 19, one above 8 gets it done. McGuire 21, take 29 to be 13 thou under. Had to take 16 or less, got there a little too much. J.R. Loebner advances. Ryan O'Connor left side, down 540 or 583, excuse me. Michael McQueen right side, down 577. Ten thou separate them up front. Winlight goes to McQueen, 11 and 4 above, take 17 thou, as O'Connor was 001 up front, but goes 9 above the dial, no good. Michael McQueen advances. Bill Zimmer left-hand side, dial 560, and Jeff Serra in the right, dial 490. Red lights a pair. Sarah will get the win. 003 red. And 62 thou under the dial. Zimmer 6 thou red and 39 thou under. True Start does not play a part in that race, as the first red was also the worst red. Jeff Sarah moves on. Gary Smiley left side, dialed 498, and Danny Paul on the right, dialed 605. Ten thou separate them up front. Winlight to Paul, 26, 2 above, gets it done on the stop. Smiley, 16. Take 45 to be 11 thou under. Had to take 34 or less. Danny Paul moves on. Aaron Mitten left side, dialed 580, and Josh Decker in the right, dialed 619. Robert Johnson You've been selected to win a Race Pack Sportsman Data Logger, courtesy of Les Figueroa at Fig Speed and Joe Pondo at Holly. So again, Robert Johnson, you have been selected to win a Race Pack Sportsman Data Logger, courtesy of Les Figueroa at Fig Speed and Joe Pondo at Holly. Thank you to both of them. Big wheel stand right side. 19 thou in front. And the wind light goes there as well. We'll get to see that again. 001, one above 5 for Josh Decker. 16 total as Mitten 20. Take 11 to be 15 thou under was locked out. Josh Decker with a nice wheelie and a nice wind light. So again, Robert Johnson, you've been selected to win a Race Pack Sportsman Data Logger, courtesy of Les Figueroa at Fig Speed and Joe Pondo at Holly. Thank you to both of those people and companies. Robert Johnson, you can come collect your prize whenever. Joe Schmall, left side, dialed 676, and Tommy Paul, right side, dialed 650. Nine thou separate them up front. Wind light to Schmall, 007. One above 320 total. Paul, 16, take 20 to be 16 thou under. Had to take 4 or less. Joe Schmall gets the win. Brianne Jones, left side, dialed 645, and Ty Farmer, right side. Farmer, dialed 616. Seven thou separate them up front. Wind light will go to Jones. 008 take 5 to be one above. As Farmer 15. Heard him kicking it down there. Puts it one above. Gave it one too many kicks. Comes up 5 thou short. Wind light goes to Brianne Jones. Mitchell Marcy, left side, dialed 750. And my dog, Cooper Chun. Coop Chun, right side, dialed 629. Last night's $1 million winner on the starting line. He's wheeling Steve Kelly's beautiful 67 Camaro. $17 thou separate them up front. Wind light goes to Chun. 23 dead, 831 total. As Marcy, 006 take 55 to be 3 under. Had to take 25 or less. Wind light goes to Coop Chun. Jamie Schmall, left-hand side, dialed 619, and Tony Farmer on the right, dialed 657. Six thou separate them. Wind light goes to Schmall, 18 dead, 0. 18 pack gets it done as Farmer 12 sits it down to be 2 over, no good. Jamie Schmall picks up the wind light. Michael Jackson, left side, dialed 633, and Steve Williams on the right, dialed 5 flat. As attention in the pits. Robert Johnson, if you can hear my voice, please go to the Fig Speed trailer at the back of the lanes to collect your prize. Robert Johnson, please report to the Fig Speed trailer to collect your prize. Not here in the tower. My apologies on that. Robert Johnson, please, please, please go to the Fig Speed trailer to pick up your prize. Robert Johnson to the Fig Speed trailer at the back of staging lanes to collect your prize. Winlight Williams 16, one above, gets it done as, or excuse me, wow. Couldn't see that. Never mind, not 16. Add a 1 at the front of that. And one above gets away with it as Jackson had the advantage by nearly 400 at the starting line. Takes 68 to be 13 thou under. Had to take 55 or less. Winlight goes to Steve Williams. Nathan Colson, left side, dialed 659, and Dylan Witherow in the right, dialed 624. Chattanooga Choo Choo, right side, with its second driver in it right now. Jake Clayton, the piloter and car owner, turned on a Winlight earlier in the round. It's looking good right here. 22 thou separate them up front. Winlight Witherow 10, dead 9, take 2 hun at the stripe. Colson 32, dead 7, no good. Just gave up a little bit too much room at the starting line. Winlight goes to Dylan Witherow. Taylor Bowling, left-hand side, winning Lucas Walker's Mustang, dialed 603. And Chris Reynolds, right side, dialed 531. In the Galitti, normally Galitti piloted S10. Taylor Bowling swapped over to hitting the bottom today. Might be the right move. Oh, that's on me, Taylor. I jinxed it. Chris Reynolds, 57 and 4 thou under, gets it done as Bowling 11 and was on a heck of a run right there. Puts it 32 thou under. No good. Got there a little bit too much. Chris Reynolds turns on the Winlight. Gage Birch, left-hand side, the Wednesday 30K winner, dialed 614, and Justin Beakley, right side, dialed 609. Seventh thou red for Beakley, so Birch will roll on. 009 and 38 thou under the dial. Gage Birch moves on. Chuck Griffith, left-hand side, dialed 634, and Dustin Wirtz in the right, dialed 517. $14 red for Wirtz, Griffith 12, and 19 thou under will get the Winlight. Chuck Griffith moves on. Gabe Torres, left-hand side, dialed 654, and Stephen Burge in the right, dialed 616. Burge is a lot red. 5 under. Torres, 13, one above, 4. 27 pack. Moving around 3. Andy Schmall left side, the 2023 $1 million winner left side. 591 is the dial, and Brian Self in the right dial, 505. Fourth out red for Self. Dead 2, ouch. That one's going to sting. Schmall 13 and 7th out under. Was going to make a nice lap either way. Will advance, does Andy Schmall. And how about this? So Brandon Taylor and Matt Dattis had to run earlier in the round. Well, now that's Matt Dattis' car left-hand side, dialed 611 with J.P. Schuster behind the wheel. And Brandon Taylor's car right side, dialed 623 with Corey Costin behind the wheel. Two thou separate them up front. Win light going to go to Schuster, 32 dead 0 gets it done as Costin 30 take 12 to be a hunt under the dial, no good. J.P. Schuster advances. Garrett Griffith left side, dialed 637, and Mark Kidd in the right, dialed 589. Fourth out, separate them up front. Win light Kidd, 19 takes 6 to be 2 above. Griffith 23 and 2 over, no good. Win light goes to Mark Kidd. Nacho Rivera left-hand side, dialed 621. Right side, Bill Groten, dialed 620. $36 thou, separate them up front. Win light goes left side to Rivera, 11 take 31 to be 2 above. As Groten, 47, 1 above, no good. Nacho Rivera advances. And the bye car for the door cars, Gabe Hernandez Jr., left-hand side, dialed 622. Even numbered dragsters for round 2. Even dragsters round 2 will take you now. Even numbered dragsters round 2. We will take you to the lanes now. Even numbered dragsters round 2 will take you to the lanes now. Even numbered dragsters for round number 2. We will take you to the lanes.
Please introduce yourselves. I'm here with
Aspen.
Jagger.
Scott.
Josh and Jet.
Good.
Mitch.
Brian.
All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, I forgot my list. Pause. Okay, so we're doing trivia because we have to have a winner. We got Team Mongoose and Team Snake. Whatever. So, first question. And, as a group, name 3 previous Spring Fling Million champions. Go.
Peeps Pennington.
Bo
Luke,
Butner.
Luke Bugaki.
Nailed it. And you can't reuse.
Luke.
You just reused.
But he won twice.
Good point. Nailed it. All right, 1 point each. Number 2, after this guy leaves. We're trying to give away free stuff. Also, that guy owes me a headshot still. What the hell? Anyways, all right. Number 2, what was the title of the 1983 film about Shirley Muldowney? Go.
Heart Like the Wheel.
I think he was going for that.
I didn't think this out really, and so we're doing it anyways. All right.
I was gonna say, I think
Yeah, sorry about that. That was the 3 of us have no idea what the hell's going on right now. Okay, question 3. On average, how many G's do you pull on a typical drag run? Average.
2.
1.7.
3 it is. This team's up. All right, question 4. What is the interval between bulbs on the tree?
4 tenths. Or 5 tenths.
5 tenths. Would you like to rephrase your answer?
5 tenths.
Nailed it. We're tied. All right. Question 5. What is your favorite thing about bracket racing?
Just the people.
the people, yeah. Good people.
Yep.
The Fling.
I was hoping somebody. And you win. Forget the teams. Yeah. All right, last question. It's an easy one. What's your home track? What division? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, it was Bandimere Speedway, but now it's Pueblo Motorsports Park. I don't
Hoping
know.
for a new Bandimere.
Yeah.
We're from Colorado as well.
Yeah, we're all
Spent some time in Pueblo. Where are you guys at in Colorado?
we're in Brighton. He's in Pueblo.
He's in Pueblo.
He's
God's
in
country.
Arvada and Longmont.
I was there for like 2.5 years out by the steel mill, which was not the place to live. No.
Rental property over there.
Oh, nice. Maybe I rented it from you.
I don't think so. Because if you would have, I'd have won guaranteed.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Here's your mess. All right, where are you guys from? What's your home track?
Bandimere again.
Oh, everybody.
Yeah.
Bandimere.
Well, that was easy.
Bandimere's grandson.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, we got some shirts. We got some hats. We got some shirts. Who's a large?
Definitely not me.
Who's a one size fits all? Right? Okay.
I don't wear hats.
Okay, and I am going to do, because I don't want Layla to get mad at me, so I'm going to give a $100 gift certificate. Who didn't just get a prize? I got you. All right, we got 2. This is a head-to-head speed round. Are you ready?
Pro Dragster round number 2. And hey, JoJo, I don't know where you're at out there, but the answer is yes. And the tower just took over as JJ got us through Super Pro Door Car for the Rad Torque Systems round. I'm going to be working on some of the dragsters that are going to be coming up here, talking about like Travis Ringgold and Logan Diggs. Diggs in that Casey Lane ride out of Carthage, Missouri. Dialed 447 over to the right side. And Travis Ringgold, one of the Canadians coming in out of Alberta, the Sherwood Park area, dialed in at 452. Again, chasing down $60,000 worth of a combined FTI Performance Products and Laris Motorsports Insurance Thursday and Saturday. We were able to get through round number 1 of the buyback round on Thursday night as Logan Diggs goes red by 1,000th of a second. 001 red. Logan hands the win light over to Travis Ringgold. Ringgold 15 green and goes 451 on a 458. Excuse me, 451.8 on the 452. After being 15 green, win light Ringgold and the TNT car out of the left side as Jaden Lawler and Bradley Johnson are going to be the next couple to take to the racetrack. 454 the dial for the Jacksonville, North Carolina-based ride left side. And a 475 dial for Bradley Johnson's M&M built car. Johnson went deep, like deep, on the Wednesday race and is 18 thousandths of a second in the hole, leaving the starting line. Bradley was 18 green, dead 7, no good. Jaden Lawler, trip zip, 1 above, gets the win light and will advance. So the North Carolina car takes care of business against Bradley Johnson this time, as Giovanni Kalecki and Ethan Bourne. Kalecki doubling up in the car that won it all last night when it was piloted by Cooper Chun. The car is based out of Maple Valley. Excuse me, the car is based out of Washington. Giovanni also based out of Washington, 497. For Kalecki, going up against Ethan's Riverton, Utah ride, dialed in at 496. 004 green, Kalecki. Ethan Bourne was 15 red, dead 3, and the left side of the racetrack, Giovanni 004 win light, 493 on a 497. A little quicker than they had anticipated it was going to be, but the Chun Mobile continues to crush the competition out here on the final day of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. That'll bring up Mitchell Lippin out of Cave Creek, Arizona, dialed in at 590. Left side going off the bottom, and Brian Cam. Whoa. 8,000 difference in reaction time, and the second perfect light of round number 2 has already got up on the scoreboard. Brian trip zip 3 above. 496 on the 493. Cam gets the win light. Mitch Lippin was 008. Finds himself running 6.01 seconds down at the finish line on what was a 590 dial. But Brian is perfect for the second time a racer's gone perfect so far in our Super Pro Dragsters, and we're only, what, 4 or 5 pair in? Brady White, Ken Windley. Windley's dialed 464 right side. Brady White dialed 462 left side. Double 04 to an 011. Windley was 11 green and runs 462 on a 464. Take 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 12 thousandths. Excuse me, 22 thousandths of a second. Brady White, 63 on a 62, 004, and good to go is Troy Williams Jr. and John Brown. Brown, right side in the dragster, out of Brunswick, Georgia. Williams coming all the way in out of Bradenton in the Overkill ride. It has been a pretty good morning for Mitch at Overkill. Okie dokie. Woke up this morning at 4 a.m. to a text message from Troy Williams Jr. letting him know that they got it done in the Calcutta again. So congratulations, Okie. Picking up $10,000 there, and then I think he had another one still going. And I'd love to have somebody call me up at 4 a.m. Don't like people calling me at 4 a.m., but if somebody called me at 4 a.m. to tell me that I was getting 10 grand, I think I would happily take that call. Troy Williams on the double breakout. He was red, 15 thou this end of the racetrack. Win light, John Brown, 004, and goes 462 on a 464. See, I don't think anybody would really mind if the phone rings at 4 a.m. going, oh, by the way, you're $10,000 richer. Would it bother you, JJ? At 4 a.m.? Yeah, I'd go with it. I'd go with it. Chandler Thyssen, Mark Barnhart, they were identical in reaction time. Both drivers 007. Chandler 446 on a 446. 7 dead 6 gets the win light over Mark Barnhart, who was 007. Take 35 thou at the stripe to break out with a 466 on a 469. Barnhart hands the win light back over to Chandler. Chandler will make a return in round number 3. As again, Dragsters, I believe we have called both odd and even. So Dragsters, we've called both odd and even into the staging lane. So all Dragsters. For round number 2, you have been called. Bree Harriman, as Josh runs out, does a little quick adjustment on the car. Dialed in at 451 on the right side. Landon Wright out of Texas, dialed in at 473. 3,000 the difference in reaction time. Breeze 009 and 1 above to pick up the win light. 452 on a 451. Landon was 12 green, take 10 thou at the big end of the racetrack, and ends up 3 thou under to give the win over to Bree. You're welcome, man. I don't know if it was more of a shout out rather than an admission of jealousy. It was a congratulatory, like, dude, I wish I was you right now. But yeah, shout out. Just a, dude, it's good to be king some days, right? It's good to be king some days, especially when people are handing you cash. 458 and a 437. Jacob Stallworthy dialed in at 437. Brandon Taylor dialed in at 458. Taylor out of Roanoke, Alabama. Stallworthy coming in out of Idaho. 12 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light turns on for Taylor. Taylor 459 on a 458 after being 22 green. Stallworthy was 34 green and then goes 436 on a 437. Take 9 thou, breaks out 5 thou. Win light left side is Vicky Johnson and Mike Coltrane. So yeah. Just took over here, man, Mr. Jojo. I don't know where you went. I saw you out there a minute ago. You were easy to spot in that hat. But I don't know where you went. There you are. What's up, sir? It's good to see you. That's where you are. You were hiding in the shadows. The shadow knows. Vicky Johnson, Mike Coltrane. Coltrane's dialed 440. Vicky coming in out of Colorado. Johnson family, they made the trip out to Bristol last year. Things were going good with it. Vicky unfortunately misses the tree this time by 8 thousandths of a second. Mike Coltrane was 10 and goes 437 on a 440. So Vicky unfortunately calls it quits here in round number 2, the Rad Torque Systems round, as Ken Nelson and Logan Scrivener. Scrivener out of Oregon, Nelson out of Idaho. 484 on a 452. Those are the dials. 84 for Logan, 452 for Ken Nelson. I got to tell you, with that Aviation Nation Air Show that's going to be going or taking place over at the Air Force Base right now, Logan's car has got the right feel. It's got the right groove. It's got the right look to it. Looks like an old P-51 Mustang, right? Was it the 50? I have to call my son and ask him. He'd tell me if the Mustang was the right fit. 3 thou separate them up front. Nelson's 13 green and 2 hun under, taking 32 thou at the stripe. Logan is 16 green and dead 9. So 16 dead 9 gets the win light for Scrivener. and the Sherwood, Oregon-based old school fighter throwback is going to move on. So with Dalton Garreau rolling up and Dylan Moody. See? I was going to say, this is also going to be Warren's chance to cut to the announcer cam real quick in between laps. Stay right there. Just stay right there. We might as well go live. It's Saturday morning. We're all slap happy anyway. Garreau is 007, goes 449 on a 449. Dylan Moody, 37 green, ends up 457. Yeah, we're tired. We're tired, but it's been an honor to work with these two guys, that's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. Oh, next two. Grady Johnson and Travis Keys. Keys? I think it's the P-40 Warhawk. Travis? I think there's a lot of like those World War II planes that kind of had that same, I mean, whether they were bombers or fighters or whatever. Keys goes red by 1,000th of a second. Grady Johnson, 13 green, dead 5. Win light right side for Johnson. He is going to advance. He'll bring up Daryl Contreras and Gordy Bovin. Oh, Daryl Contreras, Gordon Bovin. Bovin, 460 is the dial. Contreras dialed in at 472. Yeah, it was great. I mean, we had the egg hunt yesterday for the kids. We were able to hand out some prizes, some money, all kinds of good stuff for all of the kids who are on property from 2 to 12. 1,000 separate Daryl and Gordon. Gordon was 008, Contreras was 007, and Gordy lays down 8 total here in round number 2. 008 dead 0 for Bovin. Daryl Contreras was 007, had a thou to work with, take 14 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 13 thousandths of a second. Oh, man. So Bovin gets the win light as Justin Hoff and Timmy Markoglu. P-51 Mustang. Yeah, love those things. And then the, what over in the UK side, they have the Hawker Hurricanes. Those were some great planes, too. Markoglu's in trouble. Hoff's in control. He's 009 and 2 above. Take 2 thou at the stripe. 009, 2 thou at the stripe. Goes 466 on a 464. Markoglu was 27 green, 1 above. And comes up short. Yeah. The Black Sheep Squadron. Wasn't that the ones, the group that went down into Southeast Asia like before the U.S. got involved in the war? It was a bunch of pilots that all volunteered to go fight. I'm just saying, no. That's not way too smart. This is where, you know, we're sitting at home and Carter wants to watch these types of shows. Like, there's a great series on all these different Air Warriors, and one of them talked about the Black Sheep Squadron, the Hawker Hurricane, the Super Fortress. He'd come in here and blow this place up with facts about different planes. Steve Sisko and Hannah Vandermeer. 4th thou the difference. Advantage at Cisco, win light Cisco. 456 on a 456. Steve coming all the way in out of New Jersey is 16 green. Hannah Vandermeer was not bad. 20 on this end of the racetrack and goes 478 on a 480, taking 19th out with the stripe. Win light Cisco Kid is Kimberly Johnkind and Robert Butler. So Butler's dialed in at 467. John Kind's dialed in at 504. Oh. Not only did Kimberly miss it this end of the racetrack, luckily enough, it is evaporating quickly. Looks like we had a little fuel leak down there on the starting line as she hit the gas. But that was... the car left the starting line, scared it so bad even the car piddled a little bit. Butler was 006 and 476 on a 467. It's just crazy. Anne-Marie Glembaki and Jerry Devenpeck. Jerry, who took care of Big Jed's milk and JJ's milk habit. We need, I never heard it called red top, but I can understand that. Red top with it's whole milk, right? Whole milk. Yeah, Cody. I'm telling you guys, there's this great, as a mop up there on the starting line, we've got Anne-Marie and Jerry waiting at this end of the racetrack, but there is this series that runs on the Smithsonian Channel put it together. I think it's streaming on, I don't know, Paramount Plus or Peacock or something like that. But, yeah, the Smithsonian Channel put together, it's called Air Warriors. And it features a different plane or helicopter or something from past and current. Just a really, really interesting little, 40, 45-minute shows. But there was some pretty cool stuff in there about those. Really cool stuff in there about those. Unfortunately, it looks like what it looked like was evaporating out from behind Kimberly's car might require some additional attention. So they are pushing the cars back off of the starting line, and as they are pushing the cars back off of the starting line, I may be getting a little bit more excited because I know we're getting closer to the start of the air show, which I certainly hope at some point in time that the camera angles and the planes that are flying over the racetrack align. Because yesterday, while we were watching some of the greatest drag racing on the planet, we were also seeing like the Thunderbirds fly by in formation between us and the mountains. All kinds of planes were up in the sky. It was great. We got parking lots full of people here, and we have still got a good majority of some of the best racers on the planet sitting right here at the strip, battling it out for $60,000. Again, it is an FTIperformance.com and a Laris Motorsports Insurance combined 60K day. All the round money's doubled. All the prizes are doubled. We got through the first round in the buyback on Thursday night before we had to wrap it up. We focused on the million yesterday. Again, congratulations to Cooper Chun making history in that event, collecting what was the largest payday that we've ever handed out here at a Fling Million of $450,000, as we had 384 cars make the start in round number 1 yesterday. We've had the largest car counts that we've had at a Fling this weekend in racers. That is simply 100% all because of you guys. Oh, I just caught one of the big old cargo planes taking off over the super speedway and the angle on the camera. So yeah, based on what angle they got the cameras pointed at, we're going to see. So a quick little touch up on the racetrack, but again, racers, absolutely 100%. This is all because of you. We thank our sponsors, we thank our staff, we thank everybody, but most importantly, racers, we thank you for showing up the way that you do. We had people travel from over 40 states, people that traveled for 2.5, 3 days to get here, and are going to be traveling for 2.5, 3 days to get home, just so that they can be here and race with a group of racers that have this talent level. It says so much about your desire, and we say thank you so much for your support. Racers, you are amazing. We can't thank you. Both drivers leave early at this end of the racetrack. Jerry Devenpeck, 004, to Anne Marie's 13 red. True start would not have changed the outcome. Jerry was leaving second when red by less. He goes 436 on a 432. I believe it's going to be. I mean, what? Years past, we've seen 6, maybe 7 cars from Mexico. This year, there's like 20. All of our friends from Canada came down in droves. There is tamales all over the place. Corn husks left. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. We do miss Emmanuel. Hopefully he gets to join us next year, because I can't wait for him to get back and right about now. Vámonos! Ay, ay, ay. Oh, man. Lloyd Salveson. Ay, ay, ay. 007. No, wait, it's 1, 2, 0, 0. 3, yeah. 1, 2, 3. 0, 0, 3. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, man, I need that guy back. 496 on a 495. Orojo. 007 Orojo. Rojo. I don't know. Daryl Wirtz, 42 green and 451 on a 450. Win light goes to Wirtz. Tell you what, we're all taking turns being on the mic, I think for one purpose. Not because we're fighting over the opportunity, but to keep ourselves active. Jared is over here pounding me on the shoulder going, man, it's my turn. It's my turn. So, I'm going to go ahead and take this as my last pair. Gabe Hernandez, speaking of Team Mexico, and Kyler Hergemuller coming out of Colorado. All right, Viva la Mexico, 494 on a 496. He's 200 under, getting the win light on a double breakout. Gabriel 006. Kyler was 94 green, goes 461 on a 464. And with that, I'm going to step aside. I'm going to let Jed do a little bit of work on the microphone, as he just did some work down on the race. Both Jed and JJ moving out of round number 2, headed into round number 3. It's going to be a fun day. I'm out.
All right, thank you, Nate. Kyle Gibson in the left lane. New York, now 418. KJ. Now 488. KJ in trouble here. Kyle Kyle Gibson's 006, 18 thou above, getting to the stripe, 36 thou in front. Desai's 40 up front, and then 2 hun above to be 36 thou behind. Made a deep run in the million. That entry in the 60K is done for KJ Desai. What a cool young man. Next up in the left lane, Alexis Gerardo Alvarado from Team Mexico, dial 474. Leroy Duran from Sun City, Arizona in the right, dial 492. Only 2 thou separate them. Advantage left lane, win light right lane. 13 dead 0 for Leroy Duran, taking 19 thou at the stripe. 11 and 21 thou above for Alexis Gerardo Alvarado. Duran moving into round number 3. We are in Rad Torque Systems, round number 2. Where our great friends at Rad Torque Systems are going to award the best 2 losing packages in today's program for this round with $500 each. And both will get a nice spring fling check. Pretty cool deal there. Thank you, Rad Torque Systems. You guys have been wonderful to us. We appreciate it, certainly. Prayers go out for Dan Provost. Clinton 5, Matthew Dykes. 7 thou separate them. Dykes out in front. 5 with a win light. Another dead egg. 10 dead 0. 10 pack for 5. Moves him into round number 3. Dykes is 003. Got there 14. Broke it out 7 thou. Had to take 7 or less. Got twice that amount. Tyler Murray, Sandy, Utah, dial 475. Gary Wambo in the right, dial 461 out of Arvada, Colorado. Is it Colorado or Colorado? I've called it both. Nate told me a long time ago it's not Nevada. He said it's not Alabama. It's Alabama and it's Nevada. So how does that A sound in Colorado? Or is it Colorado, like Silverado? What was that guy's name that did the Silverado commercial? Amir King or something like that. 10 and 19 thou under for Tyler Murray moving on. Wambold is 6 thou red and 10 thou under. Tyler Murray advances to round number 3. Rod Belsham, Prince George, British Columbia in the left, dial 440. Andrew DiPiazza in the right lane, dial 457. Long Grove, Illinois is home. Andrew caught me in the staging lanes last night. He said, that's enough of that talking about me sending somebody swimming with concrete boots because my name's DiPiazza and I'm from the Chicago area. Told me I was going to get some concrete boots and do some swimming if I wasn't careful. Yes, sir, Andrew. I'll shut that down right now. I don't need that smoke or want it. Nine thou separate them. Advantage, Belsham, win light, DiPiazza. 11 dead 7 for an 18 thou package. 002 and 1 thou under for Belsham. Got there 17, broke it out 1 measly, stinking, rotten thou, as my friend Mike Eames would say. Needed to take 16 or less. So Mike Metzger said it is Colorado. Colorado. Okay, so I get it right sometimes I don't. Dalen Miller, 453 in the left from Fort St. John, British Columbia. Jeff Watts down 495 in the right. Richland, Washington. Red for Watts. Win light for Dalen Miller moving into round number 3. 14 dead 3. Solid lap there, 17 total. Watts is negative 12 and 4 thou under. Appreciate that, Cody Kohut. Gerald Thompson Jr. Bowden, Georgia in the left lane. Now 485. Alexis Thompson, no relation. Right lane from Henderson, Nevada. Dial 454. Seven thou, separate them up front. Thompson with the advantage. Both of them named Thompson, my bad. How about Alexis Thompson moving on? 25, dead 0. Laid it down dead on with an egg. Moves into round number 3. 18 up front for Gerald Thompson. Got there 12 thou, broke it out 5 thou. Had to take 7 or less. And got a little too much stripe, and Alexis Thompson advances her entry into round number 3. J.R. Learcamp next up in the left, Olympia, Washington racer, dial 454. Old Matt Dattis. Dat Mattis dialed 453 from Vermillion, Ohio. Dattis giving up just a little old 1 hun head start, smallest of margins. It'll be pretty even. They'll be seeing a whole lot of one another going down through the 8th mile. Oh, Dattis in trouble here. 007 for Learcamp. Goes 8 above the dial. Dattis probably tomahawked it way late, and then 21 thou under. Learcamp moves on. Greg Hicks from right here in North Las Vegas, left lane, dial 469. Greg told one of the funniest prom stories I've ever heard, too. He told us that yesterday. That was good stuff. Complete blowout. Victoria Christensen in the right from Hudson, Colorado, dial 462. Red for Christensen, 10 up front for Hicks, and Hicks moves on to round number 3. Only 51 thou under the dial. Victoria just coasted through to be 5 above. Let go 25 red, and Hicks 10 green sends him into round number 3. Here's Trip McCarty. Trip Man. Dial 470 out of Douglas, Georgia. Rogelio Tamez Jr. from Team Mexico. Dial 477. 7 hun head start to Tamez in the right lane. Thou separate them up front. Advantage Tamez. Win light Tamez. 14 and 27 thou above. Moving into round number 3. Nice drop there for Tomez as well. 479 at 135. Well done. Tripman, 23 up front. Got there 20. Broke it out 2 thou. Needed to take 18 or less. Neil Pressamone, 501 dial on the left lane out of Las Vegas. Mike Rock, right side from Nampa, Idaho. Top 10 name. Not city, name. The last name is Rock. He's dial 487. Oh my goodness. Brandon Lundeen sent these? That dude's awesome. We appreciate you guys. Got Dunkin' Donuts in the tower from Brandon Lundeen. Hey Brandon, a shout out. I don't know, a couple of nights. Oh, I don't need to miss this. Hold on. Perfect reaction for Pressamone. 3 above. Got there 500. Rock was 60 up front. No chance. 2 above. Brandon Lundeen, another shout out to you. Thank y'all so much. We appreciate it more than you know. Beautiful box of Dunkin' Donuts. Brandon, again, a lot of love for you, brother. Life's thrown you a couple of curveballs. I never could hit the curve, but you're knocking it out of the park. Keep doing your thing. Stay positive. Work hard like you're doing. And you'll be an inspiration to more people than you could possibly imagine. You already are. Thank you so much for the wonderful treats sent to the tower. Nicholas Contreras, Avondale, Colorado in the left, dial 457. Gage Gilbert in the right, dial 492 out of Las Vegas, Nevada. One of them got the other cut in half, 16 thou separator. And the cutter in halfer gets it done. 16, dead 8, 24 total. Got to the stripe, 20 in front. Gilbert is 32 and 12 thou above, 44 total. Win light goes to Nicholas Contreras. That sends Nicholas into round number 3. Tanner Gates next up in the left, 453 is the dial. J.J. Russell in the right, dial 465. Says we got 2,000 people watching on the Jegs and Hoosier Spring Fling Million live feed. That's pretty cool. Only 361 of you have hit the like button. That is totally uncool. Help us out. Give us some likes. Y'all want to be cool, right? And whoever said, you know what I want to be? As uncool as possible. Well, those are the people that haven't hit the thumbs up. If you want to be cool, you hit the thumbs up. It's as simple as that. You go from uncool to cool. Gates giving up 1,200 head start on Russell. Russell in trouble there, Gates. Want to make this one work out. 007, 6 above. Russell not 007. A little over 30 times 007. And go 17 thou over. Dustin Hinches. You know, I forget that the Fling live feed shows you the numbers. I guess might as well call them. If you're watching the live feed, you see the numbers. I've had this tendency over the years to not call bad reaction times and trying to protect the driver, but that protection's gone. It's out there for the world to see. Hinches 481 on the left, Sugar Shane Carr in the right, dial 458. Two thou separator. Left lane Hinches gets it done, 22. Take 1 to be 1 thou under. Sugar 24 and 2 thou under. Carr breaks it out by 1 thou more than Hinches, and Hinches moves into round number 3. Adam D. Rossett, or D. Rossett. From Hahira, Georgia. I've never heard of Hahira. Heard of Hiram. 501 is the dial. Rob Mosier, Mosier Engineering entry out of Portland, Indiana. Title sponsor of the event, dial 461. Thank you, Mosier. You guys are awesome. 5 thou separate them. Somebody's got somebody cut in half. That's Rob Mosier, and Rob Mosier lays down 6 total. 005, dead on with a 1. Taking that Mosier Engineering entry into round number 3. Nice lap there for Rob. 10 up front for D. Rossett. Not bad. Got there 7, broke it out 11, couldn't win. He's 10 up front. And Rob Mosier's total package was 6. Chase Learcamp, 461 down the left, out of Olympia, Washington. Tallahassee, Florida's Charlie Crosby. Dial 471 in the right. Yeah, Shane Souza, if you hit that thumbs up, you smashed it, as you said. Yeah. You get to hang out. 6 red for Crosby, needs a puke bucket. Probably being that it's the last day in the last race, this puke bucket might need to be fairly large. Learcamp's 51 up front, dead 9, laid down 60 total. Charlie Crosby left 6 thou too soon. Needed 7 thou in the bump up. I don't have a bump up or a bump down. I live with whatever I have when I let go. Sometimes I know it's really early and sometimes I know it's really late. Nothing I can do about it. I've heard way too many bumped it red. Hey man, I bumped it red. I have no idea what I am when I take off, so no point in me messing that up either way. Bodie Bennett and Kyle Cotrell. 7 thou separate them. One of them's 001, but the 008 gets it done. 008 dead 1 for Kyle Cotrell. A nice 9 thou package. Bodie's 001 up front, got there 36 thou. Broke it out 28 thou. Had to take 8 or less. Contreras at around 3. Rick Marcy, Farmington, New Mexico racer in the left, out 479. Tristan Craig in the right, from Henderson, Nevada, out 510. Okay, so we went from 361 to 443 like really fast. So a lot of you just decided you didn't want to be cool. That's okay. Hey, you get to decide the kind of person you want to be. That is a choice you get to make. It's like deciding if you're going to be happy or mad today. I'm choosing happy. A lot of you obviously are not choosing to be cool and happy. It's okay. Take just a minute. I really felt like I'd see the number roll a little bit after that speech. I got to find a way to motivate somebody. Oh, 41 thou separated. 42 was the more worser light. 001 was the more gooder light. And that sends Rick Marcy into round number 3. 001, 33 thou above, still getting to the stripe 36 thou. As Tristan Craig was 42 and 28 thou over for 70 total. Caden Mute, 492 in the left. From Bernie, Texas. No way that's Bernie. Dan Provost. That is not Dan Provost. Somebody driving his ride out of British Columbia, dialed 441. Six thou separate them. Wind light goes to the left lane. Caden Muth, 008, 36 thou over. Right lane. was 14, take 36 to be 6 thou under. Had to take 30 to get to the stripe 36 thou. As Tristan Craig was 42 and 28 thou over for 70 total. 6 thou separate them. Wind light goes to the left lane. Caden Muth, 008, 36 thou over. Right lane was 14, take 36 to be 6 thou under. Had to take 30 or less. Y'all serious? It went from 444 to 464? I mean, only 20 of you, 2,000 watching. 1,556 of you at the time had not smashed the like button. And then we get 20 out of 1,556? Y'all serious right now? Crew Garrett, 453 in the left, out of Duncan, Oklahoma. John Lodner, right side from Olathe, Kansas. Dial 472. That's the home of Ivan No Driving, Willie Burnett. One of my dogs. Crew Garrett, 001, 6 thou under. Red for Lodner by 13 thou and goes 16 thou above. Must have let that roll in a little deep. Scott Macy has texted that he thinks I'm full of the S word. He said, I hit that button 9 times and I'm still not cool. Scott Macy, you were way cool before they ever had a like button. You don't need to hit the like button to be cool, but it can't hurt. Val Torres in the left from Belinda, California, dial 472. Kevin Pope Jr. right side from Exeter, California, dial 489. These guys are from the same state, but that don't mean they've met. California is a big old state. Torres blackjacked, left Pope no chance. He lit it red by 6 thou. Torres is 21 up front and 5 thou under. Pope is 6 red and 23 thou above. Oh, Gary Stinnett says it's Olathe. Okay, well that makes 0 sense because there's no A, but okay. I trust Gary Stinnett. Gary, by the way, I need to get some Fogget. I gotta, I should be careful just making sure I'm really got everything in line before I say that on a hot mic. I need some Fogget for the hot rod. I'll holla. Alfonso Vite Marilis, 476 dial on the left lane. Kevin Johnson in the right. Dial 441. Mexico in the left. Draper, Utah in the right. Alfonso let go on nothing. Johnson moves on. A little late, but a lot happening in the other lane. That happens. He goes 7 thou under. Yeah, if y'all hit the like button, we can't like track you, or, you know, we're not going to send you emails about your car insurance or your home's roof. Just hit it. We don't know who's hit it and who hasn't. We're not going to track you down. We're not going to hound you. Not going to text you. We're just going to appreciate that help from you. Val Torres Jr. from Chino, California, 463 is the dial. Dustin Works from Nampa, Idaho in the right, dial 465. .009 and 18 thou above for Dustin Works, getting to the stripe, 7 thou in front. Torres had a chance, dropped out of sight at the stripe. 14 and 2 hun above to be 7 thou behind as Dustin Wirtz takes that Nampa, Idaho entry into round number 3. Appreciate it, Jeff Rigney. Kevin Chambers. Tuesday was Tuesday. Today's today. I think you get to hit it again. BL. So far, JJ and I both got through round number 2. I wouldn't say either of us made the best lap we've ever made, but we sure didn't make the worst one we've ever made either. We're still hanging. Josh Herman in the left, Katie Harkema in the right. Herman with a 16 thou advantage and a win light goes to Harkema. 34, 17 thou above. Herman, 18, 34 thou over, got behind 1 thou. Ouch. Took -1. As my old buddy Brad Pleward would say. He was the originator of taking negative number at the stripe. Y'all get it? I mean, it's like you were trying to take, but you got behind, so you took a negative number. Jake Clayton and Jacob Collins. True Start did not have to go to work. Both of them were 002 red. Doesn't matter if you leave first or last. If it's even, the last racer wins. 002 red, and moving on to round number 3. Okay, we found a phone back in the staging lane. Somebody dropped a phone in the staging lane. You said the name is James, bud? Oh, James has the phone in the back of the lanes. James has the phone in the back of the lanes. If you dropped your phone back there, James has it in the back of the lanes. Will Holloman, 458 in the left. R.E. Kelly, 502 in the right. Sounds great, Gary Stennett. 10 and 11 thou above for Will Holloman. Got there up thou. Holloman rolled that one through tight. And the screen cleared fast on me. Don't remember the numbers, so I'll watch the live feed and be able to tell you what they were here in just a moment. Before that, we got Michael Carpenter left lane, Chance Parker in the right. 466 for Carpenter, chasing a 476 in the right. 17 and shoot. 17 dead 5 for Ari Kelly. Not a bad lap, but it come up a thou short. Michael Carpenter and Chance Parker coming at you right here. St. Petersburg, Florida left. Roy, Utah. Shout out to Uncle Roy back home. Two thou separate them. Advantage Parker. Win light Carpenter. 13. 32 thou above. Getting to the stripe. 2 thou in front. Parker is 11 and 36 thou over. 2 thousandths margin of victory to Michael Carpenter. He was a 10th faster. Paced his opponent on mile per hour almost to the 100th. 140.21 in the right, 140.25 in the left. That, my friends, is how you drive the stripe. John Vandermeer III, left lane, Lakewood, Colorado, excuse me, dial 460. Golden, Colorado's Alec Bianco in the right, dial 466. Ooh, 10 thou separate them. Vandermeer III was 001 and dead on with a 12. I ain't used that in a little while. 001 dead 12 for Vandermeer. 13 total. Alec Bianco is 11 and 5 thou under. JJ stepping out of the tower, going to get the hot rod ready for when his call comes. Go get him, bro. Hey, Stennett, make sure Shelby kind of explains to me how it works, too, or maybe there's directions. Man, I need to freshen up. I need to put some Foggett in my program. Hearing amazing things about your product. Michael Skoll, 441 down the left out of Calgary, Alberta. Richard McFarland in the right from Yucca Valley, California. Dial 586. McFarland moves on. That one's going to hurt Michael Skoll. McFarland, 75, 22 thou above. He's still a cool dude. Way early for Skull. Not sure what happened, and well above the dial. Based on the reaction time in the ET, must have rocked out of the lights or something. Shout out to Billy and Mama Holloway tuning in back in Alabama. Appreciate y'all watching, bud. I'd like to get you and Doggy out here one day. They'd never see it coming. Ty Sasser in the left, Tom Clark in the right. 458 right lane chasing a 483 in the left. 28 thou separated. Big advantage for Clark and a win light in Clark's lane. About 10 total. 9 dead 1 taking 16 thou at the stripe. 37 and 11 thou under, no chance for Sasser. Tom Clark packaged him up, and Tom Clark advances to round number 3. Jake Jones from South Jordan, Utah, dial 470. Mitchell Marcy, right side, dial 477 out of Farmington, New Mexico. Billy Holloway's one of my old racing buddies from back home. In the mid-90s, I watched Billy win like 17 weeks in a row in a Nova that went, I don't know, 960 in the 8th mile. And he won the pro class, which is our super pro class at times. 13 red for Marcy, 003 on the good side for Jake Jones. 17 thou above, Jake Jones moving into round number 3. 8 thou under for Mitchell Marcy. But Billy Holloway had one of the best runs I've ever seen. Now, that was the mid-90s. Things were a lot different back then. But, you know, the era is the era, and you're racing against light competition either way. That dude was just one of the best I've ever seen. I had to roll my sleeves up, literally, when I raced him. Try to get aggressive. Yeah, same kind of roll when I eat the chicken, Pete. Jerry Hall, 528 in the left. Scott Heyer, 475 in the right. Love it, Stan. 6 thou separate them. Advantage, left lane, win light, right lane. 42 dead 5 for Heyer, taking 3 thou at the stripe. 36, 14 thou over for Hall, and Heyer moves into round number 3. Next up in the left, Randy Dahlberg, 474 left lane from Hudson, Colorado. Man, can't even say it. Michael McQueen from Odessa, Texas. Ka-chow. 495 is the dial. Wasn't Lightning McQueen number 95? I think he was. I think his car number was 95. Michael McQueen's dialed 495. Is it an omen? We'll see. Oh, 007 for McQueen, got there 30, broke it out 26. Double breakout race, had a 6 thou advantage up front, had to take 6 or less or get behind, and just got too much strike. 13 for Dahlberg and 2 thou under. 24 thou less breakout, and Dahlberg rolls into round number 3. Don Sefton in the left, 452 out of Bremerton, Washington. Scott Anderson, right lane from Brighton, Colorado, dial 444. I got to watch some really good friends do some special stuff last night. The Spring Fling Million main event. It was a long day, but it was incredible. Oh, somebody might be getting, yes, a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and a $50 bill from the Spring Fling. Don Sefton, perfect, dead 9. 9th thou package for Don. Moving into round number 3. Anderson's 14 up front, no chance. When you're 14 and can't win, somebody did something special in the other lane. 2 thou under was Anderson, still didn't get there. What's going on, Steve Pointer? Appreciate you, bro. Tony Pontillo, left lane, 481 is the dial from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Jagger Anderson, right side, Brighton, Colorado, dial 457. $18 red for Pontillo. Jagger was 130 up front, but gets it done. Ren Hunt, left lane, El Paso, Texas, dial 510. Jeremy Weaver, right lane, from Puyallup, Washington, dial 452. I remembered it, Puyallup. Oh, 22 thou advantage for Ren Hunt, but the win light falls in Weaver's lane. 30 and 14 thou above for Weaver. As Hunt was 008, took 87 to break out 51 thou, had to take 36 or less. Mike Crater in the left from Bedford, Texas, dial 441. Arvada, Colorado's Blake Johnson, right lane, dial 464. Gary Stennett texted me and said, Foggett is an Alabama freshen up in a can. That's a good line. Then he sent his personal crying, laughing face emoji. That's his likeness. Stennett's cool dude. You know what? Bro, you're awesome. I'll never forget our interaction at the Jeg Summer Door Car Shootout in the wheelie contest. As you were rolling into the water box and I had a hot mic on you. Good stuff, bro. Mike Crater gets by with one right there. He's 40 up front. He'll go 12 thou above. Johnson was 15 red and 27 thou over. Crater advances to round number 3. Talon Farmer, left lane, 479 from Tuscola, Texas. Ed Open, right lane, dial 461 out of Pleasant Grove, Utah. Thou red for Talon Farmer. Just lets out and goes through. Big Ed Open. 007 and 10 thou above. 17 thou package for Open. Advances to round number 3. Steve Pointer, I know you'll be great out there, like always, brother. Another great voice on the mic is Steve Pointer. When he's calling an event, be sure to tune in. A lot of fun. Jason Pad, left lane from Chestermere, Alberta. 453 is the dial. Valerie Joe Hudson, right lane from Woodbury, Tennessee. Dial 483. Big advantage for Jason Pad, and Jason don't mess those up. 004, take 23 to be 25 thou above, 29 total. Valerie was 62 on the let go, had no chance. Goes 10 thou under to still be 23 thou behind at the stripe. Paul Dowdy, Centerville, Utah, 490 in the left. Chris Reynolds, 453 dial in the right from Bear, Delaware. Reynolds with a semi-final finish in the million last night. No, a quarterfinal finish in the million last night. Or, no? Yeah, I think it was a quarter. I can't remember. Man, that's terrible. 008, 19 thou above for Dowdy. I mean, it was just a few hours ago. How did I forget it? 18 thou at the stripe going Dowdy's way. Chris Reynolds is 39 up front. Yeah, not much sleep. Chris ain't no youngin'. I get it. Then dead 6 for Reynolds. Yeah, it was a quarterfinal finish because Cooper Chun beat Ryan Barnes in the semis. So, yeah, Chris Reynolds was a quarterfinal finish. Still a late run, a great payday, and a really good outing. You come all the way out here from Delaware. You know, you're hoping for a good outing, and he got exactly that. And it wasn't luck, he earned it. John Tobias from Emmett, Idaho in the left lane. 577 is the dial. Kevin Shearer from Belle Fair, Washington. Right lane dial 464. Tobias lights at 16 thou red and dead on with a 2. Shearer was 29 up front. Got away with one just a little bit right there. Then 5 thou under. 29's not one of those terrible lights, but it's just far enough from what you were trying to be that it aggravates you a little bit. Like I was 21, and I was trying to be like 10 or 11. So while I'm frustrated, I missed it a hunt. You know, I had 4 hours of sleep. That might be a problem all day. Now what do I do? Nathan Martin and Cortland Carter, my dog in the right, and Nate Dogg in the left, and Nate Dogg gets it done on the double breakout. 009, 11 thou under, gets by 009 and 18 thou under. 7 thou more breakout in Carter's lane sends Nathan Martin to round number 3. Carter was 9, take 7, had to be behind to get the win on the double breakout. Ray Gates, left lane, Medicine Hat, Alberta, top 10 city or town. I think they said that's a town and a province. 463 is the dial. Andy Morris from Olympia, Washington. Dial 478 in the right. You know, I'm hearing a lot more younger voices in the announcer's booth these days. Really cool that a lot of our young racers are calling laps too. Red by 1 thou for Morris. 16 up front for Gates, and then 8 thou under as Gates moves into round number 3. Next up in the left, driver not on file, dial 449. Driver not on file on the right, dial 458. So mystery guest, okay. That's Mark Horton in the left and Jason Dawson in the right. Straighten it up for me. So yeah, hearing a lot more younger voices on the microphone, both male and female, from our racing youth, and it's just awesome to see. You know, JJ started super early, and these kids starting early now. Can see them doing this for a long time. Our sport needs more qualified announcers. Orton with 11th thou advantage moves on dead 1, or dead 9, excuse me. 16 dead 9, taking 20 thou at the stripe. Dawson's 27, 18 thou above. Horton around 3. Michael Johnson left lane from Arkansas. Springdale, Arkansas, dial 484. Trevor Harkema, right side from Coeur d'Alene. I can't remember if that was right or not. Coeur d'Alene, I think's what it was. Idaho. 494 is the dial. Yeah, I've always felt like sleep was overrated also, Troy, but every time I have a birthday, that becomes less and less true. 11 thou, separate them. Oh, excuse me, no, that was a terrible call. It was 11 red for Johnson. Harkema is 29 up front, dead 2. Harkema had it dialed. Again, there's that 29. That's just far enough from what you're trying to do to aggravate you a little bit. But it got it done. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. Johnson goes 6 thou under and 11 red. Coeur d'Alene, that's what I said. That's awesome. Thank you, Bass Knuckler. That's a interesting handle. Michael Pennington, no relation, left lane. Lavernia, Texas, dial 461. Cooper Chun in the right. Last night's Mosier Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Battery, champion. The man of the hour from Vancouver, Washington, dial 496. Pennington turns it red. Chun, 008 and 14 thou under. Moves into round number 3. Not sure what happened to Pennington. Logan War, left lane. Erda, Utah racer, dial 463. Mitch Mustard. That's old Mr. Mustard. What a name. From Arvada, Colorado, dial 456. Yeah, Troy, I've definitely heard his announcing. Mr. Dysinger, good on the track and off the track. Talented dude. Love just hearing all the different types of announcers. You know, sometimes an announcer don't fit somebody's style, and people get on Facebook and kind of wear them out. And it's such a challenging job. I don't try to wear out any announcers. I get it. Everybody's got their style. Everybody don't like my style. I understand that. So just get up here and do the best you can. Door car doubles, round number 3. Door car doubles, round number 3. 9 red for Mustard. He's going to hate that ticket. Logan War, 63 and 15 thou under. Mustard, 18 thou under and 9 red. Door car doubles. Round number 3, please. We are in Rad Torque Systems, round number 2. Our awesome friends at Rad Torque Systems are going to put $500 and a Spring Fling check in the hands of the top 2 best losing package in today's Laris and FTI combo race for 60 grand. Quentin Sonnenfeld, left lane, 608 is the dial. John Brown in the right from Brunswick, Georgia, dial 462. Quentin's from Golden, Colorado. Red by 18 thou on the left, green by 19 thou on the right. John Brown moves on, dead 7. Sonnenfeld, 34 thou above. John Brown rolls into round number 3. Double door cars. ATI Performance Products, round number 3. We need you to the lanes, please. Preston Pennington left lane, 462 is the dial. He's out of Lavernia, Texas. Chad Axford in the right from Portland, Tennessee, dial 486. Derek Putnam texted me. He's one of the top announcers in the game right now. He does all kind of different types of announcing. Talented guy. Got started a little late in his announcing career in his life, but you can't tell it, Derek. You do a fantastic job. Preston Pennington, 11, take 2 to be 18 thou above. 29 total for Pennington. He moves on. Axford's 22, dead 9. 31 total, had him 2 thou behind. Chandler Ball, left lane, 475. Kaylee Hill, right lane, 481. You know, one of the coolest things for me, I know that I did it a little bit of a different way in 2010 when Alan Reinhart was at the first Fling and needed a break, and Peter said, what are we going to do? And I said, I'll get on the mic and do it. He said, can you do it? I said, no, but I'll get on there and do it. I think I can call the laps. And I just kind of read the time slip and explained the run. And he come to me and he said, dude, everybody's loving what you're doing. And that's really sparked my announcing career. Welded together on the starting line, only a thou separate them. Win light to Kaylee Hill, 19, dead 6, taking 14 thou at the stripe, 25 total. Chandler Ball's 18 up front and 21 thou over to be 1.5 behind. So that kind of happened, and I don't know, I don't braggingly say this by any means. Definitely want to say this with humility, but I feel like I changed the way information is delivered to the listener. And, you know, I think I knew that racers are listening, as we got Chris Whitfield in the left and Alonzo Sanchez in the right. 449 left, chasing a 481. So I kind of knew that that I was talking to racers, so I talked racer language, and they loved it. What we learned on live feeds is there's a lot of non-racers listening, but a lot of racers are listening. So we want to educate the non-racers on how this game works. The racers already know it. They enjoy hearing the information, the way it's delivered. And today I hear a lot of things that I did back then and a lot of different announcers. And I don't say that braggingly. That's the coolest crap that's ever happened. I'm humbled. Whitfield in full control of this one. 006, 44 thou above, getting to the stripe, 2 thou in front. Sanchez is 46, dead 6. No good. Whitfield rolled that one in super duper tight, but got it done. That's what Chris Whitfield does. Darren O'Connor, excuse me, in the left lane from Poncoa, Alberta. 468 is the dial. Matt Lee from Seneca, Missouri, dial 488 in the right. Well, I appreciate that. B. Baldwin and Bass Knuckler, Putnam. I was not reaching for compliments. You guys are too kind. 10 dead 7 in the left lane for O'Connor. 38 thou in front, moving on. 17 and 3 above for Matt Lee. I was just kind of saying what it is, what's on my mind. I don't have an ego, so I don't need it stroked. I'm a small town guy, old foot brake racer that hits the top now. I've said it a few times this weekend, but the town I live in is not as big as this facility that I'm announcing at. I'm a blessed man. with some amazing friends and people that I get to work with, like Nate and Peter and Emily. And I said this morning, this Spring Fling staff is incredible. They're working on no sleep. They're where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be. And this group of people I work with will inspire you. It motivates you to be the best you can be. Gary Williams and Mike Coltrane, 3 thou separate them. Williams with the advantage and a win light. 007, dead 4, 11 pack, taking 8 at the stripe. Coltrane was 10, dead 9, solid lap. But Gary Williams has ripped a lot of those potential win lights away from competitors as he rolled through with an 11 pack, taking 8 thou at the stripe. And he moves into round number 3. Next up, Kelly Rivera, 480 dial on the left. Shane Thompson from right here in Henderson in the right, dial 436. Shane been really good to us. Again, had a conversation with him behind the tower yesterday, or day before yesterday. Just a good dude with a good heart. 5 thou the difference. Shane had the advantage, but the win light falls in Rivera's lane. 37, take 15 to be 27 thou above. Shane Thompson was 32 up front. Really just kind of bailed out on that one to go 47 thou over. Rivera moves on. Folks, if you got a buyback ticket from the weekend or the week here, we've got more ice cream than we know what to do with. If you haven't used your buyback ticket to go get you a free ice cream downstairs in the back of the tower, please go do that. If nothing else, hand it to a kid and tell them to come get some ice cream. We need that ice cream utilized. So come on up if you've got a buyback ticket and get your complimentary buyback ice cream, courtesy of the Spring Fling. Jaden Nava, 516 in the left, out of Pueblo, Colorado. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. from Mexico in the right, dial 494. All right, Steve Riggins and Jeff Rigney, George Hoff, you guys, y'all stop. 7 thou advantage in the right lane for Hernandez, and Team Mexico advances to round number 3 with a really solid 11, dead 5, 16 thou package, 18 on the tree for Jaden Nava, no chance. Got there 15 thou, broke it out 17 thou. When you break out more than you get there, that does not work. Lucian Payne, I would love that. I might foul your name up next time I see it, but I'd love to give it a shot. J.R. Loebner, 469 the left, out of Gardner, Kansas. Jeff Taylor in the right from Apache Junction, Arizona, and everywhere else in the country, dial 452. Double reds. True Start did not have to go to work. Loebner left first was 9 red. Taylor left last was 7 red. 7 is more lesser than 9. And Jeff Taylor advances old system or new system. Eric Golden from Airdrie, Alberta. 469 is the dial. Paul Lorton from Peoria, Arizona, dial 488. One red for Lorton. Win light goes to Golden. 48, dead 3. Lorton going to hate that ticket. Going to look at it with a mad face. 1 red and 16 thou under. Got there 68, just a couple of thou later. He's going back right into Golden, make that one work. Derek Putnam, that's a really good point. I appreciate you mentioning that. Not only am I blessed and get the opportunity to be here, but I get to share it with my son who's followed in the footsteps. You know, that's not anything that I think is a good thing, following in my footsteps, but he's doing just that, and it's really cool. This is an opportunity that I understand doesn't happen every day and doesn't happen to everyone. So we're blessed and having a blast. Ryan Gleghorn, you're 100% correct. Gleghorn says, you a little rusty. I am a little rusty. Probably going to get back in the rust bucket soon. Ryan Barnes with the advantage and a win light. 16 dead 8, 24 package. Smith, 24 up front, had to go dead 0 and cross his fingers. Goes dead 5 to be 5 thou behind. Ryan Barnes, semi-finalist last night in the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Battery. And moving to round 3 in the Laris FTI Combo 60K. Those announcers that were texting me, again, 2 of the best in the game. So, you know, if you ever hear, and those guys have both told me that, you know, I was able to influence them in a positive way to do what they do and to see that they're at the top of the game. That's humbling. And I feel like I'm just talking about myself a lot, and I'm not trying to do that. I just want y'all to know how much I understand how blessed I am. Landon Wright in the left, 473. Zach Fulcher in the right, 503. Fulcher in control of this one, and Fulcher gets a win. 12 takes 16 to be 11 thou above, 23 total. Wright is 30 up front, dead 9, but 16 thou behind. Jeff Serra, you might have heard of him. Adamstown, Pennsylvania racer, dial 467. Rogelio Tamez from Team Mexico, dial 477 in the right. I'll stop talking about myself if y'all hit the like button. That's why I'm just going to keep bragging on myself and making y'all sick. My wife says sometimes I can't get my head through the door because people blow it up saying nice things. So they just trying to make me feel better. They don't mean it. Sarah giving up a 10th head start. Eight thou separate them. Tamez with the advantage. And Rogelio Tamez takes out one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. Tamez, 005, take a thou to be 7 thou under. Team Mexico's got to be celebrating that. 13 and 14 thou under for Sarah. Might have been just a little quicker than he thought. And Rogelio Tamez takes Team Mexico to round number 3 with a victory over Jeff Serra. Jimmy Williams out of Cameron, South Carolina in the left, dial 455. Right side, Mark Kidd from Twin Falls, Idaho, dial 466. Kidd Performance and Dyno entry in the right lane. Thou separate Williams and Kidd. Advantage Williams, win light Williams. 17, 26 thou above. Moving into round number 2, or excuse me, round number 3. Mark Kidd was 28 up front, got there 17, broke it out 2 thou. Had to take 15 or less. That was a tough one. Very kind of you to say, Logan. We were honored to have you up here. Did a fantastic job. Can tell you really understand the game out there, and when you understand it and can relay that to the listener, and it makes you fantastic. You did a great job. We appreciate you giving everybody a little rest here and there. Corey Costin left lane from Double Springs, Alabama, dial 453. Jorge Alfonso Saldivar in the right. Out of Mexico, turns it 3 thou red. And Costin moves on. Blackjacked him, 21, dead 4. 25 total. Saldivar's dead 2, but turned it 3 thou pink. Here's the rabbit, Kevin Brannon, former $1 million winner, dial 457 in the left lane out of Jessup, Georgia. That's his new home place. Mike Bloomfield Jr. in the right from Fairfield, Ohio, dial 445. This is a couple of the baddest dudes on the property, and they squaring it up to wrap up Rad Torque Systems round number 2. As advertised, only 2 thou separated them. Holy smokes. As advertised, Brannon, 10, dead 5. That's a 15 thou pack. Bloomfield, 12, dead 3. That's a 15 thou pack. The margin of victory was 0.004. Less than half of a thousandth fell Kevin Brannon's way, and he advances to round number 3 in an absolute stellar run for both racers. So that wraps up Rad Torque Systems round number 2. Thank you, Rad Torque Systems. They're going to put $500 in a spring fling check in the hands of the top 2 best losing packages of the round, as everything doubled, including the round packages, the round prize packages, excuse me. Everything doubled. There's going to be 2 of those per round for the rounds that we have. First and second place will get those, by the way. I think everybody figured that part out. Well, that's all of our problems, Logan. I understand exactly what I should have done. I just don't seem to get it done often. I'm real good at racing from the fence. I can tell you everything you did wrong. And then I get in my car and duplicate it. My hot rod's pretty good. Got a lot of companies that help JJ and I have the best stuff that we can for our program, and car's really good, and I can foul it up with the best of them, brother. I tell you one thing that stays in there and stays strong. That's that Moser Fab 9 rear end. Put that thing in maybe 10 years ago. Best money I ever spent. Great folks at Mosier can help your program too. Oh, we got one more pair coming around. My bad. I appreciate the folks at Mosier, all they do for racing in general. And then certainly what they're doing here for us at the Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Right after Corey Galletti makes this single right here to go into round number 3, folks, try to get to your live feed where you can see it. Warren's going to run a video of last night's Winter Circle celebration. Very special, emotional, just fantastic moment for Cooper Chun and his family and friends in the Winter Circle last night. Warren's about to run that on the live feed, so make sure you pay attention as Corey Galletti's 005 and lights it 12 thou under. to move into round number 3. Check out this video on the live feed coming up shortly.
Started off this morning with a 4-pack in the Brodix Run for the 50K. Second best overall of the day. And then the lights continued to flow for you. You were a runner-up last year at the 30K on Sunday. Today, your worst light was 14. Average light was 006 throughout the day. You never missed, my man. And when it mattered most, you lit up the scoreboard and did it for all of these people that are standing here with you. Ladies and gentlemen, make a whole lot of noise for Cooper Chun.
How about that, man? I was there and got to participate in it, but watching that video, Warren, awesome work. I know that'll be one Cooper will store away forever. What a special moment. You know, when your folks are there when you get back and there's big hugs and eyes are a little bit moist. Your friends hang out till 2 a.m. to celebrate with you. The love from around the world was obvious as people were tagging Cooper on Facebook and, you know, just really showing their admiration and love for what he has accomplished many times, but obviously this topping the list of accomplishments on the track. It was incredible to watch, and then that video, that's icing on the cake. Great job, Warren. You guys are awesome. What a production. And Cooper, again, congratulations, bro. You're a special young man. There's a place in this sport for you for a long, long time with the talent that you have. So congrats on an amazing day at the races, brother. Okay, that video was done by Austin Smith. He did the production on that, and again, Austin, he bounces around here all over the place. His camera work, you know how he had us last night getting ready where the camera gets to a certain spot and celebrate, and then you watch it. You watch the video, and you're like, wow, that was perfect. I mean, he nailed it. And, you know, we all yelled at the right time and did what we were supposed to do. Austin, fantastic work, not only on that video, but pretty much everything else you've done, man. It's you guys, this team, again, is fantastic. I said it earlier, but the Spring Fling team, you know, it's full of people in the digital world. It's full of just average working folks that come spend their time here. It's full of racers that understand what racers want and need, and they put their racing aside and just work. It's got racers' wives that's on the track, and their wives are working. Obviously, Peter and Emily, accomplished racers at the top of the Spring Fling brand. And then you pair that with world-class facilities like LVMS and staffs like this, Bristol and Galat and going to Norwalk. You know, the brand has reached a level that's just really hard to get to. It took a lot of work, and it's taken a lot of people. This team is inspiring. Nathan Hershey, one of the best there is. When you hear Nathan's voice, it's like, I got to listen. I don't care what he's saying. He can be saying there's a box of donuts in the tower, which is fun to hear. But when you hear Nathan's voice, it commands your attention, demands your attention. And he's so good at what he does from a professional standpoint. You know, we had an incident in the pits yesterday. He knows everything to do and say. He wrote the intro to the Million yesterday. He handled the opening ceremonies. It's a blessing to work with Nate and JJ. You too, Peter. I don't like you, but I like working with you.
Hey, I gotta tell you something real funny. What? Just saying likewise. I was talking to somebody the other day, and I said, "Hey," as I was leaving, I said, "Hey, great to see you again." And he said, "Clockwise." That's what he said.
Clockwise, okay.
But here we go, baby.
Well, that reminds me of a guy I worked with a long time ago. He told me about his high school quarterback. He said he could throw it 50 yards right-handed or left-handed. Said he was amphibious. I said, wow, and he could throw a football 50 yards left-handed or right-handed. All right, so Peter Biondo and I are going to call pro round 3 together. Always cool to work with Peter. He's so good to us on the staff. He works as hard, but he's good to us, and he makes sure that, we understand how much he appreciates what we do. So, Peter, it's an honor to call round 2 with you, brother, or round 3, excuse me.
Big Jed, you and I go a long way back from that first phone call in 2010, and in 2010, your son was a toddler. 5 years old, and this is going to be real special to me to call this lap 10th anniversary million with you while your son's going down to pro.
Don't get me all moisty-eyed again. Oh, nasty for Taylor Pofall and Danny Paul. Both of them left stellar, and Danny Paul moves on 006, 26, or excuse me, 20 thou above to be 26 thou in front at the stripe. Pofall is 12 up front, then bails out to go 4 above. And Danny Paul takes that Mobile, Alabama entry into round number 4. It's ATI Performance Products, round number 3, where our great friends at ATI, legendary brand, are going to put $500 in a spring fling check into the hands of the top 2 best losing packages as everything doubles today. As Andy Schmall, Pete, left lane, former $1 million winner off the bottom. Michael Clement in the right, 651, getting chased by Small, 622. Red for Small, 5 thou too soon, 20 up front for Clement. And Clement goes 3 thou under Small, ouch. 5 thou red, dead on with a 1. That one's going to leave a little bit of a mark for Andy. He's had the best kind of day you can have at the Spring Fling Million as he hoisted the trophy a couple of years ago. That entry is done for the day and the week. Lucas Walker. It's my dog over there in the left lane. Pete, did you see that wheelie yesterday, or a couple of them?
And that wasn't even his best one. I've seen some on video on YouTube that he carried at 700 feet.
Yeah, he can go about as far as he wants to go. They were impressive. 598 is the dial.
And he does it. I mean, he's one of the best off the foot. No doubt about it. And he turns wind lights on doing that. He puts on a show. I mean, look at the value we get when we bring Lucas Walker to an event.
You get a little bit extra for your money, for your ticket. 609 for Paige Smith in the right. Lucas has got all the skills. He knows when it does the big wheelie, it's probably going to be slow. He's got the spray, and he knows how to spray it and turn them loose or spray it and take. Talented dude over there in the left lane. Got his work cut out for him here. They are welded together on the starting line. And Lucas takes this, or gets behind at the stripe and takes the win. 33 thou above on the drop. How about 601 at 98? Wow, that's a drop. Paige Smith was 35, got there 44, broke it out 13 thou, had to take 31 or less.
You called the Big Jed. He knows both ends of the racetrack.
Yes, he is. He's aware of when he needs to get there and when he don't need to get there.
And the scary thing for everybody else is that he probably just had his worst light that's going to be of the day, 36.
It's very likely. He gets on a roll. He's hard to handle. Gene Milton in the left, Justin Lamb in the right. Speaking of hard to handle. Lamb lights it 3 thou red, and sweet Gene Milton moving into round number 4. That's a sweet lady right there, 29 and 21 thou under. As Lamb is 3 thou red and 43 thou under the dial.
So, Big Jed, now that I have a son in sports, and I can kind of relate to what you're doing, what you're feeling right now, what's going through your mind? What's going through your heart that your son, that you've raised to be a great, respectful, smart young man is on a big stage here in Vegas with Big Red.
Well, first, Kyle Cramsey in the left, Rob Bigasaw on the right, 607 chasing 739. And Peter, it's simple. All I want, it's amazing to watch him, because when he was just a tiny guy and I'd come home from the Flings, which we got together 15 years ago, you know, he talked about moments like this. And then when Vegas come along, he talked about specifically coming here and racing one day. As there's 6 thou separation between these two drivers, advantage in the left lane, win light left lane, 18 dead 7, gets past 24 and 1 thou under. Bigasaw got there 2 thou, broke it out 1 thou. So watching him live his dream, and this literally is a dream come true for him. It's just incredibly humbling. You know, we don't deserve to be here. We don't know why we're here, but we're here.
Definitely argue that you guys earned your way here, and your friendship and you and JJ means more to me than any of this work.
I know that, and that's much appreciated. Just want him to be his best out there. If it don't win, it don't win. I'm just hoping for him to be his best, whatever that is. Chris Mang and Justin Jones welded together on the starting line. Win light goes to Mang, 23, 3 thou under, getting there a thou. Pretty solid lap there. 24 and 3 thou under in the right lane. It was a double breakout race. Mang had a 1 thou advantage, had to take 1 or less or get behind, and took 1. That's how you do it right there, Pete.
Absolutely. And you know what, Big Jed? So far, this round of Laris Pro has been tough. I mean, these guys are off the bottom. They're going 20s or better. That's right where you want to live.
Yeah, this is a good crowd of pro cars out here, no doubt. The West Coast Pro field with a little bit of East Coast flavor seems to be fun to watch, because I know they're all giving it all they got. As we say that, Maggie Watts and Tim O'More making the lap here. O'More 36, 4 above. Maggie missed it. We're all guilty of that. I can do that very easily. She missed it a little, went 29 thou above to be a little over 400 behind at the stripe. Jeffrey Peterson in the left from Fort Lupton, Colorado. 688 is the dial. Kaisley Price, right side, dialed 652.
So I got to meet Kaisley this week. Leading up to the week, Kaisley had some school commitments, and we were going back and forth about if she could get her runs in on Tuesday. All of a sudden, I see her. She gets in the car. She's a monster off the bottom.
Yeah, she's talented, no doubt. As our Autometer last female standing a couple of days ago, Autometer put a $500 gift certificate in her hands, and she just got her a win light. 46 dead 3. Solid lap there for Kaisley, as Peterson is 29 up front and then 4 thou under. Obviously this one,
All right, here it is. This is a special moment for Big Jed. It's also a special moment for Cliff Hall. But JJ Pennington in Big Red, right lane, 603. Cliff Hall is going to get a little bit of head start, 619.
man, this win light, if he could turn it on, would be huge for him. He really wants to, you know, at least get some round money or something. So no offense to Cliff Hall, but do it, JJ. He's got a shot. JJ 13 thou in front, and my boy turns on the win light. $35 and 19 thou above, getting to the stripe, 300 in front.
Are you
48 and 3 above for Hall.
That's the moment I wanted to catch. Not the JJ win light, but the emotions by Dad. This is a special experience. Good lap right there for both drivers. JJ working both ends of the racetrack, enough to put the win light on. As we're getting close to the last couple of pair in Pro, Laris Pro, round 3, we're going to start cutting them in half. On the FTI Silver State. Laris FTI 60K combo. Right there, Josh Decker's going to get a win light 055, but it didn't matter. Robert Johnson left way too soon. Decker's coming back.
Oh, thank you, Pete. Sorry, not trying to be a big old baby in here, but doggone you, Pete. Yeah, I think I'm just tired. All that kid needs is a little confidence, and he can be great. Okay.
This is an East Coast, West Coast matchup right here.
Yeah, Mark Fall, love that dude. 714 is the dial in the El Camino. He's got one of the best, if not the best, to ever do it. Nick Hastings, 619 on the bottom bulb. Going to be chasing by almost a second. That's my kid coming up the return road right there with a wind light. Nasty ride here. Oh my goodness. Hastings 007, 11 thou under. He gets by Mark Fall. Fall was 001. Got there 14. Had to take 6 or less or get behind as he breaks it out 19 thou. Nick Hastings, in a very tough matchup, moves into round number 4. Here's Cole Dickoff. Yeah, that's top 10. We're giving Cole top 10. Auburn, Washington in the left golf was 767. Hell, I went from crying like a baby to saying Dickoff on the microphone. Brian McGinnis in the right from Kent, Washington, dialed 674. I can't believe I hadn't been fired from this job a long time ago. Dickoff with the advantage. I'm putting some power in it now. Heck with it. And Dickoff gets the win. 19, take 10. Good job, Cole. Racing for Josh, brother. Keep it rolling. 11 thou above. 35, dead 5 for Brian McGinnis. Last night's Laris Pro champion comes up a little short there by 10 thou, but he still had an amazing day in the million.
He did, and 35 dead on's nothing to sneeze about off the bottom, but it's getting tough out here.
I agree. That's about 30 better than I could have been. Henry Roberson left lane 646. That's a cool dude over there. Love it. Follow him on Facebook. He's awesome. Right lane Steve Kelly. He's cool on Facebook and anywhere else. That's a bad man. He was runner-up in Laris Pro. He's trying to get by Roberson, but Roberson had too much for this run. 17, take 17 to be 26 thou above. Steve Kelly is 36 and 26 thou over.
I enjoy watching Henry Roberson on Facebook and the live in-car shots. And I talked to Henry. I've been watching him for a while. Kyle was close with him, and he doesn't miss much. He puts his A game on every single time and doesn't leave much room for the other lane.
Yeah, absolutely, Pete. Steve Riggins. Steve said he won't fire you. He likes JJ too much. The church is tomorrow. It's Saturday. Craig Johnson in the left, 685. He's out of British Columbia. That's who I met last night, was Craig Johnson. Man, I got my Johnsons mixed up. Gage Birch in the right out of Palmetto, Florida. Dialed 645. Another one of the best to ever do it, Gage Birch. Oh, Blake lit it 5 thou red. Craig, I'm sorry, lit it 5 thou red. He was going for it, and he needed to go for it. Gage Birch was 001 up front, and he moves into round number 4. And with that, Pro is over. Super Pro door cars in the lanes. Pete, I'm going to go out here and see if I can be as good as my son and get it done in round number 3.
Big shoes to follow, bud. He started the trend. It's up to you to finish it. And I must add, Gage Birch, I've said this before. I heard a lot about him when he was in juniors. I was like, all right, whatever. Started watching him closely. Started watching him a little bit as he got into big cars. And he was an eye-opener. As I watched him through the years, he is absolutely a killer. Bottom bulb, top bulb, it doesn't matter. What do we have here? Super Pro? Super Pro door cars, Nate?
Yes, sir. Super Pro door cars. Getting into ATI Performance Products. Round number 3 here on a $60,000 Saturday Brian Bennett's going to light up the board. How about 002 one above? Gets the win light as Jake Clayton in the choo-choo turns it red by 2-2. All right, just 1-2. He was 002 red. Goes 624-0. 002 red, dead 0. That is going to be a difficult one to deal with. 002 dead 0. That's got to hurt.
That's a tough one, Nate. Attention to pits. Any double-entered dragsters, bring them up. Double-entered dragsters. We'll take you now.
So with Chris Nafziger, a regular strip, he fouls it out by 17 thousandths of a second, going up against Sugar Shane Carr. Carr is 529 on the 532. Chris 17 red and then goes 490 on his 492. Can we just call doubled dragsters? If you got a dragster that is still doubled, need you into the front of the staging lanes, please, as quickly as possible. Pretty much all dragsters. Let's get you headed this way.
Got it. All right, so yeah, if you're a double-entered dragster, get up here early to the front of the pack because tech service is a little bit delayed. But we'll also take the rest of the dragsters.
How about Eric Nazarenas rolling up in the fastbacked Mustang coming in out of Colorado? Dialed in at 694, going up against that very familiar roadster of Michael Pennington. Pennington got the opportunity to play along in the King of the Flings race. Now just trying to grow for $60,000 here today. He has got 22 thousandths of a second advantage over Nazarenas, and 514 on a 513 will turn on the scoreboard for the roadster of Pennington.
That roadster, Nate, him and his brother Peeps in those roaches going high fours, low fives, straight as an hour every run. Those cars are amazing.
They're immaculate.
Cold track, it doesn't matter. Late at night, doesn't matter.
Now, they seem to just keep those things going no matter what. They could probably run them in the rain and still get it done. Nacho Rivera. He went some rounds last night. Team Mexico was super excited to see Nacho. Again, I think he was back there talking split with everybody.
Oh, yeah, Nacho was in it. And when he lost, he had like a 10 light. He was playing last night.
He was a heavy hitter. Daniel McClellan, Mini Mac as we call him, part of the Big Mac racing team and the Team Tuna Tank. Roadster over on the right side. Daniel getting on it at the finish line. 544 on a 544. 11 grabbing the brakes to be dead 3. Down at the stripe, Nacho Rivera gets fed a big chunk of stripe, breaks out, bows out here in round number 3. I'll bring up Daniel's dad, Kevin, rolling up in the Malibu wagon. I was actually talking with them back behind the tower. They said that Malibu wagon actually went up against one of those brand new McLarens. Huh? They did like an exposition type deal, worked it out. The wagon beat it in the quarter mile, obviously. You go a little bit deeper than that, it's not going to work. This time, unfortunately for Kevin, 67 red. Turns on the wrong side of the Christmas tree at this end of the racetrack. Beck with his 10 green and goes 729 on a 730.
BT left lane, Roanoke, Alabama. Came with a slew of Alabama racers. And Tim Wirtz. Might be the first time these two ever matched up. Alabama versus Idaho.
Mean up front. 3 thou separate them. Both are 00. Win light goes to Wirtz. 009. Both drivers too quick down to the finish line. He is under by 6 thousandths of a second. Taylor ends up under by 26 thou as he goes 620 on a 623. Taylor was 006. Wirtz was 009, but Winlight falls right side for Wirtz. You ever seen a Chevello? I thought maybe it just had a little more gelatin in it. Either way, I like that. Mark Barnhart trying to get it done against Rob Ashbury. Ashbury coming in out of Yakima, Washington. 597 on a 596, 14 green. Mark Barnhart was 10 thou better than that out of the right lane with a 004 light. Take 50 at the stripe. To be under by 22 thousandths of a second, Barnhart bows out. And I like that the Italian version of the Chevelle is going to roll back.
The Chevello. I want to do a quick shout out.
Please.
To the DiLorenzo family who's watching at home. Getting a kick out of some of the comments. Loving Big Jed's.
Who doesn't love Big Jed?
Big Jed's jokes.
You're
Comes
good.
Little Jed.
I just got back up here,
Congratulations, my
man.
friend. Came in, gave me a firm. JJ came back up here, gave me a firm handshake, looked me in the eye, and said, "Time for me to get to work."
He's ready. Advantage to Mike Lowe at this end of the racetrack against Brandon Cornell. Win light low. The racer out of Hurricane, Utah. 569 on a 569. He's 16 green, dead 5. Gonna work out. Brandon was 40 green and goes 617 on a 619. Win light goes to the Mustang. That'll bring up Joe Schmall and Rod Taylor.
One more shout out, Nate.
Yeah.
A very special friend of mine who has always been attending the Fling at Vegas. He's going through some stuff right now. Willie Flores. Willie Flores. We miss you this year, buddy. I love you, pal. And I know you'll be back next year.
Willie's the man. You staying at home in Texas this time? Willie, we definitely love you and miss you, man. 005, double breakout win for Rod Taylor. Taylor, get their first 11th thou, breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Joe Schmall was 17 green in the truck and no good as he's under by 6 thousandths of a second. I miss Willie. That's another one of those guys that always runs. You kind of like Kyle. You could not find him without a smile on his face.
Always smiling.
Always.
We love you, Willie.
Always.
Isn't it an interesting matchup? Gabe Torres and Sean Ealing. The old Super Gas Corvette left side, the bracket vet in the right lane. And we got a good one, Nate. 011 left last. Give the win to Sean in the vet. How about a 006 dead 6, not leaving any room for Gabe Torres?
Gabe was 11 green, had a thou to play with, took 17 down at the stripe, and ends up with a 653 on a 655. But I asked us like, Dan, Dad wins the world championship in that super gas car last year, and now you're driving it here at the Fling. He's not. Dad looked at me and goes, I just wanted a break. I was tired. So Gabe jumped in the car, did a good job in it this weekend, but won't get farther than round number 3 today as Jeremy Waterman and Brent Hodson. Hodson out of Tennessee, 513 is the number left side. Waterman coming in at it says Harrah. 536. 537 on the 536, 17 green, takes 7,000 strike. Brent Hodson is 39 green. Wants 512 and 513 to be under by 2,000 of a second.
Before I get off the mic, I wanted to, and hand the mic over to JJ and Nate, I want to thank everybody, each and every one of you, for making the trip. I want to, on behalf of the Spring Fling team, the LVMS team, we thank everybody for their commitment. We thank the workers for their hard work on the racetrack all day, all night, in the morning. Great team, and we're lucky to have them around us. Right here is Brandon Gerald and Michael McQueen. 005 dead 2, a 7-pack. Brandon Gerald from Tennessee is on it.
Pete, thank you very much for coming up here, spending a little bit of time on the microphone. As he's going to go out and do his deal, Brandon Gerald gets the win light, 18 dead 2 after being 005. So how about 7 total, taking 3,000 at the stripe. And JJ, moving on to round number 3, made his way back up here, and he's like, look, what you wanted to come up here and get to work so you didn't have enough time to, hang out in your head or what?
Well, no, I just wanted to come up here and get to work because, I'm starting to turn on wind lights, and that means I won't be up here often.
I hope not.
So yeah,
No offense.
I hope not. I hope not too.
No offense,
I hope
but
I'm out there for a long time.
I'd be fine not seeing you the rest of the day unless it's on the racetrack.
I'd be okay with that.
You'd be okay with that?
I'd be okay with that.
All right. I'll be okay with that, too. I
Darren
think
Van
everybody in the
Dyke-
chat bleachers would be okay with that.
I think I know some of them would at least. I got some buddies watching back at home. They know who they are.
Unless you were racing the person they were rooting for.
Right, like a family member or something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, which is understandable.
I agree.
Darren Van Dyke, 004, 2 above, take 20 as BJ Vangsness, 27, 1 above, 8, no good. Van Dyke advances. JP Schuster, left-hand side, and Matt Dattis' hot rod, dialed 608, and Steve Williams on the right, dialed 503. Four thou, separate them up front. Winlight Schuster, 21, 1 above, 8, take 14 thou. Williams, 17, 3 above. Stays behind 14 thou. And JP Schuster will carry the Grand Am to round number 4. Chuck Griffith in the left. My bad, Nate. 633 is the dial.
Carry it through.
Dan Bain on a 648 right side. We roll our way through ATI Performance round number 3. 18 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Griffith, 24 dead, 2, take 12. Bain, 006 and 3 above, no good. Stays behind as Chuck Griffith will light up the scoreboard.
That'll bring up DeAndre Fitzgerald and J.R. Loebner. Loebner, the Cutlass. Over on the right side, dialed in at 474, DeAndre. Call him the Fro. Fear the Fro, dialed in at 645.
I like that. Fear the Fro?
Fear the Fro.
I like it.
He and his dad kind of swapped spots behind the seat of the wagon. He was in Pomona last week, and Dad was racing it in Super Gas.
Oh.
And then brought it out here and decided to go racing it here at the Fling.
Why not?
Absolutely. I'll be interested to see if they stick around and race it next weekend at the National here.
Might as well. Already here.
Might as well. I agree with you. 9th out of the difference up front. Win light belongs to Loebner. 474 on a 474. 16 green, dead 8. Take 26 thousandths of a second down at the stripe. DeAndre was 25 green and 2 above. No good in the wagon.
Nathan Jones, left side, dialed 629. Made a deep run last night in the million. Got down to 5 cars. He'll take on Danny Paul, right side. Paul dialed 606. Eight thou, separate them up front. Win light, Paul. Somebody was ripping it up down there. 13, 1 above for Paul. 24 total. Take 9 thou. Nathan Jones, 21, 1 above 2. Comes up 9 thou short. And Danny Paul will advance.
Oh, this is a nasty match here in round number 3. Rocky Van Note and Jeff Serra. Van Note and the Vega coming in out of Indiana. Serra, depending on what day you catch him on. Depends on which car you're rolling in. Racing out here in Vegas, typically behind the wheel of one of Shane Thompson's cars. This time dialed in 488. So the 572 to the 488, Philip, I think, I don't think it's going to be very long before what you're saying will absolutely come true. You should be the voice of bracket racing. That's what they're saying.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know about the voice of
I
it,
do.
but I appreciate the kind words.
It's pretty cool. I don't think it's going to be very long. Us old guys are going to get retired and go to the hammock. Sarah's in and set. Sarah's red by 7 thousandths of a second. Van Note gets the win light. 003, dead 3 is 6 total. Wasn't going to be easy. Sarah let go early, goes 483 on a 488. Win light, Van Note in the Vega.
Josh Pickett, left-hand side. Indiana-based S10, dialed 628. Last night's $1 million runner-up, and Big Jed, right side. Jared Pennington, Big Red, coming in and out of Alabama, dialed 595. Double Reds and Pickett will get a true start victory. 4 thou red and 3 thou under. Pennington is a lot red and 1 above. Josh Pickett advances.
Well, kind of like Dad said last night, Pickett has a way to get sneaky good, and was sneaky good. Jed needed to get ninja nasty, and it got a little bit too far.
It got a little bit too
Took
much.
it a little too far. Joey Moore, Mark Kidd. Kidd in the Nova, Moore in the Camaro. Out of Terre Haute.
Terre Haute.
Want to make sure I get it right. 623, the dial for Joey. 590, the dial for Mark. So at Kidd, in the Nova that the family found, picked up, put together. Ooh, 5 thou separate them, both double O. Mark Kidd, 006, 11 thou above, gets the win light by 7/10,000ths of a second. Kidd is 006 at this end of the racetrack and left second. Joey Moore, 001, 16 thou above. He is 17 total. Mark Kidd is 17 total. Comes down to the 4th digit behind the decimal. Mark Kidd wins it by 7/10,000ths of a second. Mean.
Spencer Massey, left side. Top Fuel, Spence. And Coop Chun, right side. My dog, Cooper Chun. 9 thou separate them. It's nasty. Win light. Massey, perfect. Takes 6 to be 1 above 8. Chun, 009, 1 above 5. Last night's winner in a car. I'm going to assume he doesn't drive a whole lot, but I don't know for sure. Either way, a great lap and just come up on the wrong end of it. Spencer Massey gets the win light.
Yeah, I certainly don't see him much in Steve Kelly's car when he's down here at this part of the world, but doesn't mean he doesn't do it back home. It was actually one of those things when he rolled under the tower the first time in the car, I'm like, is that? What are you doing here in that? Bill Dykes and Andy Schmall. Dykes was fighting with this Corvette last night big time. It absolutely refused to leave the starting line going straight. Looks like they got a little bit of it figured out this time as Andy Schmall off and away in the nuclear banana. And Bill Dykes is going to pick up a win light against Andy Schmall. Dykes 24 green and dead on 4. Getting there second by 1 thou. Andy take 1 thou at the finish line. Ends up 591 on a 92 dial after an 033 reaction time. That's going to bring up Dylan Witherow. Mustang out of Summer Duck, Virginia, going against Joe Levitt. Levitt rolling in over left side, dialed in with a 620. 300 the split as far as the dials are concerned. Again, all dragsters, all dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes for round number 3, please. Dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes for round number 3, please. 621 on a 620 dial. Joe, 006, 14 thou above. Gets to the finish line first by 16,000ths of a second. Witherow is 17 green and 19 above the dial to hand the win light back over to Joe.
Noel Cuevas, left side, dialed 670, and Tom Carlson on the right, dialed 566. $24 thou separate them up front. Win light Carlson 16, 2 above gets it done. Cuevas 40. Take 15 to be 15 thou under. Had to go dead on 0 and cross his fingers and his toes, but couldn't quite make it happen. Tom Carlson will get the win light. Bring up Lane Savar, left-hand side, dialed 625, and Ed Nemick, right side, dialed 533. $12 thou red for Savar. Nemick 007. Dead 6, 13 total for Ed Nemick. Gonna light up the scoreboard. Savar is red and 6 thou under. Was gonna be a good race if Savar would have turned it green, but Ed Nemick turns on the win light.
Gabriel Hernandez Jr. in the S10. Rolling up left side, going up against Dave Mazier. Mazier out of Escondido and the man at Mazier Enterprises. He and the whole family. The ones that are bringing you those fantastic starters, water pumps, all the stuff that we've been giving away throughout the years. Again, some of those pieces of equipment found on a good majority of the machines that are out here. JJ, you picked a starter yesterday?
I did get a starter.
Brand new Mazier starter?
Brand new Mazier starter.
Probably not going to be too long before that's on the truck?
I'd say there's a good chance it goes on there.
Yeah? You're
Yeah.
definitely not putting it on Big Red because
It's got a good one. It's probably
Yeah, but
got
I'm just saying.
probably got a Mazier on it.
I'm just saying. Even if Dad goes, we should put that on a little bit. No.
I want it.
Uh-huh. See? Hernandez is 004. Merzier is 006 red. Oh, Dave. Second time this round we have seen double or dead on zero after being 00 red. 006 red, dead 0 Mazier. Hernandez is 004 green. Take 13 thou at the stripe. Go 618 on a 621.
Brian Jones left side, dialed 645, and Gage Birch in the right. Birch dialed 612. The bounty, the APD
The
bounty.
run.
That's right. APD bounty on Gage Birch. Believe the bounty winner gets a carburetor.
Like a $1,300 carburetor.
$1,300 carburetor. That's an expensive carburetor.
I believe that's what it is. It says right here. The bounty valued at, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not $1,300. $1,500.
Oh, even better. There's a chance for Jones. 9 thou separate them. But the win light goes to Birch. 11 take a thou to be dead on 7. 18 total. Jones tried to make something happen. 20 and a thou under, come up a thou short at the finish line, but was locked out. Gage Birch gets the win light.
Preston Pentington and Jamie Schmall.
Very formal.
Preston Pentington. I keep saying Pentington. It's Pennington.
Pennington.
Preston Pennington. Out of Texas. Dialed 473. You hear Pete talking about the quality, the craftsmanship, the engineering that goes into the roadsters that the Pennington family drives out here. 473. Dial in left lane, and Jamie Schmall coming up in the Cavalier out of Idaho. 620. Schmall's going to get the head start. We appreciate that, Harrison. Thank you very much. Working with these two guys is, they make it easy. They make it easy. They always make sure everybody's taken care of. Always got our back. Just a couple of good dudes to work with. Win light goes to Pennington. 13 dead 4. Gets their first 30 thousandths of a second. Jamie Schmall was 37 green. And then goes 621 on a 620. So I think we're getting down to our last 4 Super Pro door cards. Chris Reynolds, Josh Decker. Chris and Shane Carr have been doubling up in this truck throughout the event, throughout the week. Reynolds made a deep run in the Dragster last night in a big wheel stand out of Decker. When his nose came back down, the wind light was on. Decker 34 and goes 617 on a 618 with a wind light. Chris Reynolds 001 red. So a 001 red light ends the day for the pickup truck under the control of Reynolds. Josh Decker advances on the Super Pro door car side of things, and Hector Yamez rolling up, dialed 622 left side. Robert Ralston, the Camaro out of Idaho, dialed in at 574. Yes, Holloway, Big Jed did run this round. Unfortunately, the numbers didn't fall his way. Had a tough draw against last night's runner-up in Josh Pickett. Hector, Robert, both drivers leave early. Win light goes to Hector in a true start affair. Robert leaving second, goes red by Moore. Has an 031 red light. Hector was 008 red. And Hernandez will be back in the Mustang. That'll bring up our bicar. Kind of looking out down there, and it's going to be, I think it's Dallas behind the wheel. Because I think I see Dad Steve.
That's what I was thinking
leaning
earlier.
up against the wall.
I thought I saw Steve standing there earlier.
636 is the dial. 008 is the reaction time. And 634 is the run. That's going to wrap up our door car category for ATI Performance Products round number 3. And with our door cars, yes, JJ is still in on the pro side. So with our door cars getting all wrapped up, we got dragsters at the ready. We got a little track prep. And for those of you that may not have heard, Bug McCarty did something absolutely phenomenal this week. He came up on the morning of the million and said, look, I want to get a couple of folks that, I guess it was the day before, but I want to get a couple of folks that otherwise may not have the opportunity to get into the million, an opportunity to get in. I am going to sponsor 2 entries to the million. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring up 25 drivers. We're going to draw out numbers. Drivers that match the numbers that we have are going to end up getting the entries. Whatever they end up winning, they get to keep half. The other half is going to go to St. Jude's. You know, listening to Jed talk about, I don't know Bug personally, but I know Jed and JJ do, and they understand what a big heart, what a good guy that he is. Owns a big scrapyard and has found some success in life and definitely takes the opportunity to share that when he can. So if you are watching on the live feed, we got a little something put together that they are going to play right about now.
All right, so I just had the pleasure of meeting you, but go ahead and tell the folks at home, what's your name, where are you from?
Bug McCarty from Hazers, Georgia.
And you've done something, like I said, this weekend that just really impressed me, so I wanted to come over and talk to you about it. So tell me what and why I am here for.
Well, the last 2 years I've donated to St. Jude for my birthday. Whatever it generated, I matched it. And this year I've had some issues, so I hadn't been on Facebook in about 9 weeks. So I just decided yesterday morning to give 2 entries away and buybacks, and whatever they won, they could have half, and the other half went to St. Jude.
And where did this idea come from? I mean, I know this is something you've done kind of regularly now. What started it?
We just blessed and just like to give back, honestly.
Which is huge. We talk a lot about the race family, right? But you're walking the talk. So from the bottom of my heart, and I know I represent all the people in the tower wearing this shirt, I know I represent all the people on the grounds here. Thank you for embodying that spirit.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Man, what a absolute class act. Those are the 2 words that describe it the best. He is a class act. Bug, it is our pleasure to know you out here. It is our pleasure. We appreciate what you do for the racing community, sir. Thank you so much. That was just such a cool thing, and I understand, as Jed said earlier, it is your birthday today. May you have the happiest, healthiest, and most wonderful year you've had in a lifetime. Let's just celebrate it all, man. Congratulations to you. Happy birthday, and thank you again for what you did. We should have our dragsters lined up back in the staging lanes. They are going to be coming out for ATI Performance Products round number 3. And while we do have a little track prep going on, I do want to say thank you on behalf of Chat Bleachers. I know I'm going to speak on your behalf right now, but I don't think any one of you will argue with what I'm about to say. But to Warren, to Les, to Tristan, to Joey, to Austin, to the group that has been bringing you the videos, the camera angles, the live feed. I mean, Warren Evans is up here kind of sitting in the director chair. He took the easy road, sitting in the climate controlled area. No, I'm kidding. He's got a heck of a job ahead of him. But Les Mayhew has been atop the grandstands through all the weather that we've been experiencing this week. Tristan Trichak, Joey Knuckles have been out there on the cameras, on the starting line. Austin's been out walking through the pits, capturing video. Matt Lavonis has been capturing digital shots. I think Jared talked about it a little bit earlier. I didn't hear all of it, so if I'm repeating what Jared said, certainly not doing it to try and be redundant, but I'm doing it to say in my own way that this event wouldn't be what it is without those guys doing what they're doing. And those of you that are watching on the live feed wouldn't be able to enjoy it the way that you are enjoying it without those guys doing what they're doing. So thank you, Warren. Thank you, Les. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Austin. And thank you, Matt, for the show that you guys have put on this weekend. It is incredible, and we have appreciated every moment of it. So you guys are great. You guys are great. Oh, Lela, that's right. Day number 1, Lela stood there in the hallway taking picture after picture after picture. I think she recruited my wife to help out with that, so I think Alicia helped a little bit. But, man, what a monumental effort it is. Would we have 495 tech cards that were sold, so you had to take 495 pictures? Let me tell you something. However it is, if you're standing there taking that many headshots, one job you will never accept in life is working at the DMV. Cropping them, putting names on them. That's a big effort. That is a big effort, and that's what gives us the opportunity to see the faces of the drivers that are coming back on the ladder. But I think at some point before the day is over, probably when we're waiting on our semifinals or whatever, we'll get the camera guys to turn on each other, kind of like what they do in the NFL games. I don't mean like turning them on each other as in like getting them to fight, but I'm just saying, yeah. We'll have like Thunderdome down on the starting line. Oh, great show. Celebrity Deathmatch. I remember those. If you were, an insomniac watching cartoons swim. Yeah, that was crazy. That one I never watched. I never watched Love Line. That was one that I just didn't. I know. Sounds like we're getting dragsters fired up back in the staging lanes. We are getting ready to roll into ATI Performance Products round number 3 with the long, skinny cars. Talking about like Thunderdome. Oh, John Brown, Caden Muth. Muth gets the win light in our first pair of dragsters. Headed down the track in Super Pro. ATI Performance Products round number 3. Brown was 26 green. Caden Muth was half that. With an 013 reaction time. Goes 5 flat on a 496 dial, and Muth advances to round number 4 on a $60,000 Saturday. As we're going to bring up Rob Mosier, Brady White. White dialed in 464. Mosier dialed in at 461. Indiana versus Calgary up in Alberta. Tell you something, Jonathan. Your suggestion of the announcers versus the camera crew in a foot race to the 60-foot mark. Do you realize what they do on a regular basis? They are standing up, walking around. Red light start, Brady White. Brady 001 red and dead on 7. Ugh. We've had a couple of red and dead on zeros already. Brady is red and dead on 7. Rob Mosier gets the win. 30 green. 462 on a 461 as Giovanni Kalecki driving Coop's car goes up against Crew Garrett. Crew rolling in out of Duncan, Oklahoma, 454. Dial in left side. Giovanni dialed in 495. Again, back to kind of that thought that we had a minute ago. Well, maybe, but here's the thing. Those guys have been up walking around. They're mobile. They're active. We're not that way up here. Well, yeah, we're outnumbered. We're also, and I'm speaking only for myself. You and Jared might be able to take them out, but I am not only outnumbered, I'm outmatched. Right. Crew Garrett, 002 red, gets out of the throttle to be 601. Giovanni Kalecki up around win and goes 495 on a 495. 13 green. Moving on. Is Travis Ringeth and Chandler Thyssen. Thyssen dialed 448. Ringeth dialed in at 455. Yeah, I'm just severely outmatched for that. I recognize where my talent runs out, and that is in the physical exertion area. Jared has apparently agreed with me that he'll take the L. We will. Oh, it said foot race. I mean, you know what they didn't say is they didn't say whose feet. Like, could I hire? Yeah, I mean, there's hired drivers, right? I don't know. He grew up in New York. He's probably got, that's why he's got really good reflexes. Anything can happen and you better run. Chandler's dialed 448. Travis dialed 455. So we are staged and set. 15 thou the difference in reaction time. Chandler, 001. Take 10 thou at the stripe is no good. Breaks, or is a winner. 447 on a 448. Breaks it out 7 thousandths of a second. Ringus ends up under 12 thou as he goes 453 on a 455. Thyssen is moving on. And that'll bring up Brian Cam and Bree Bandemir Herman. Don't know if I caught that or not yet, Gene, but hello back. So Cam, 494. Bree dialed in with a 453. Cam coming in out of Pacifica. Over in the California coast. Going up against Bree coming in out of Pueblo West, Colorado. 17 thou was the difference in reaction time, and Cam's going to light up the scoreboard. 10 and dead on 2 for Brian Cam. Cam runs straight into round number 4. Bree is 27 green, dead 5. and unfortunately is going to run out of opportunities here today. Chase Learcamp, Katie Harkema. Harkema. Rolling up right side, dialed in at 464. Learcamp dialed in at 463 and a red flag start. For Chase Learcamp, let go 6 thou too quick. 509 and a 463 Learcamp. Calls it done in that entry is Katie Harkema. Ends up 007 dead on 5 to put up a very nice lap here in round number 3. We'll bring up Jagger Anderson coming in out of Brighton, Colorado, 456. Going up against Cody Costin in Double Springs, Alabama. Does that just mean they have nicer couches? They got double springs instead of single spring, softer beds, better suspension. Well, it depends. Depends on, you know, how resistant the springs are. 11 green and 457 on a 453 for Corey. Jagger had a reaction time that started with a 1. That's no good. Bring up Jake Jones and Robert Butler. Butler's dialed in 467. Jones, the lineman out of South Jordan, Utah, dialed in at 473. So continuing to chip our way through the day. With Super Pro, the ATI Performance Products round, we have got Jegs and Hoosiers sponsoring the live feed. We got Laris Motorsports Insurance and FTI Performance Products sponsoring the 60 grander today. We got Jake Jones at 003, one above, moving on to round number 4, as he has won a 474 on a 473. And that is going to bring up Sean Hart and Jason Pat. Pad coming in out of Chestermere, 454. Hart coming in out of Boise, Idaho, dialed in at 440. And again, a big thanks to Mosier, sponsor of this year's Spring Fling Million and sponsor of so many other Fling, Fall Fling, Summer Fling, wherever you want to be. Mosier on board with Pete. And in full effect here this weekend, offering whatever any racer needed for their rear end, their drive line, whatever it was, they had you covered. So Sean Hart giving up 14 hunt head start at this end of the racetrack and giving up 14 thou advantage in reaction time. Hart is 002 and goes 441 on a 440 to get the win light. Pad 16 dead 6, no good. Sean Hart by 35 10,000ths of a second advances into round number 4 is Jaden Lawler and Tom Clark. Clark wearing the number 61 on the scoop of that dragster coming down out of Washington. Dialed in at 458. Your D6 champ going up against the 455 dial. Of Lawler. You were talking about true cross-country matchups. Washington versus North Carolina. What are the mileage differences between Jacksonville and Spokane, Washington? It's a 5 thou difference in reaction time. Oh, please tell me we got that shot. Oh, I hope we saw that as they were headed down the racetrack. Tom Clark gets the win light, 006, 458 on a 458. He's 10 total. Jaden Lawler, 11 green, take 4th thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thou. Shoot, wasn't quite in the frame. All right, Laris Pro, round number 4. Laris Pro, round number 4. Come on down, Laris Pro, round number 4. Darren O'Connor, Andrew. D Piazza. D Piazza dialed 457. Darren dialed in 469. Or 19th thou, the difference in reaction time. Andrew 005. 457 on a 457. D Piazza gets the win light. Darren was 24. Take 8 thou at the stripe to break out by 18th thou. Win light belongs to D Piazza as Leroy Duran. Kyle Gibson. Gibson left side out of New York, dialed 4.10 seconds. Leroy dialed in at 4.90 seconds. Correction, make that 418. A couple of bulbs missing down there on the scoreboard. Both drivers leave early. Leroy Duran's going to get the win light. He's 003 red. Kyle's 15 red. Leroy ends up 491 on a 490. Kyle Gibson goes 508 after he bails out of the gas, realizing he turned it red, realizing he handed the win light over to Leroy. Checks out. Once again, Laris Pro, round number 4. Laris Pro, round number 4. Let's get you headed back to the lanes, please. Paul Dowdy and Gabe Hernandez. Dowdy out of Centerville, Utah, just north of Salt Lake City. Right at the base of the Wasatch Mountain. I think it's the Wasatch Mountains, where Centerville sits. 492 is the dial left side. Gabe Hernandez down 493. Advantage Dowdy, win light Paul. Dowdy is 16 green and dead on 8. 492 on a 492 for Dowdy. Hernandez 39 green. Ends up 27th thou above where he wanted to be. And Dowdy gets the win light by 42 thousandths of a second at the finish line as Tanner Gates and Kevin Johnson will be our next two. Johnson dialed 441. Tanner dialed in 450. Probably about halfway through our Super Pro field of dragsters right now. Again, we have called Laris Pro. Round number 4. To join us in the staging lanes, and we'll see where we're at. 37 thousandths is the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Kevin Johnson. Tanner Gates had a bunch to work with as he was 001 at this end of the racetrack. Runs 449.9 on a 450. Taking 48 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 47 thou or less. Kevin Johnson is 38 green and 1 above. Avoids defeat. Moves into round number 4 as Daryl Wirtz and Justin Hall. Justin picked up that Computech weather station courtesy of the Dead On Dialer raffle. Again, thank you so much to Computech for your continued support as well. Got the weather station along with texting, wind, the whole deal. $1,300 as one of the drivers or racers that was dead on 0 in the previous day when we held the drawing yesterday. His name came out first. He got the weather station. Trying to get it done against Daryl Wirtz. Wirtz dialed 451 and goes 451. Wirtz is dead on 3. Justin dialed 465 and goes 465. He was dead on with an 8. Justin 002 dead 8 is 10 total. Gets the win light. Daryl Wirtz was 44 green. Ends up 37 thou behind at the finish line. And Justin Hoff is moving on to round number 4 out of the right side as Trevor Harkema and Dalen Miller. Miller got a Fort St. John up in British Columbia. 454, dial in left side. Trevor Harkema. And the Harkema family rides. Dialed in at 496. Dalen. Not going to let that one slip through his fingers. He was 009 to Harkema's 022. Trevor ends up 1 above, but is 17 thousandths of a second behind. So win light Dalen Miller 009, 12 thou above the dial, and wins it by 17 thousandths of a second. As he is 21 thou total. Trevor was 22 green, had no chance as Gordon Bovin and Logan War. War, Dragster left side, down 462. Gordy Bovin right side, down 461. And Gordy is in trouble. He ends up 460 on a 461, under by 6 thousandths of a second, had an 080 reaction time. Logan, 13 green and 467 down the racetrack for the win light. Hey, door cars, Super Pro door car doubles to the front of the staging lanes for round number 4. Super Pro door car doubles. Let's get you into the lanes for round number 4, please. Super Pro door car doubles. Get you into the lanes for round number 4, please. Come on down. Logan, Scrivener, Kaylee Hill. Hill, 482 is the dial for the Colorado-based ride, and Scrivener out of Oregon, dialed 485. Red light start, Kaylee by 14 thousandths of a second. Logan's coming back in round number 4. 12 green and 14 thou above. Logan finishes up his winning run. Unfortunately for Kaylee, it was a 14 thou red light as Dustin Wirtz and Randy Dahlberg will go side by side. Randy 476 dialed, Dustin dialed 466. Looks like they've seen something out there on the right side of the racetrack. Tim's going to roll out and go, hey, I see something that just doesn't look quite right. So let's get that handled. Once again, door card doubles, door card doubles. Let's go ahead and get you headed into the staging lanes. I know we got a lot of folks that, well, sad to say that your Fling experience for this year has come to a close. You know, if that last round that you went down the racetrack, the win light didn't fall your way, we certainly hope that wherever it is that you are traveling next, whether you are hanging out here for the Nationals next weekend, whether you're off back home to whatever part of the country or countries that you are from, we're certainly glad that you are here. Make sure that you get up by the Diva desk, get all of your, oh, hold on. 5 thou the difference in reaction time, and Dustin Wirtz was 5 thou better than Randy Dahlberg, and Randy Dahlberg was 005. Dustin is perfect, goes 469 on a 466, gets the win light. Dahlberg, after being 005, took 50 thou at the stripe and breaks out to be 22 thou under. Win light Dustin. That'll get him a Disciple 000 hero coin, right? I mean, we're not like, I know we said like all around prizes are doubled. He doesn't get 2 of them. But he does get one, $50, and a 000 hero coin for Dustin Works. It's Clinton Pfeiffer. Who is that? Jeff Dunham? Right? Did he start the whole thing? If your last name starts with 2 F's, it's Jeff Papa. Good thing your first name doesn't end with 2 D's, Jared. I don't know. Clinton Fife was read by 8 thousandths of a second. 522 on a 520. Scott Heyer, 478 on a 476. Win light Heyer. Moving the Morrison, Colorado car into round number 4 is Jerry Devenpeck, Dustin Henches. Henches dialed 481. Devenpeck dialed 436. This is one of those things where the Olympia Washington-based car and the Gig Harbor-based car from Washington Las Vegas to meet up here in round number 3. 001 red for Devenpeck. 439 on a 436. Hands the win light over to Henches. Henches, 24 green and 480 on a 481. So Dustin returns for round number 4 is Richard McFarland and Ray Gates. Ray out of Medicine Hat up in Alberta, 463 is the dial. McFarland dialed in at 588. And we should have all of our Laris Pro cars. You should be back in the staging lanes, please. Laris Pro cars. You should be back in the staging lanes, please. We'll take all door cars now to the staging lane. McFarland was late on the let go, 589 on a 588, no good for Richard. Ray Gates, 24 green, 27 thousandths of a second above the dial. And the Alberta-based car will advance. We should have our door car doubles, Super Pro door car doubles already there. All Super Pro door cars, all Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes for round number 4. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Rogelio Tamez and Nicholas Contreras. Nick's dial 457, Rogelio's dial 476. Both drivers leave red. True Start comes into play. Rogelio was leaving first with a 476 dial is 008 red. Nick leaving second with a 457 dial is 15 thou red. And the win light reverses to be pointed at Rogelio's side of the racetrack. By way of the True Start math is J.R. Learcamp, Grady Johnson. Learcamp, another of the Washington-based racers. Johnson coming in out of Saratoga Springs, Utah. 2/10, the head start belonging to Grady. 476 on a 477, Grady Johnson. His scoreboard lit up as soon as J.R. Learcamp left the starting line. Learcamp goes 004 red. Grady is 19 green. And the Utah-based Johnson. We still got a whole bunch of them in the mix, right? I think we still got some in Super Pro Door Car, and they're everywhere. Learcamp 004 red goes 455. Mike Crater and Alexis Thompson rolling up now. So Thompson dialed 455. Alexis part of the Silver State Refrigeration team, and Mike Crater. Tell you what, Crater had kind of an unfortunate incident with a pickup truck a little bit earlier in the week. Threw the rods out of it, but since then, I guess we're going to stop that right now. Mike Crater, 49 green, and ends up 7th thou under, handing the win light back over to Alexis Thompson. Thompson was 29 thousandths of a second behind the green light, dead 5 and 34 total. Mike Crater had no way to light up the scoreboard as Alexis locks out Mike Crater with now Kevin Shearer and Steve Sisko. Belfair, Washington. Home base for Shearer. Dialed in at 464. Sisko coming all the way in from the East Coast in Williamstown, New Jersey. So again, a true coastal clash between these two drivers. Head start to go to Shearer. 2 thou is the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Sisko. 11 take 3 to be 18 thousandths of a second off of the dial. Sisko gets the win light. Kevin Shearer left 13 thousandths of a second behind the green light and ends up 19 thousandths of a second above. To be 34 thou total, win light belongs to Sisko as Kelly Rivera, Jeff Taylor. Rivera, the Nelson-built car, dialed 481. And Jeff Taylor, the Miller-built ride, dialed 455. Jeff in the Genco plumbing car. Oh, Genco. 482 on a 481. Jeff Taylor was 11th thou leaving the starting line and 11th thou behind. Kelly, another Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coin will be awarded at the top end of the racetrack. Kelly gets it done by way of the perfect bulb. Jeff Taylor was 11 green. Take 25 thou at the stripe to break out 53 on a 455. So he's under by 17 thou, taking 25 thou. Win light Rivera as Gary Williams and Jeremy Weaver. Again, remember racers, if you did collect one of those Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coins and didn't come down to the tower to collect your $50 and get your picture taken, that's what you're going to want to do. If you've already collected your $50, you're all right. Weaver 12 red, 455 on a 454. Williams was 12 green and 454 on a 459. That's going to ring up your 2025 King of the Flings, Kyle Cotrera. In that $10,000 special shootout race, Cotrera was the last one to light up the scoreboard. Was able to get around Kevin Brannon in the final round to collect that trophy. And also complete the sweep of landing in the winner's circle at each of the venues that Fling has ever raced at. 45 on a 41. Rick Marcy's going to fall a little bit short. He was 11 green and no good. Coltrera, 20 green, take 8 thou at the stripe, is 3 above, 455 on a 452. So your 2025 King of the Flings is moving on. And again, for Coltrera, has now picked up a win at Galat, Bristol, Columbus, and Vegas. Adding a new track to the mix this year in Norwalk, so I guess that means he's going to have to try and go up there too. Dalton Garreau at Open. Open, dialed 462. Garreau dialed 450. So Garreau out of Alberta. Dialed in on the left side at Open. Gonna wait for his opponent to pre-stage, then Ed will roll in and light both bulbs. Just like that. Everybody's got their own routine. Ed's is a pretty simple, basic, this is how I want to race. It's working. Opens 006 green and 464 on a 462. Dalton Garreau let one get away. 009 red, dead 4. Garreau is no good. Open, moving on, is Corey Gallitti and Nathan Martin. A couple of Texans going to go head-to-head, I'm sure. JJ could probably tell us absolutely 100% how many times these guys have had to go at each other. But Nathan, left side, out of Kennedale, Texas. Corey, right side, out of Tomball, Texas. 446 to a 466. Mean 7th thou separate them. How about dead 1 beats, or dead 1 gets beat by dead 4. Corey Gallitti, 002, take 4 thou, is dead on 4, is 6 total. Nathan Martin was 009, 1 thou above to be 10 total. Win light, Corey Gallitti. Martin puts up a 10-pack. Corey puts up a 6-pack. Gallitti's moving on. Jake Clayton, driving the Farmer Family Dragster, goes another round. Clayton's 23 green. Take 3 thou at the stripe is 459 on a 458 to win it against John Brown. Brown 19 green. And goes 464 on the 463. Greg Hicks, Ryan Barnes. Barnes ended up in the semifinals last night. Had to take on Josh Pickett. Greg and Barnes mean. Greg 001, Ryan 009. Barnes ends up 3 above the dial. Hicks ends up dead 7. And Greg 001, take 36 thou, is 8 total. Here in round number 3. Getting down to the point where we got no dragsters left back in the staging lanes. They're all getting paired up behind the tower. So we should have Pro round number 4 in the staging lanes. Super Pro Door Car, round number 4 in the staging lanes. Neil Pressimone and, oh, Dylan, you had a question about his Cooper Chun. Yeah, he's still in. He's still in. Last night's main event winner in a race that was worth $450,000, a trip to a suite down at the South Point, excuse me. Suite down at the South Point, the ride, the limo, the showgirls, all of it. They are identical up front. Cooper continues to light up the board. 009. Again, in the 00 range. Take 8 thou at the stripe, 1 above, 5 flat to get the win light over Pressimone. Pressimone was 009. 1 above. And comes up 83 ten-thousandths of a second short of a win light against Cooper Chun. So Chun 009. 11th thou above is 20 total. Neil is 28 total. Win light Cooper. His Sporty Bandamere rolls up left side. Dialed 462. Hernandez right side. Dialed 495. 3 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light Bandamere. 27 take 12 thou down at the finish line. And with a 462 and a 462, he's 29 total. Hernandez has a 30 thou reaction time and cannot light up a scoreboard as Chris Whitfield's going to take on Tyler Murrup. A couple of cars that I know have gone head-to-head with each other several times. Murrup with a 476 dial, Whitfield with a 448 dial. Win light Whitfield. 002 Tyler Murrup. 17 green. Take 16 thou at the stripe to go 474 on a 476. Chris Whitfield 002. 14 thou above. Getting down to the end of our Super Pro Dragsters is Will Holloman, Mark Horton. Holloman went deep. Into the rounds on Wednesday. I think made it down into what, our semi, or no, was it the Dragster shootout? Semi-finalist down there? Trying to remember. Was the difference at this end of the racetrack. Win light Holloman 007, 6 thousandths of a second above the dial. His 13th thou total. Jimmy Williams, Val Torres. Win light goes to Torres. He's 005. Take nothing. Jimmy Williams breaks it out 39 and goes 455 on a 459, trying to play catch up. Val 005 dead 3-8 total. He is your winner and moving on. Preston Pennington. Rolling up with a 464. Red Ride dialed 466. We are going to get close to wrapping up Dragsters with Eric Golden and Kevin Brannon. Eric Golden going to win it on a double breakout as 20 green for Kevin Brannon. Goes 458 on a 459 to be 10 thou under. Eric Golden is 11 green and goes 470 on a 475. And I apologize, but on the pair before, Preston Pennington ended up going 002 red. Hands the win light over to Michael Carpenter, who ended up 464 on a 466. So we got a couple of doubles to get taken care of.
Attention bracket racers. Whether on the job, towing to the track, or cruising through your daily drive, chances are you need a truck. And just like a race down the track, you can head straight to Autoland Outlets. Racer owned for over 30 years, the team at Autoland Outlets are diesel 4x4 and commercial truck experts. Not to mention, Autoland also sells and services cars and SUVs too. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll go out and find it. Autoland Outlets is located in Roscoe, Illinois. Give us a call at 815-525-5000 or visit AutolandOutlets.com. And backed by popular demand, the Autoland Outlets Big Money Bracket Race Contingency Program. Win or runner-up at select big bucks races, and you could take home even more prize money. For program details, visit AutolandOutlets.com/racing.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Since 2010, LRA Auto Museum and Dealership in Bristol, Pennsylvania has been a destination for auto enthusiasts and buyers alike, sporting one of the finest collections of 1960s and 70s muscle cars in the country, along with an amazing array of modern muscle cars like Mustang Shelby R-Codes, Chargers, Challengers, Camaros, and more, allows us to meet the needs of buyers looking for classic muscle or modern investment vehicles. LRA is open 6 days a week and has a knowledgeable professional sales team to help you find your dream car or investment vehicle. Visit us in person or see us online at lraautomuseumandsales.com.
All right. So I'm guessing it's a solo Sefton of the Don kind. And then we got Pro rolling in under the arch after our last pair of Super Pro. So I'm assuming that Don was sitting on the potential. Ended up odd. They were waiting on one of the doubles to come back. Sefton is 008. 453 on a 453. Final pair. So Brandon Taylor and Zach Fulcher. Fulcher with a 504, Taylor with a 455. And a red light start for Zach. 002 red. 499 down the racetrack. Brandon Taylor, going to be the last Super Pro car from this go-round to roll into round number 4. The tractors are rolling out onto the racetrack. They're going to do a quick touch-up. And we are going to be looking for... No, we're not looking for them anymore. They're standing right here. Sitting right here. Pro cars are right here. Laris Pro, round number 4. Fair enough. Hey, if you happen to be somewhere out near the wall of the racetrack, I think maybe on the left side wall or whatever, reach in your pocket. Tell me if you got your cell phone with you right now. Because if you don't have your cell phone with you right now and you did when you were out there near the racetrack, I might have it. Have a friend call it something. If you have a friend call your missing cell phone right now, I'll get Jed to answer it and sing sweet nothings to you. See? But if you don't have your phone with you right now, then you're not the one that's going to be able to call. You're all I ever hoped for. I'm tearing up. Of course, that could just be the allergies that are killing me this week. But either way, I'm tearing up. So again, if you have misplaced your cell phone, if you don't have yours, get a friend to call it. Tell us whose it is. Or somehow come up here and convince Jed that it's yours. He might give it back to you. Maybe. I don't know, man. They got some pretty good trade-in deals going on right now at some of the cell factories. Right? It's like, hey, bring us any phone. Here's one. Is it yours? No. You didn't specify. You said any phone. You didn't say my phone. But no, if you don't have your phone with you, we have it up here in the tower. We want to get it back to you. Come on down. Water's going down in the water box. Pro is getting ready to take to the racetrack. And Jared Pennington getting ready to take over the microphone.
All right, thank you, Nate. This is Laris Pro Kid Performance and Dyno, round number 4. These racers getting a little bit closer to that ultimate goal of mixing it up with the top bulbers. First up, we got Gene Milton. Sweet Gene in the left lane out of Somerset, Wisconsin, dialed 659. Right side is Danny Paul. Danny from Mobile, Alabama. He's tough back home. He's bringing his talents to the West Coast. See if he's got anything for Gene. He's dialed 655. 400 head start going to Milton, left lane. Milton goes 1 thou red, tough lap there for Gene Milton. Danny Paul moves on, 35 and 31 thou under. Milton, 27 thou above, but left 1,000th too early. There's Kyle Cramsey, left lane, 608 is the dial out of Fort Lupton, Colorado. Right side, that's my old buddy Lucas Walker out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Dial 598. Five thou separate them. It's going to be a tight one down there. And Lucas Walker turns on the bulb. 23, 1 thou under for Walker on the drop, moving into round number 5. 18 up front for Cramsey. Got there 15. Broke it out 11 thou. Had a 5 thou advantage up front on the double breakout. Had to take 5 or less or get behind and got 15 of it. So 10 thousandths margin of victory to Lucas Walker. Chris Mang in the left lane. 702 is the dial. Out of Keensburg, Colorado. Cole Dickoff in the right, dial 766. He's out of Auburn, Washington. Pretty nasty in one of the lanes. Dickoff. How about 001? Take 21 to be 39 thou above. Mang, 33 up front and 28 thou over. Cole Dickoff advances into round number 5. Here's Tim O'More in the left lane. 578 is the dial. He's from Tucson, Arizona. Joshua Decker, right side. Dial 641 from Charlottesville, Indiana. ATI Performance, round number 3, best losing package goes to Joey Moore and Nathan Martin. Nathan Martin and Joey Moore, you are the ATI Performance best losing packages. $500 to each of you and a spring fling check. Thank you, ATI. 3 red for Decker, 30 on the good side for O'More. He moves on, 6 thou under. Decker's 5 above the dial. See JJ pulling in the water box. This boy can pick an opponent. I mean, he knows how to pull in the lanes for sure. Michael Clement in the left lane. 652 is the dial. Out of Meridian, Idaho, right lane. That's Henry Roberson from North Highlands, California. Henry dialed 646. Double reds and true start. Puts the win light in Clement's lane. 003 red for Clement, dead 9. Roberson is 11 red and then goes 23 thou under. Henry 5 or 8 thou more red in the right lane, ends his day, and Michael Clement moves on. Next up in the left lane, that is none other than Nasty Nick Hastings. Nick parked by. So far JJ's run the racer park to our left. Now he's run the racer park to our right and the racer that we're in the trailer with. So he's got the whole row. 617 is the dial for Hastings. J.J. Pennington right side. That's my boy from Coleburg, Alabama, dialed 603. Giving up 14 head start against one of the baddest in the game. Oh, can't do that on the best around. JJ's in trouble here. Got him in trouble. 52 and 15 thou above for JJ. Ends his day. Super proud of him, though. Heck of a week here in Vegas. 24 for Hastings. 19 thou above. Taking 24 at the stripe. JJ set it down nicely. Just missed it just a little down here on this end. That's a great point, Nate. You got him some round money. He won an awesome Mazier starter. He scored in one of the Calcuttas. He's had a great week. Great week here at Las Vegas. Gage Birch in the left lane. Speaking of great weeks, he has a lot of them. He's from Palmetto, Florida, dialed 645 in the left. Kaisley Price in the right. The Trailer Ranch. Last female standing a couple of days ago. She's got trouble in her lane. Gage Birch, 15, take 21 to be 62 thou above. Price did eliminate Gage Birch Wednesday, but today come up a little bit short. She's 79 and 19 thou over. Hector Hernandez Lamas. 621 dialed in the left lane. Sean Elling, right lane, dialed 649. Hector is from Mexico. Sean is from Rohnert Park, California. Up in the Sonoma area, I believe. Jake Howard, I'll have to take you off the chat bleachers. Nah, I'm kidding. That was good. Real good. Lamas giving up 28 head start to Ealing in the right lane.
If you're trying to call your phone, we're trying to answer it up here and it won't answer. I don't know how to, apparently I don't know how to, hello.
Red for Ealing in the right lane, 005 too soon. 17 for Hector. Hector moves on, 7 thou under. Ealing's 4 thou under, but left 5 thou too early. David Beckwith starts us out in Super Pro door car, dialed 730. It's in the left lane out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Right side is Tim Wirtz out of Nampa, Idaho, dialed 512. One thou red for Beckwith. Wirtz moving on, 35 dead 3. 38 thou package. Beckwith, one little one red and then 12 thou under. Chuck Griffith left lane, 632 is the dial. Rod Taylor in the right, dial 515. 11th thou the difference. Griffith with the advantage. The win light goes to Taylor. 24, dead 3, 28 total. Taking 3 thou at the stripe. Griffith was 13 up front, 17 thou above. Put the win light in Rod Taylor's lane by 0.03 of a second. Rod Asbury and Jeremy Waterman. 8 thou separate them up front. Asbury with the advantage and a win light. 004, 36 thou above, 40 total. Waterman, 12, take 29 to be 1 thou under. Ouch. Those hurt so bad. Waterman needed to take 28 or less. Josh Pickett wore me out last round, dialed 628 out of Indianapolis, Indiana in the left lane. Ed Nemick, Hampshire, Illinois in the right, dialed 533. Double reds, and that time it didn't work out for Josh. He's 6 thou red, dead 2. Nemick is 1 thou red and 6 thou under. Ed Nemick advances to round number 5. Michael Pennington, left lane, family truckster there, dial 514. Daniel McClellan, part of a legendary family in racing. Dave was his grandfather. He's from Orange, California, dial 545. I got to interview Dave McClellan right here in the tower at Vegas many, many years ago at a Fling event. Easily the highlight of my announcing career. That gentleman was incredible. Absolutely incredible with his knowledge of the sport and the way he just kind of coached me through the interview and certainly the job that I'm doing. Offered some valuable advice. Just a wonderful human. He is missed. Pennington moving on, 12 and a 21 thou under. 21 thou over, excuse me. 34 and 31 thou under for McClellan. Has him 3 huns short at the strike. Rocky Van Note, Mosier Engineering entry 572 dial in the left lane out of Red Key, Indiana. Quincy, Washington's Darren Van Diest. Dial 451 in the right lane. Did you hear me? 451. That car is no joke. And it gets it done right there. 34, take 14 to be 16 thou above. Darren Van Diest taking that rocket ship to round number 5. Rocky was 29 up front, had 5 thou there, but goes 35 thou above to be behind 1.5 huns. In his defense, the right lane was running 153 miles per hour. Brandon Jarrell, left lane. McCarty Auto Parts entry, dial 618. Brian Bennett, right side, dial 518. Out of, you guessed it, Shallow Water, Texas, top 10 city. $28 thou advantage for Jarrell, and he moves on. 002, dead 7, 9 thou package. Bennett's 30 up front, goes dead 7, but still 28 thou behind. 9 total in the left. Don't work when you're 30 up front. Mike Lowe from Hurricane, Utah, dial 569. He's in the left lane. Mark Kidd in the right. Twin Falls, Idaho, dial 590. Mark Kidd in full control of this one. He rolls that one through 003, take 29 to be 32 thou above. He knew he had done plenty. Low is 40 up front and then 24 thou over. Mark Kidd takes the Kidd Performance and Dino entry into round number 5. It's his round. Kidd Performance and Dino's putting $500 in 2 racers' hands, the top 2 losing packages in this round. Joe Levitt in the left, J.P. Schuster in the right. Levitt dialed 620, Schuster on a 612. Three thou separate them. Schuster with the advantage and a win light. Pretty nasty there. 13 dead 0 for Schuster. Got there 2 thou. Levitt 16 and a thou under. Couldn't win. Schuster laid down 13 total. Here's Sugar Shane Carr in the left lane out of Killen, Alabama. In the Galitti S10, dial 531. Got Gage Birch in the right lane. Gage out of Palmetto, Florida. Dialed 612. Getting, 69, 81 Hun head start. Both out clean and green, and it is nasty. Gage Birch gets the double breakout win, 007, 8 thou under. Carr, 002, take 10, had to take 5 or less, breaks it out by 13 thou. Bill Dykes and Tom Carlson. Carlson lights at 7 red, 19 thou above. He's eliminated. Bill Dykes is 007 on the good side, and then 3 thou under. So Dykes moves into round number 5. Dallas Glenn. Oh. Driving the shoebox wagon, I like it. 635 out of Mooresville, North Carolina. J.R. Loebner from Gardner, Kansas, dialed 475. Nasty in both lanes. And Loebner makes it work. 002 takes 16 to be 13 thou above. Glenn is 007. Goes 24 thou over to be a Hun and a half behind. Win light goes to J.R. Loebner, former $1 million race runner-up. Next up, Gabriel Hernandez Jr. in the left lane, 618 dial out of Mexico. Right side, Preston Pennington, dial 472 from Lavernia, Texas. Not a long way from Mexico himself, I don't think. Steve Logan, thank you very much for the kind words about JJ. Proud of him. He had a great performance for his first time on a stage this far from home and knowing how big it is. Thought he held it together extremely well. Super proud of him. Five thou separate him. Advantage going to Preston. Preston gets the win. 10 dead 9. 19 package for Pennington. He moves into round number 5. 15, take 12 to be 8 thou under. Had to take 4 or less on that hard charging roadster. That's a chore. Pennington moves ahead. Josh Decker, 620 dial on the left, out of Charlestown, Indiana. Danny Paul, right side, Mobile, Alabama racer, dialed 606. Danny Paul in full control of this one and moves ahead. 001, take 36 to be 9 thou under. Decker is 54, 26 thou under, 17 thousandths margin of victory to Danny Paul. Roll Tide, Danny. He's an Auburn fan. He is not going to like that. Spencer Massey taking the single in Super Pro Door Car out of Fort Worth, Texas, dialed 643. And his familiar Nova, also a former $1 million race runner-up. .005 and 9 thou under. Spencer Massey ready for round number 5.
Gabriel Hernández Jr. a la torre, por favor. Tenemos un premio esperándote. Gabriel Hernández Jr. a la torre, por favor. Tenemos un premio esperándote en el número 5.
Okay, so I am here with Team Mexico. Stinking awesome looking at all you guys. This guy's on his phone. So we wanted to come honor you and present you guys with this $500 gift certificate. We love seeing you here. We appreciate you coming out. How long you been coming to the Flings?
About 10 years, 12, something like that. Since 2014.
Nice. I love it. Thank you. Well, you guys are like a fixture of the event. Everyone's excited to see you coming. We love the shirts, the uniforms, amazing. So on behalf of Summit, on behalf of everybody at the Flings, thank you. Appreciate you. Good luck.
Thank you.
And you are the best part of Flings. Can I get a cheer? 3, 2, 1. Woo! All right.
Thanks so much.
Hey, thank you.
So that wraps up Kid Performance and Dyno. Round number 4 for the door car. Still have the dragsters to go. They're rolling up here. I got the pro ladder in my hand. There are 7 remaining racers in pro. The buy run is Cole Dickoff. Cole lit it up 001. And he'll advance into round number 6 the easy way. Nick Hastings, lane choice over Tim O'More. Gage Birch, lane choice over Michael Clement. Lucas Walker, lane choice over Danny Paul. Dickhoff with the bye run. Hastings lane choice over O'Moore. Birch lane choice over Clement. And Walker lane choice over Paul. Laris Pro, this is not your call to the lane. That is your pairings. We'll be calling you in just a little bit. Here we go with Super Pro Dragster, Kid Performance, and Dyno, round number 4. We'll start it out with Corey Costin from Double Springs, Alabama, dial 455. Giovanni Kolecki in the right from Maple Valley, Washington, dial 497. $12 red for Costin. He ends his day. Kolecki, 35 and 6 thou under. Moving into round number 5. Corey Costin, 200 under the dial after that 12 red. Next up, Jake Clayton in the left lane. Chattanooga, Tennessee racer, dial 458. Leroy Duran in the right. Sun City, Arizona, dial 491. Nasty in both lanes, 007 and 11 thou above, taking 2 thou at the stripe for Jake Clayton. That's the kind of runs Jake Clayton makes. Listen to this. 006 and 14 thou over for Duran, 20 total. Duran went 492 at 140.24. Clayton went 459 also at 140.66. That's how you drive the stripe. 7, take 2 for Jake Clayton. Moves him into round number 5. Caden Muth, left lane, 496 dial out of Bernie, Texas. Kevin Johnson, Draper, Utah, dial 442 in the right. $11 red and 11 green. 11 green moves on. 34 thou under the dial. Wow. Muth had a few in his pocket. Johnson goes dead too, but left 11 thousandths too soon. Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, left lane. 459 is the dial, the Okie Dokie entry. Scott Heyer, right side from Morrison, Colorado, dial 479. 2/10 head start to the right lane. Red for Heyer. Williams moves on. 13 up front. How about 58 thou under? Almost 6 full hun under the dial in. Gary had a few in his pocket. And some in his shirt. Some in his hand. He had a whole bunch to spare. Heyer 21 red. Blackjacked him on the wrong side. Then goes 39 thou under. Rob Mosier. Mosier Engineering entry left lane. 463 is the dial. Andrew DiPiazza, right lane. Dial 457. DiPiazza from Long Grove, Illinois. It's up in the north end near Chicago. Mosier from Portland, Indiana. Winlight, right side, DiPiazza, 32, dead 1. Gets him into round number 5. Mosier, 19 up front, had a 13 thou advantage there. Must have sped up a little on him. Goes 14 thou under, getting there 28, needed to take 14 or less. DiPiazza might have dropped out just a little bit on him. Right side, Andrew DiPiazza advances to round number 5. Logan Moore, 462 in the left, out of Erda, Utah. Katie Harkema, right lane, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Dial 465, 3 hun head start to Katie in the right. Pretty even on the start line, only 3 thou separate them. And Harkema moves into round number 5. Katie, 26 and 3 thou under, gets by 23 and 6 thou under. Logan, it was a double breakout. Logan had 3 thou advantage up front, had to take 3 or less, and took 6. Or he could have got behind on accident or on purpose. Either one would have worked. Dustin Hinches, left lane, 481 dial out of Olympia, Washington. Alexis Thompson, right lane from Henderson, Nevada. Just right down the road. And Alexis has dialed 455. The dad, Shane Thompson, looking over a right rear slick. Big advantage for Hinches, and Dustin Hinches moves on 14, take 40 to be 12 thou above. Okay. Screen cleared out. Alexis was a little late and then went a few thou under. Looks like we got some type of maintenance going on here with the system. Just rebooted and we'll be back ready to go. and we're back at it. We'll go with Pacifica, California's Brian Kim. Dial 494. Oh, Cam, yeah. Had my glasses on, but had an odd angle on it. Brian Cam, dial 494. Tom Clark in the right. From Spokane, Washington, dial 458. I see my dog, my bro, my homie, Steve Riggins online. He and JJ will travel to Galat in eastern North Carolina in about 3 weeks. They'll be calling the laps at the Galat Fling. Spring Fling Galat coming at you in just a few weeks. I mean, just a few. 2 Huns separate them. Advantage going to Clark, win like Clark. 18 and 22 thou above, taking 17 thou at the stripe. 38 up front and 19 thou over for Cam. Left him no chance. Tom Clark advances to round 5. Eric Gold in left lane from Airdrie, Alberta, Canada. 469 is the dial. Chandler Thyssen, Lakewood, Colorado, right lane, dial 448. 21 Hun head start. We'll be going to the left lane in Eric Golden. Tyson's going to hate that ticket. 21 red, wrong side of the blackjack, dead 9. Golden was 53 up front and goes 26 thou over. Tyson will want that one back for sure. Anytime you go red, you want it back. I let go on nothing third round against Josh Pickett. And I wasn't smart enough. I knew I let go on nothing. I wasn't smart enough to think fast enough to just sit there. Couldn't win. Only way I could win was if he goes red. He goes 4 red, I go 64 red. I should have just sat still. Wasn't thinking very clearly. It cost me. Poor performance, mentally and physically. Don Sefton's 001 red. And 12 thou under. Corey Galletti is 006 and 26 thou under. Galletti moves ahead into round number 5. Steve Cisco. Say my name, say my name. Dial 458 in the left out of Williamstown, New Jersey. Justin Hoff in the right from Twin Falls, Idaho. Dial 465. Riggins said he's excited to get to work with JJ and, in capital letters, get some Bojangles. Nate confirmed or seconded that. Amen on Bojangles and JJ, he said. 11 dead 1, 12 pack for Justin Hoff. Really nice lap there. Cisco, 12 take 5. That was a good lap too. 12 pack in the right, 12 tree in the left. He broke out by 5 thou. He had to go dead 0 and hope the little numbers would fall his way. He did a great job. Just tough when your opponent's laying you down 12 end to end. Jake Jones in the left, 473 is the dial out of South Jordan, Utah. Elliott Maines, Kyle Cotrera. Right lane, dial 452. $21 thou separate them. Advantage going to Jones. Win light to Jones. 12 dead 2. Taking 13 thou at the stripe. Contreras 33 up front. Had him locked out. It was 14 total in the left, 33 tree in the right. Contreras goes 6 thou under to add to that 33 bulb. Jake Jones advances to round number 5. Willie Wood, left lane. Will Holloman, 458 dial out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Right lane is Sean Hart. Sean on a 440 dial from Boise, Idaho. $1,800 head start going to Holloman. Red by 1 thou was Sean Hart. That one's going to hurt. Sets down to go 3/10 above. Holloman 11 up front and 11 thou under. Solid lap there for Willie Wood. He advances to round number 5. Logan Scribner, Sherwood, Oregon racer in the left, dial 486. Grady Johnson from Saratoga Springs, Utah, dial 476. Big advantage for Grady Johnson and a win light for Grady. 16 dead 4, taking 20 thou at the stripe. 46 and 6 thou under for Scribner sends Grady Johnson to round number 5. Laris Pro, round number 5, we need you, please. Laris Pro, round number 5, we need you, please. Laris Pro, round 5 to the staging lanes, please. John Vandermeer III, left lane, Lakewood, Colorado, dial 462. Rogelio Tamez, Team Mexico in the right, dial 477. 7 thou separate them. Tamez with a better reaction. The win light falls to Vandermeer. 13 and 4 thou under on the double breakout. Tamez 006 and 11 thou under. Tamez breaks it out just a little more, and Vandermeer advances to round number 5. Michael Carpenter, left lane. Carp out of St. Petersburg, Florida, dial 466. Ed Open from Pleasant Grove, Utah, dial 464. Final call. Laris Pro, round number 5. Final call. Laris Pro, round number 5. We need you in the lanes, please. You are on the ladder. They have the pairings. 2 red for Ed Open, 005 for Carpenter. And Carpenter goes 6 thou under to advance into round number 5. Ed Open is 2 red and 5 thou under. Ray Gates, left lane, 463 is the dial. Out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Centerville, Utah's Paul Dowdy, right lane, dial 491. All door cars, round number 5, we need you. Super Pro door cars, all Super Pro door cars, round 5, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro door car, to the lanes, please. 7 red for Dowdy, 26 up front for Gates. Kind of got by with one just a little bit right there. Goes 6 thou under, and Gates moves into round next. Dowdy is 7 red and dead 6. Greg Hicks, North Las Vegas racer, dial 469 in the left lane. Dalen Miller, Fort St. John, British Columbia racer, dial 454 in the right. $23 thou separate them. Hicks with the advantage in a win light, 004. 24 thou above. 28 package. Miller was 27 up front, got there 12 thou. Broke it out 11 thou. Had to trim that up to 1 or less. Here's Val Torres in the left lane. Belinda, California racer, dial 473. Right side. It's Chris Whitfield from Highlands Ranch, Colorado, dial 448. $12,000 the difference. Whitfield in control, and Whitfield takes the win. 002, take 006 to be 26,000 above. Torres is 14 up front, then 200 above the dial. Left a little too much room for Whitfield. He got it up to 6,000 margin of victory. Rolled him in pretty nicely. That was a pretty good drop for Torres on top of that. Kelly Rivera, left lane, Trinidad, Colorado, 482 is the dial. Right side, that's our buddy BT from back in Roanoke, Alabama. BT on a 458. BT in control of this one. And he gets it done. 13 and 12 above, taking 25 at the stripe. Rivera was 46 up front, and then must have had trouble all the way down to go 12 above the dial. A dozen high gets you in trouble against BT every time. This will be my last pair. I'll hand it over to JJ after this. And it is the man of the hour, or of the week, maybe the year. Cooper Chun. Last night's Mosier Engineering, presented by Optima Batteries, $1 million race main event winner. Just a epic, life-changing day there for Cooper Chun, and a dominant performance on his part. He's out of Vancouver, Washington. He's dial 499. Dustin Wirtz in the right, out of Nampa, Idaho, dial 468. These two know each other very well. Should be a good one. 17 thou separate them. Cooper is in trouble, but he makes it work. Cooper Chun, 18 thou above, 36 total. Wirtz, 001, gets there 39 to break it out 4 thou. Had to take 35 or less, and Cooper Chun makes it work out and puts himself into round number 5. That wraps up Kid Performance and Dyno round number 4, where we thank Mark Kidd in Kid Performance and Dyno. The combo race allowed us to have 2 round prizes. We combined Laris Thursday and FTI Saturday. Made it a 60 grander. So our round prize is double for today, first and second place. Round prize winners will be rewarded. And Kid Performance and Dyno is going to put $500 in 2 racers' hands from this round, along with those Spring Fling checks to hang on the wall. So thank you so much, Kid Performance and Dyno. We appreciate you guys more than we can express. This rolls us in. We got pro cars just about ready to go. In Hoosier, round number 5. Hoosier bringing the live feed to you along with Jegs. And they're also a big supporter of us in the round prizes, as Hoosier, round number 5, is set to begin shortly. I'd like to thank the great folks at Hoosier. That's what Big Red's got on it. That's all Big Red will ever have on it. And it was flawless this weekend. The only problem was in the seat. And that wasn't JJ, that was me. Thank you, Hoosier, for all you do for racing and, of course, the Spring Fling.
All right, here we go. Laris Pro. Round number 5 rolling out. Gage Birch going to roll up in the left side. 646 will be on the dial in. And Michael Clement in the right dial, 653. $15 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Birch, 20, and parks it to be 2 above, 648 at 93. Gage Birch lights up the scoreboard as Clement 5, take 42 to be 4 thou under. Birch moves on. Danny Paul left side down 655, and Lucas Walker right hand side Walker dialed 598. $21,000 separate them up front. Win Light Walker 008 take a thou to be 11,000 under Paul. 29 and 31,000 under no good Lucas Walker to the semis. Tim O'More left hand side. Dialed 579 and Nasty Nick Hastings right side. Just ended my weekend. He's dialed 617 right hand side. Hastings is 001 red and 18,000 under. O'More 38 and 43,000 under gets the win light. Hastings lights it up 1,000 red. Tim O'More to the semis. Cole Dickhoff right side. 765 is the dial. Racing for Josh. Going to take the solo shot to the semis of Laris Pro 32. $47 up front and 3 above. So the semis are set in Laris Pro 32. Attention in the pits, Leroy Duran and Chuck Griffith. You are the 2 best losing packages of Kid Performance and Dyno round number 4. Leroy Duran, and Chuck Griffith. You are the best losing packages, the 2 best losing packages of Kid Performance and Dyno round number 4. Leroy Duran and Chuck Griffith, best losing packages of Kid Performance and Dyno round 4. Both of you will receive $500. Thanks to the great folks at Kid Performance and Dyno. Mark Kidd here on the grounds this weekend, racing with us. Michael Pennington left-hand side, dialed 515, and Rod Taylor in the right, dialed 515 as well, as we work our way into the top bulb category. .515's on the board in both lanes. Green and green, 19,000 separate them up front. Win light, Taylor 25 dead, 0. Turns on the win light, Pennington 006 take 24 to be 5,000 under. Had to take 19 or less, got there a little bit too much. Rod Taylor moves on. Brandon Jarrell left-hand side. Dialed 618, and Tim Wirtz in the right, dialed 512. 16 thou separate them up front. Win light works. 009 take 11 to be dead on 5 as Gerald 25 sits it down to go dead 0, but just gave up too much at the starting line. Win light to Tim Wirtz. JP Schuster left-hand side and Matt Dattis's ride dialed 609 and Ed Nemick right side on a 533. Dragster doubles round 5. Dragster doubles round 5 will take you now. Dragster doubles for round 5 we will take you now. Dragster doubles round 5 will take you now. Dragster doubles round 5 will take you now. 3 thou separate them up front. Winlight Schuster 18 and 4 thou under gets it done. Nemec 15 take 18 to be 19 thou under. Had to take 3 or less, got there a hair too much. JP Schuster gets the win light. Spencer Massey left side, down side. Excuse me. 642 for Spencer Massey, top fuel Spence. Gonna take on Mark Kidd. The Kidd Performance and Dyno entry, dialed 591. $10 thou red for Kidd, Massey 007. 23 thou under. Spencer Massey advances. Hector Hernandez Ramos, left-hand side. 620 is an aisle, and Darian Van Dyst in the right. Dialed 452. All dragsters, round 5 will take you now. All dragsters for Hoosier, round 5 will take you to the lanes. All dragsters, round 5 will take you to the lanes. All dragsters, round 5 will take you now. All dragsters, round 5 will take you now. 5 thou separate them. Winlight Van Dyke, 16 dead 6 gets the win as Yamas 21 takes 16 to be 15 thou under. Had to take a thou or less. Darian Van Dyst lights the scoreboard up. Gage Birch, left-hand side. Down to the semis in no box. Still got an entry rolling here in the Super Pro door car category. 616 is the dial, and Rob Asbury, right side, dialed 598. Nasty 5 thou separate them up front. Winlight Birch 6 and stops to go dead 0. 616 at 98 for Gage Birch. Asbury 001 gets fed 29 to be 24 thou under. Had to take 5 or less. Gage Birch on the stop will advance. Preston Pennington left-hand side. The Peep Show dialed 471. Bill Dykes in the right dialed 538. $10 thou separate them up front. Winlight Dykes 14 and 3 thou under gets it done. Pennington 4 takes 17 to be a hun under. Had to take 10 or less as that was his advantage at the starting line. Got a little too much. Bill Dykes advances. J.R. Loebner left side dialed 474 and Danny Paul right side dialed 606. Seventh thou separate them up front. Winlight Loebner 005, one above, gets it done. Paul 12 take 37 to be 29 thou under. Had to take 8 or less. J.R. Loebner moves on. Looks like we're going to do a little touch up to the racing surface before we roll out our round 5 dragsters. But we are working our way through Hoosier round 5, about halfway complete or so. Nearing the end of the 10th annual Spring Fling Million. So we're here on day number last, working our way through. It's been a great time. My first time in Vegas. Had a blast.
All right, I'm nervous. I don't know why, but I'm nervous. How about you?
Very nervous.
It's like we're starting Jeopardy.
Yes, all over.
All over again. Okay, I am here with
Kimberly Jonkine.
and we have a $100 Flings merch gift certificate to give away. So speed round, lightning fast answers. Are you ready?
Sure.
That was a little slow. Chicken or beef?
Beef.
Mongoose or snake?
Snake.
You want in on some of this? Hillary or Obama?
Oh boy, Hillary.
You can say neither.
Neither.
A lot of people said that. Okay. Door car or dragster, although I think I know the answer.
Dragster.
Killer helmet, by the way. Look at that.
Special friends painted.
Man, that could be the coolest helmet I may have ever seen.
Yep, I quite enjoy it.
We'll get some shots of that later. All right. Top bulb or bottom bulb?
Top.
Probably be like this. Hoosier or Mickey T?
Who's my Mickey T?
Hoosier or Mickey Thompson?
Mickey. Hoosier. Sorry.
You need to change those real quick, or?
I just got back into the car.
We weren't sure which one you were poking
Yeah,
at.
which one are we doing?
Both. Neither, and both. All right. Shout out to your home track real quick. Where are you from?
Mission, BC, Canada.
Where all the mosquitoes live.
Lots of mosquitoes.
D6, baby, me too. I'm from Missoula, so.
Cool.
Good to see you guys. Okay, last couple. Biggie or Tupac?
Tupac.
And then rapper paint job?
Rap.
I love it. And then what is your favorite thing about bracket racing after these guys pass? Go.
The win.
Well, guess what? You just won this $100 Flings merch certificate. Congratulations and good luck.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, brother.
Dragster's rolling up here. So here we go, first pair rolling out. Pretty good matchup it's going to be. Jake Clayton left-hand side. Big Jug down 459, and Giovanni Colecci right side on a 497. Oh, Jake. Winlight Colecci 27 and 3 above as Clayton late. And 5 above, no good. Giovanni Colecci turns on the Winlight. Caden Muth left-hand side down 496, and Andrew DiPiazza right side down 457. $3,000 red for DiPiazza. Puts it 1 above as Muth 11 and 46,000 under. Going to get the win line. G-Dub left side, Gary Williams down 458, and Tom Clark right side down 459. $1,000 red for Clark, G-Dub 11, and 33,000 under. G-Dub rolls on. Jake Jones left side down 473, and Corey Galitti right side down 446. 4 thou separate them up front. Winlight Galitti 5 and a thou under gets it done. Jones 9 take 2 to be 7 thou under, no good. Corey Galitti advances. John Vandermeer the third left-hand side, dialed 461, and Katie Harkema right side, dialed 465. $33 thou separate them. Winlight Vandermeer 005 dead 4 take a bunch as Harkema 38 and stops to be 3 over, no good. 9 pack for John Vandermeer sends him on to round number next. Ray Gates left hand side dialed 463, and Grady Johnson on the right dialed 476. Red in both lanes. The worst of the 2 red lights is in Johnson's lane. 16 red, 5 thou under. Gates 008 and a hun under. Will turn on the Winlight True Start. Does not play a part in that race. Winlight goes to Ray Gates. Eric Golden left-hand side, dialed 471, and Justin Hoff in the right, dialed 466. Golden is red, Hoff 005 and 22 thou under. Justin Hoff advances to round 6. Dustin Hinch's left-hand side dialed 481, and Michael Carpenter right side dialed 466. Five thou red for Hinches. Carpenter 006 green. Dead 0. Shutting it down. 6 total for Michael Carpenter, as he will advance into round number 6. Laying out a nice 6-pack. Will Holloman left side dialed 458, and Greg Hicks on the right dialed 469. 22 thou separate them up front. One of them is 22. Win, Light, Holloman, perfect. Take 10 to be one above 9. Hicks, 22, and stops to be dead 7. No good. Will Holloman lights up the scoreboard and will receive himself a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50. This should be a pretty good one right here. Laris Pro and Dorcar, round 6. Laris Pro and Dorcar, round 6 will take you to the lanes. Laris Pro and Super Pro Dorcar, round 6 will take you to the lanes. Laris Pro and Super Pro Dorcar, round 6 will take you now. Laris Pro and Super Pro Dorcar, round 6 will take you to the lanes now. BT left side, Brandon Taylor out of Roanoke, Alabama, dialed 455. And Cooper Chun, right side, my dog Coop Chun. Last night's million winner, dialed 5 flat out of Vancouver, Washington. Chun is 3 thou red, and the million winner weekend will come to a close. BT 009, one above 4 will advance to round 6, and that'll bring up the bye car. Chris Whitfield on the right, dialed 454. Whitfield 001 and 44 thou under the dial. So that'll wrap up Hoosier Racing Tire round number 5. Laris Pro and Dorcar should be in the staging lanes. Although if I'm not mistaken, Gage Birch is still a part of both of those, so we will be waiting on him to complete the Laris Pro run, which I believe that's him in the staging lanes already. So we'll be back up and running here in just a minute. Take a minute to clean up the track a little bit, get ready. And I'm sure the next voice you'll hear will be more than likely the man himself, Mr. Nate Hershey.
So our final remaining cars in Laris Pro, which is going to be round number 6, the semifinals for Laris Pro, have made their way into the staging lanes. Got one of them already up here under the arch. The other 3 are going to be joining us up here pretty soon. Looks like it's Gage Birch that has already found his way up here. He has got lane choice over Tim O'More, and Lucas Walker has got lane choice over Cole Dickoff. That is going to be our semifinals in Laris Pro. We've also invited our door cars, Super Pro door cars for round number 6. You should be making your way back to the staging lanes if you haven't made your way there yet, so come on down. Super Pro door cars, if you haven't made your way to lanes yet, come on. Let's get you here. So on the combo day first pair, in the semifinal for Pro, it's going to be Gage Birch and Tim O'More. Tim O coming in out of Tucson, Arizona in his Camaro. A ride that he wins a lot of races in between here and Phoenix and Bakersfield. Man knows what he's doing. Behind the wheel of that race car has picked up several big checks. Hey, dragsters, your attention, please. Dragsters, we'll take all dragsters round number 6. All dragsters round number 6. Let's get you headed into the lanes, please. Birch out of Florida. O'More out of Arizona. Birch left side is dialed 644. O'More on the right side dialed 576. Head start to Birch. Tim O'More is going to chase him down. Or try to. Tim O'More is headed into the final of the Laris Pro category. He was green. Birch was not. Birch 002 leaves early. So Birch 002 red goes 641 on a 644. Tim O'More 11 green. And we'll head into the final round for an opportunity at a $2,000 last pro standing bonus. Again, we doubled all of the round money. So that last pro car standing bonus also will collect up the money from Thursday and the money from Saturday. Going to take on either Cole Dickoff or Lucas Walker. Walker dialed 598 over on the right side. Cole dialed 767 in the Love truck out of Washington on the left. Cole Dickoff is headed to the final. Lucas Walker was 17 green. Takes 10 thou at the stripe and goes 7 thou under. 597 on a 598. Cole is 008, one above. And it'll be Tim O'More versus Cole Dickoff in the final of Pro. Wow. That racing for Josh story just keeps getting better and better and better, doesn't it? It just keeps getting better and better and better. The emotions are flowing down there on that side, I promise you. I promise you. So we've decided our final. In the Laris Pro category, we are going to whittle our door cars down even farther. Spencer Massey, Tim Wirtz. Going to be a big one right here. Once again, Dragsters round number 6. Dragsters round number 6. You have called, or have been called into the staging lanes. Massey in the Nova. Runner-up in that King of the Flings race this year, dialed in at 6.40 seconds, Tim Wirtz. Dialed in at 5:12 in the Corvette over on the right side. Advantage to Spencer Massey, win like to Massey. 9 total, 007. Dead on 2, taking 12 thou at the stripe. Massey locks out Tim Wirtz by 10,000ths of a second. Tim was 19 green, goes dead on 2, and no good. So Massey will be one of the door cars that will advance, and that is going to bring up J.P. Schuster. Driving Matt Daddis' ride left side of the track, dialed in at 6:08, Rod Taylor, the Nova out of Kalispell. Up in Montana, dialed in at 5:14. 22 thou the difference at this end of the racetrack. Advantage Schuster, win light JP. He is 004, gets there first by 28,000ths of a second to go 6:09 on the 6:08. So 4 little ones at this end of the racetrack, 13 thou above at that end. Ends up 17 thou total. Rod Taylor was 26 at this end, and the math wasn't going to add up for him. So Schuster will put Matt Daddis' car 1 round deeper in the Laris Motorsports Insurance and ATIPerformance.com combined $60,000 to win Saturday. It's kind of what we're calling the combination of Thursday and Saturday. Because Saturday sounds better than Thursday. Thursday. Yeah. There are certain things about that that feel a little bit better than where we're at. But I'm super stoked, man. JJ, you can go back home and whenever he says, hey, man, how was Vegas? You say, man, I didn't get back to the hotel until 2:30 in the morning. You're going to be like, what? Vegas? You partied till almost 3 in the morning? That's even the better way to say it. Don't even say 2:30. Be like almost 3 a.m.
By the time I went to sleep, it was about 3 o'clock.
Yeah. By the time I went to bed, it was 3 a.m. That would be the story. And then when somebody said, what do you do? Just give them one answer. Be like, that. It was wild. It was wild. Wild. And then give them the line that everybody uses. What happens? Just like, I went to bed almost 3 a.m. It was wild. Other than that, it stays. There you go. I'll tell you what, you'll be... if you were still in high school and you went back with that story, you'd be prom king that year. I don't know. Gage Birch, Bill Dykes. Oh, good point. Good point, Shane. So with Dykes dialed in at 5:38, Gage, this is a bounty opportunity for an APD carburetor. Nobody has yet been able to get around that white Achieva of Gage Birch. Couldn't get around him on Wednesday. Ended up in the winner's circle. Nobody's been able to get around him yet today. We are into round number 6. Bill Dykes, who struggled mightily with that car yesterday to even get it off the line straight, has now made it into round number 6. He's dialed at 5:38 out of Bluffdale, Utah. Gage Birch out of Florida. Can Dykes get it done? 1 thou separate him at this end of the racetrack. Does Birch advance? No. Bill Dykes, 15 dead, 1. Take 4th thou at the stripe. Bill Dykes not only punches his ticket to round number 7, should be collecting up that APD bounty. Getting himself a carburetor worth $1,500 by taking out Wednesday's winner. Finally. It took a long time for somebody to get around Gage Birch in our auxiliary races. J.R. Loebner, Darian Van Diest. Van Diest, 452 dial, runs 453. Take 9 thou at the stripe. He is 12 at this end of the racetrack. 15 thou above at that end of the racetrack and gets it done by 9 thousandths of a second. Loebner was 10 and 26 thou above to be no good out of the left side. So Van Diest will get a chance to come back. We need one dragster. We got a whole bunch of them back there in the lanes. Pick one. Oh, we're missing a specific dragster. All right, racers, we are missing one dragster. Yep. Got him. Got him, got a ticket to round number 7, and got a $1,500 carburetor to go with it. Not bad. Again, last chance. Dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes, please. Last chance. Dragsters for round number 6. You should be in the staging lanes. Riggins with the wrench hanging out in the Chad bleachers. He's got a blue wrench. I wonder if they took my wrench away or if I still have my wrench. Nope, I still have a wrench. I didn't know I still had a wrench. So let's see here. We covered our last couple rounds, best losing package. Brandon Gerald, best losing package of Hoosier, round number 5 to win a set of slicks. Greg Hicks had the second best package of round number 5 to win another set of slicks. Katie Harkham, up last female standing, going to get the $500 bonus, joining Paige Smith and Kaisley Price as our last standing females on the weekend. Nathan Martin, best losing package of the ATI performance round. And Joey Moore, second best losing package. I think they've already taken care of those. Alexis Thompson was the second to the last of the ladies standing and will win a $500 bonus from Trailer Ranch. So Katie Harkema, last standing female, gets a $500 bonus from Trailer Ranch. Alexis Thompson, second to last standing female, gets a $500 bonus from Trailer Ranch. And then Bill Dykes, you got that APD carburetor coming up. We're rolling into the dragster round, or the dragster portion of round number 6. With Sporty Bandemere and Chris Whitfield as our first pair. Whitfield's looking at a 448 dial. Ooh. Let's not be mean to Steve Riggins in the chat. He's carrying a wrench. Well, not really. Probably just making a joke, said that's probably the only wrench Steve knows how to use. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to tell me if it was true or not. No, Robbie, unfortunately, not, at least not here in Vegas. We should not have any racing tomorrow. We are going to wrap this thing up today. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to travel back home and make their plans for the next Fling event, which is going to be down in Galat in a few weeks. Vandermeer dialed 460. Whitfield goes red by 1,000th of a second. Sporty 31 dead 5 gets the win light out of the left lane. So the Colorado-based Vandermeer car is moving on to round number 7. As our next pair, going to roll up Giovanni Colecci. And Justin Hoff. Hoff already picked up a $1,300 weather station. I think it's the Computech with the paging and the whole thing. 3,000, or excuse me, read that one wrong. Justin Hoff is 16 green and goes 468 on a 467. Kalecki was not 13, he was 31, putting him a little bit more than 3,000 behind as he goes 498 on a 497. So Giovanni missing it a little bit there compared to Justin Hoff. Hoff is one above. And Justin will be moving into round number 7 as he gets it done against the car that won it all last night. Is now Gary Williams and Corey Galitti. How about this for a round 6 matchup? Definitely one you would expect to see later in the rounds. Between a couple of big names like this, Galitti, winner of the Dragster on Tuesday, has put together some really nice laps to pick up some pretty good round money. But still looking to try to, Gary Williams 001 red, Corey Galitti 001 green. Whoa. Gary Williams with problems down at the finish line, gets the car pulled over, gets it stopped. But about the time they got down near the stripe, Gary Williams pretty much just out of the throttle, pulls over and says, From our angle and the reflection on the racetrack, it's a little bit difficult to see if there's anything out there. But we do have folks over the wall already taking a look. Looks like Williams is out of the car already taking a look. Whatever it was, he didn't like it. Okay. Well, initial word over the radio is they're finding parts of this and parts of that, and one of parts of this or parts of that they called out was parts of the flywheel. So it looks like we're going to be doing a little bit of cleanup, and potentially, at least from the camera angle that Warren is showing, you can see that it looks like the Thunderbirds may be doing the portion of their show back there behind the super speedway. Because if you're looking at it from here, Warren's showing the tree. You can see the tower and the arch behind it. Those giant grandstands are the super speedway. The 1.5 miles, and then behind. So he switches the camera view. You did that on purpose. You used up all the glue on purpose. Oh, man. That's okay. Didn't Okie win like 10 grand? He's got the money to fix it. He's going to be fine. No, unfortunately, we're going to have to take a look at that. They are doing a little cleanup down on the racetrack. As soon as we get done with the cleanup, we will be right back to it. All right, racers, I know that haven't had to do a whole lot of reminding because people are pretty much taking care of it on their own. But as you are getting ready to roll out of here, again, we wish you the safest of travels. We hope that wherever your next destination may be, if you are hanging out here to race the National with us next weekend or the Divisional in a couple of weeks, maybe flying home for a little bit, then coming back, whatever your travel plans are, if you're headed back east, certainly hope that your travels are safe, uneventful, and that you get to your next destination without issue. And again, we're certainly hoping that we see you very soon in Galat for our next adventure where Steve Riggins and JJ are going to be handling things on the mic, and the rest of the Fling crew that has done such a superb job here this weekend will be down there as well. I'll be here wishing I was there until, it gets to like 2 in the morning and they're still trying to race, and I'll be like, oh, bummer. It's all good. So again, wherever you're traveling to, we hope it's safe. But before you make your way onto the road, please remember, come on up here to the tower. See the Divas back at the desk. They'll get you tabs all closed out. If you've got any prizes that are waiting for you, we'll be able to pick those up. When will we? George, you know what? At this point, I don't know. I really wanted to be able to do the West Coast Bracket Series race at Bakersfield, which would have been, I believe, the weekend of May 11th, I think is what it was. Let me just double check that date, make sure I got it right, because I want to make sure that Chris knows. Yeah. No, he's the 17th, I think. Unfortunately, I have a family wedding. Sorry, George. I know that's a wrong answer, but there's a wedding that I got to go to that weekend, and I asked my niece if she would move her wedding so that I could attend that race, but apparently they'd already put deposits down on things. Flowers were ordered, flights booked, rooms booked. They made it sound like it was such a big deal to move it a week or two that it just wasn't going to work out. I told her how much it would really be helping not only myself but others, and she still, for some reason, said no. So we're kind of locked into that one. But I don't know. If it works out, I'd really like to get out to Norwalk. Otherwise, I think we're probably looking at a couple of months off. All right, let's see. We got jets flying low around the end of the racetrack. Keep that angle right there, because one of those things is going to come screaming over the grandstands here in a minute. Should be. I don't know. Honestly, I need to give my voice a break. Maybe I'll go up to Wyoming or Montana. Something like that. I think it'll be nice. All right, Mark. I will make sure that I put it on the calendar, and if it can work out, I'll make it work out. I appreciate that, Mark. Thank you. We certainly do appreciate you, Mark, and Race, and all that you guys do. The Kidd family, just spectacular supporters of what goes on here at the Flings and what goes on at Chris's races and just bracket racing in general across the West Coast. You guys do so much for your customers. You do so much for those who aren't even your customers by sponsoring these events, and we appreciate you guys. So we are certainly looking forward to that. I don't know, Mark, if you guys do go out and run many of the divisionals up there in D6, but I think that might be one of the things that maybe convinces me to go see Montana. I guess Mike Eames has got, a divisional in Yellowstone? The end of June? Right outside of Billings? That might be a good excuse to take a few days and head up there. I know there's a lot of great tracks in Montana. But if I can get up there and a little family vacay for a couple of days and then maybe end it off with a visit to a drag strip I've never had the opportunity, that would be fun. That would be fun. But I am jealous. Everybody's going there in a couple of weeks down to Galat. Hopefully it all goes well. We're going to let this cleanup finish up. We're going to go quiet up here in the tower, play a little music for those that are out in our area. Again, we're wrapping up tabs, getting everybody safely on the road. We're going to get this cleanup done ASAP. Roanoke, Alabama versus St. Petersburg, Florida. We've already had Sporty Bandemere, Justin Hoff advance out of this round. Oof. 8 thou separated them. One of them was 008. How about Michael Carpenter? Trip, zip, one above. Gets the win light by 18 thousandths of a second. How you doing, Umbrella Man? Brandon was 008 and 2 above. Carpenter gets the win light and will join Bandemere and Hoff in round number 7. You can bring up Ray Gates, Caden Muth. Muth out of Bernie, Texas. And Ray Gates out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Did we ever determine, I know it's pronounced Bernie, but is it just spelled wrong on the screen, or is it actually, I don't know if we figured that out. Spelled correctly, we were just butchering it. At least I was. Womp, womp, womp. Lots of throttle work down at the finish line. Caden Muth is headed to round number next as he was 004, wins it on a double breakout. All right. Warren confirming it is spelled correctly. We just butchered it. 16 out of the left lane. Muth was 004, double breakout. Muth doing the right thing down at the finish line to be 495 on the 496. Ray was 461 on a 463 win light to Muth. We got Will Holloman rolling up here on a solo. I'm riding solo. Holloman on the solo shot, 457 on a 458. Thank you, Rod. I appreciate the information. All right, what do we got? We got our door cars and Laris Pro. Should be back in the staging lanes. Door cars, Laris Pro. Already back there. We're into our final round to determine our last man standing in pro. Going to get today a $2,000 bonus. Thank you to Laris Motorsports Insurance. Again, we talked about like round money, all that kind of stuff doubled. So does the last man standing. So Cole Dickoff is coming back to see if he can continue the Racing for Josh run. Well, it looks like we're going to go into Super Pro door car first. All right, psych. I'm kidding. I was getting all worked up about it, and then instead of sending that out, they sent out Super Pro door car. So April 1st was 3 days ago. Don't do that to me. 4 days ago. All right, Big Jed, you picked up the mic. I'm guessing you're thinking it's your turn?
Yeah, I think I'll grab this round. And
okay.
Before I get started, I wanted to give a shout-out to some guys on behalf of Paul Bourne. Paul said that had to change starter on his Dragster, and he kind of got in a rush. Wasn't real sure who all helped, but he knows Neil Pressamon was there. He knows Corey Galitti was there. He knows Shane Carr was there. Just wanted to say thank you to those guys. And anyone else that was involved in that starter swap, kind of in a rush, Paul Bourne just wants you guys to know he really appreciates everything you did for him to get him back on the racetrack. So everybody that was involved in that with Paul Bourne, thank you so much. All right, we got Spencer Massey coming up in the Nova out of Fort Worth, Texas, dialed 639 in the left lane. Darren Van Diest, right side from Quincy, Washington, in one bad Cobalt, dialed 453. Van Diest is giving up nearly 2 seconds head start. Van Diest had some trouble there. That didn't work out, and Spencer Massey moves on. Spencer was 40 up front and then goes almost 3/10 over the dial, cruising through the stripe. Next up, J.P. Schuster. In the Daddis ride, left lane, out of Vienna, Ohio, dialed 608. JP been driving the wheels off that thing today. Bill Dykes also been making good runs out of Bluffdale, Utah, dialed 538 in that good-looking roadster. Nasty in both lanes as advertised. They've been doing it all day, and J.P. Schuster gets the double breakout win. He's 006 up front. Goes 11 thou under the dial. Dykes is 005, take 003 to be 13 thou under the dial. 2 thousandths more breakout for Bill Dykes, and J.P. Schuster advances to round next. All right, Darren Van Diest has won a $250 Summit gift card. Oh, no, he's won $250 to Summit. I guess a certificate as a Hard Luck Award. Darren Van Diest gets a Summit Hard Luck Award, $250. We got Laris Pro about to roll into the water box in their final round, where the winner of this matchup collects a $2,000 bonus due to the combined races. It's $1,000 per race, so this will put $2,000 in one of these racers' pocket, and they will advance to the next round of competition where they'll mix it up with the Super Pro guys. A lot on the line in this final round of pro. So it's Tim O'More in the left lane out of Tucson, Arizona. O'More's 576 dial. Cole Dickhoff out of Auburn, Washington. Right lane dialed 766. Dickhoff will leave first. Here comes O'More. About a 300 advantage for Tim O'More, and Tim O'More sets it down to be dead on with a 6. 14 dead 6, 20 total. Dickhoff was 43 up front, goes dead 9, come up 32 thou short at the stripe, and Tim O'More collects the $2,000 bonus from Laris Motorsports Insurance, and he will advance to the next round of Super Pro, where $60,000 will be on the line for the last racer to turn on a win light. Racers, just a little bit of house cleaning here. Les Figueroa, Fig Speed, is about to close up shop back there. If you got any last-minute purchases, Go back there and see him, get your parts, get ready for your next event. If you need something, he's probably got it. If there's any bills on some parts that you picked up that needs to be taken care of, be a great time to get on over there and clean those up as well. Les Figueroa with Fig Speed about to close up. You can run over there real quick and grab some last-minute parts, or if you've got a bill on some parts that you've already picked up, he would appreciate it if you run by there and take care of that as well. We appreciate Fig Speed and Les Figueroa for being here, being an on-site parts supplier and making sure the racers have what they need to get back up and going. I know they've come to you often throughout the week. We really appreciate you, Les. Thank you for coming out here and supporting the racers at such a high level. Got some dragsters rolling into the lanes back here. Once we get those dragsters up on the racetrack, determine those winners, we'll have this round completed, and we'll go into the round where they come together and start working our way a lot closer to that $60,000 payday. All right, just a quick reminder out there to Alexis Thompson. We have your award for being the Trailer Ranch last female standing in the tower. We've got that in the tower. Alexis Thompson, you were or are the Trailer Ranch last female standing. Our great friends at Trailer Ranch going to put $500 in your hands. We appreciate the great folks at Trailer Ranch for their support of the last female standing. Alexis Thompson, we have your award in the tower. Okay. Donna just brought me something that was found in the lanes. And it looks like some equipment for somebody that does some digital work. If you can come up here and claim this, that'd be great. Certainly not real sure how we would determine if you were. Oh, it's Austin's. Okay. Got it.
That was quick.
We found it.
Look at you, you're a magician. I don't even remember where I left this.
Yeah, it was in the staging lanes.
I guess that's the
Must have fallen off.
That's the inherent nature of losing stuff, huh?
While you were out there wide open, making sure this place gets great coverage of the event.
You know what I was doing? I was actually
Some parts fell off of you.
I was pretty much just drinking sweet tea with Steve over in the chunk pit. But yeah, we'll go with your version.
Austin. Very good. Okay, we found it. All right, our great friends at Summit offered up $250 for a random draw in the Pro Prize Vault. And that $250 Summit certificate is going to Cole Dickhoff. Cole Dickhoff, you have $250 Summit certificate via random draw out of the Pro Prize Vault. Congratulations, Cole, and thank you to the awesome folks at Summit for your support and participation here at the Spring Fling Million. As we're winding things down, I know a lot of people are starting to leave the property and make the trip home, whether it be short or long. Just want to thank you, racers, so much for your support and participation here at the Spring Fling Million. It's been an incredible time. It was another electric atmosphere and just a wonderful event from top to bottom. Weather challenge or two, but for the most part, the good Lord gave us an absolutely beautiful week here at Las Vegas, and we're thankful for it. It's wrapping up so beautifully. What a great day. The folks at Nellis running the jets by here, you know, it just a little bit extra that we get to enjoy while we're out here loving the sport at such a high level. So thank you, racers, so much. Safe travels home. We hope to see you again soon, maybe Galat in a few weeks, or Bristol later this year, or Norwalk in the summer. Either way, we appreciate you spending your time with us here in Vegas, and we look forward to the next time we get to serve you. Certainly appreciative for all the sponsors. Man, what a huge list of sponsors involved in this, and it's the top names in the sport, top products, top services, specifically Jegs and Hoosier, for your support of the live feed, making sure the viewers can watch this absolutely free of charge. That's really cool. And then Mosier, as the title sponsor of the Spring Fling Million, doesn't get any better than the folks at Mosier. They're great people. They have amazing products. They offer it at fair prices, and they get it turned around for you and get it to you so you can get back on the racetrack. So thank you, Mosier. Thank you, Optima Batteries. We appreciate each and every one of you for your support of the Spring Fling Million. You folks help make it what it is, and we are thankful to have you on board. I was saying bye to Jake Clayton, but I wanted to wrap up by saying everybody in the chat bleachers and through the text messages and Messenger and Facebook stuff, this has been a blast once again. Obviously, I had a couple of moments during the weekend where I was a little bit on the emotional side, but watching my son live his dream was something, really exciting to watch and special to watch. So I know y'all understand. I apologize for being a little unprofessional there for a little bit, but that's just who I am, and that probably ain't going to change. Matter of fact, every time I have a birthday, it gets worse. I'll cry at a pretty flower sometimes. So I appreciate all the messages and the love for JJ and I. It's been absolutely incredible, an experience that I wasn't sure we would ever get to do together. And Peter and Emily helped make that possible. So I appreciate all the love. I know JJ does as well. We didn't come out as well as we wanted to, but it's still the time of our lives. So thank you all so much for the support. We're going to get back into racing now. Quit all that mushy stuff. John Vandermeer III is going to be in the left lane out of Lakewood, Colorado. He's going to dial 460. Right side, that's a bad dude. That's Corey Galletti. Corey from Tomball, Texas. Looking for a 446 on the board. Appreciate that, Animal. Look forward to seeing you sometime later on this year. Dave Little, thank you so much. Dilly, Shane Souza. I know I'm probably missing some in there, but we appreciate you guys very much, more than you know. Pretty nasty in both lanes. Vandermeer with a 4th thou advantage. But Corey Galletti, that kid just gets it done. 10 dead 1. 11th thou pack taking 10th thou at the stripe. Vandermeer 006 had a slight advantage there, but was going to have to run mid dead on. Goes 15 thou above to be 10 thou behind. Corey Galletti takes an 11 thou package to round number next. Justin Hoff in the left lane out of Twin Falls, Idaho, dial 467. Right side is Bernie, Texas's Caden Muth. Muth dialed 495. Appreciate that, Zach Besaw. See my buddies there at Going Bracket Racing. It's a great show. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There's a $5,000 perfect run from Justin Hoff. Or was that only in the million? Only in the million. Never mind, Justin. My apologies. You're still going to make good money. Perfect run. 000, dead 0. How about 002 and 12 thou above? 14 total. Has you 14 behind. 000, dead 0. Perfect run for Justin Hoff. I apologize. I didn't realize that was million only. I know Justin didn't hear it, so it's no big deal. Will Holloman, left lane, Jacksonville, North Carolina, 458 dial. Michael Carpenter, St. Petersburg, Florida, dial 466. So Justin Hoff did something really special, regardless of whether or not a reward comes with it. That's pretty darn awesome. Yeah, that definitely gets a 000 hero coin, Kyle Seipel hero coin. Oh my goodness. Holloman and Carpenter. Wow. Will Holloman, 001, dead on with a 7, 8 thou package. Got to the stripe, 5 thou in front. Carpenter was 008, dead 5. 13 total. Has him 5 thou behind. And Will Holloman takes his 8 thou package into round number next. Wow, it was a perfect run and an 8-pack that advanced. It was a 13-pack and a 14-pack that come up short. That is impressive. That's some great racing from some great racers. So Will Holloman and Corey Gallitti will advance along with Jason Hoff and his perfect run. So those three will move ahead, and we'll get everybody together back here in just a little bit and start figuring out who's going to collect this $60,000 payday. Thank you, Warren Walters. Really appreciate that very much. So, racers, we're not in a time crunch, but we don't want to let too much grass grow while we wait. So, we'll get out here in a little bit. Good thing we're in Vegas, so no grass grows out here. But we'll holler out for a turnaround here in just a little bit and start asking you folks to come to the lanes. We'll keep you posted on the lane calls. Y'all go ahead and get them turned around. Celebrate your accomplishment thus far and get them ready. We'll be calling back for you here in just a little bit.
We had 6 cars. We had 6 last time. No, that was just fun. That was just Dragsters. Now we got every rather it's not on camera. So just letting you know.
All right. I'll let Warren know. Why do they not want it on camera?
What?
Why is that?
All right, down to 6 left in competition. It fell even. Dorcar versus Dragster in our final 3 pair. We're going to start it off with Corey Galitti and J.P. Schuster. Of the 6 that are coming back, Massey and Holloman have each had a bye. That leaves Galitti, Tim O'More, Schuster, and Hoff eligible to come back on the solo. So of these 2, whether Schuster wins, Galitti wins, they could end up with a bye to the final. Galitti's dialed 442, Schuster's dialed 607, 5 thou. The difference up front, win light goes to Galitti. 10, take 3 to be dead on 2. Corey Galitti with a 10 light has punched his ticket into the final. Now, some people may be thinking, well, wait a minute, just a couple of rounds ago, Galitti came up and ran by himself. That is true, but that was a competition bye. As the field was even, Galitti was paired with Bourne, and Bourne was unable to get the car to roll forward from the staging lanes. So Galitti going to be one of our 3 as J.P. Schuster. Driving Matt Dattis' car falls out of competition. That will bring up Will Holloman, Tim O'More. So if Holloman lights up the scoreboard, he has already had a bye. If Tim can do it, he'll have to be 10 or better. 3 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light turns on for O'More. He is also 10 on the tree. Holloman, 458 on a 457, was 007. So O'More gets the win light as he's 10 and 1 above. Take 5 thou at the stripe. So Galitti coming back with a 10 light. Holloman bowing out. O'More coming back with a 10 light. Justin Hoff, Spencer Massey. If Justin Hoff lights up the scoreboard and he wants a bye to the final, he is going to have to be 10, better than 10. Spencer Massey goes red. Justin Hoff was 24 green, getting the win light, goes 471 on the 463. So your 3 semifinalists coming back for $60,000 are going to be Hoff with a 24 light. O'More and Galitti both had a 10 light. And since they were both 10, I'm going to wait for the ladder to be generated to tell us who could be coming back. Is it the door car or is it the dragster? Will it be the same situation we had in the million? Will the door car get the bye and the 2 dragsters race? Or will the dragster get a bye to the final? We will find out. They're going to go back and do the paperwork again. 10 green Galitti, 10 green Tim O'More, 24 green Justin Hoff. Those are your 3. Peter just hollered in here, Galitti is the bye. So we should see a ladder coming in that's got Hoff and O'More with more lane choice. Yep. O'More with lane choice over Hoff and Galitti on the bye. That's what our semifinal round is going to look like. So we're going to let those cars get back into the pits, get them turned around, cooled, fueled, and ready to roll. Gene, we're down to the point where we have got 3 cars left in competition. Justin Hoff, Tim O'More, and Corey Galitti. That is all that is left. In the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Started with what, 495 cars was a car count? I don't know, that wasn't the car count this morning because we started in round number 2, but I'm saying most entries we'd ever seen for the 3-day or for the 30Ks. And it's going to be quite a finish. We got 3 of the best that are going to be coming back to line up to do it. So again, while we wait for our semifinalists to come back, I do want to send another thank you out to Warren and his entire team. Warren Evans up here, Les Mayhew up in the grandstands, Tristan Trichek and Joey Knuckles, who have been wandering around with the cameras all day. Austin, who has been bringing those great behind-the-scenes videos that have been shown throughout the time. Matt Lavonis, who's been providing a lot of the coverage. As far as the social media photos, things like that, it's just been incredible. We thank you all for your hard work to make this production possible. Thanks to Jags, thanks to Hoosier, and thank you to all of you in the chat bleachers who have been watching along. 1,900 strong still, looking for our semifinals coming back soon. As soon as we get them back in the staging lanes, we'll be back in it in a moment. Let's go ahead and bring you back. Again, Galitti on the bye. And O'Moore with lane choice over Hoff. Semifinalists, go ahead and come on back.
All right, here we go, semifinal round. Rolling in the water box and already completed the burnout right side. Left side, Tim O'More, the Laris Pro category winner, dialed 574 out of Tucson, Arizona. And Justin Hoff, right side out of Twin Falls, Idaho, in the Dragster, dialed 463. Winner here will advance to the final to face Corey Galitti. Three Huns separate them up front. Win light Hoff, 15, one above, two, take 20. O'More, let it get by him, 45 dead, two, no good. Still a great showing for the pro category winner to make it all the way to the semis. But Justin Hoff will advance to the finals to face Corey Galitti. Galitti with a 463 dial in. Going to go down here and shut it off a little early, presumably, and try to land it dead on. $13 up front for Galitti. And 3 above. So it will be Corey Galitti and Justin Hoff in the finals for $60,000 here on day number last at the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries.
For everybody in the chat bleachers, had a great time. Enjoyed it very much. Thank you, Jegs and Hoosiers. Appreciate what you guys do, bringing the live feed out there. I've thanked Warren's team multiple times. Of course, I appreciate Peter and Emily giving me the opportunity to be out here each and every time. And there's nothing like working a fling with Jed and JJ. There's always a great group of announcers that are out here working and making things happen. Worked with Riggins, worked with several other folks. Eamsy's always fun to work with. And no matter who it is that's sharing the booth with us, it's just a pleasure. But you two guys are like brothers to me, and I appreciate it. You took me out east for my first time and kind of broke me in out there. It's a little different in that world, slightly different. But it was certainly a lot of fun, and it was a good time. We put together a checklist for JJ of what I did in Vegas. We won't repeat all of it. But let's just say that, when he goes back home, people are going to say, what did you do in Vegas? There's a little bullet-pointed list that says what I did in Vegas. Starts off with a stayed out Friday night until about 3 a.m., met some showgirls, and there's a couple other items on here that we won't say over the PA, but they're 100% absolutely true. And if all you leave on here, just leave people wondering, be like, then they say, what are you talking about? And this is what happens in Vegas. These are the highlights, the high-level details. You don't need the rest.
When my instructor asked me why I missed class this last Thursday.
Yeah.
When my instructor asked me why I missed class this last Thursday, asked where I went, I'll just hand that piece of paper to her for my excuse.
This is what I did in Vegas. Stayed out till 3 a.m. Friday night. Met some showgirls.
This is what I did in Vegas. Had me a good time.
Oh, you know what else we could do?
It was a blast.
You know what else we could do? We don't need to make sure that or let them know that it was specifically not for you, but we could add to this list. There was a limo waiting to take us to our limo waiting to transport to a big suite. So I mean, there's all kinds of things that I wish, Josh. I'm not, unfortunately. It would be fun if I could do that, Steve. That may not be true. I actually bring down the grading curve, but I appreciate the thought. That was great. But yeah.
Add to his list that my dad borrowed underwear from KJ Desai.
Oh, there we will add that to the list.
Needed spare drawers.
We will add that to the list.
Tammy Moore come up and met me a while ago because of the drawers conversation. She
That's
was
funny.
So intrigued.
So we'll add the borrowed drawers from KJ Desai. Actually, and we can add KJ's name in there, but maybe we just put in there my dad had to borrow underwear from a Vegas local. Again, enough
Great
detail
idea.
to make it interesting.
Yeah.
Without spoiling it.
Well,
I think there's a certain part of that list it's really going to stop at anyway.
Yeah. But if we put it in a certain order, because you drove your dad back to the hotel last night, right?
He did.
So you'd be like, we stayed out until almost 3 a.m. I had to drive my dad back to the hotel because he was in no condition to drive.
That is true.
Right? You don't have to say why, but he was in no condition to drive. But, yeah, I mean, again, we can turn this list into something that people are just going to go, oh, my goodness, what has happened? What did JJ do? When all of it is 100% innocent and fun. But
that's true. There's nothing bad in there.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm not gonna. I wish we could share that, but people are just gonna go the wrong way with that thing. There's a restaurant around here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
All right, Nate, while you're finishing up
JJ's
okay,
look. You guys,
for his freshman
we
year
will
in
write
college.
the rest of it. And yeah, there's a local restaurant chain in town here. first initials B, last name initial J, and we're going to talk about how much they spent on that. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh,
it's
no,
a sports
Nate,
bar.
You did it. You did it.
In a
We talked about not
roundabout
doing
way.
it.
In a roundabout way. Didn't say it exactly the way we were going to say it, but
Can we put in there that we took Cole Dick off with us?
yes. Oh my goodness! All right.
It's off
Before
the
we
rails,
all
folks.
get fired,
It's off the rails.
we got finalists coming back into the staging lanes. Guys, it is always a pleasure to work with you. It's fun. Yes, Gary. Yeah. There was a whole conversation about KJ's drawers the other night because it was almost 3 a.m. But oh, geez. All right, real quick. Come here. We're gonna kind of do our sign. We're gonna do our sign off. JJ, come up here. I think we're about to go. So, again, we are coming up with the list of things that JJ did in Vegas. It's Peter. We talked to it about you. What I did in Vegas, right?
We talked about Peter?
No. What we're doing what do we need to do something serious here first? Do we need finalists back? What do we?
Boss just wants to know which one of these losers brought back in the 60s, so we can attribute that to your team.
Oh,
that was me.
That was you.
Thanks.
Here we're in
Thanks,
here
Pete.
trying to entertain,
Thanks
and Pete's
for
in here
ruining
going,
my
"Who
trip."
bought back?" So things I did in Vegas. JJ's going to report to his friends. Stayed out until Friday night, or stayed out
Are you
until
using
3
Rangers?
a.m. Not all of it.
Okay.
No, not all of it.
Oh
There's
my
parts
God.
of it that will not go
I
out.
just peed a little. Oh.
Had to drive my dad back to the hotel because he was in no condition to drive. Met some showgirls.
Yes.
And then the other part, you guys are going out to dinner at a restaurant down the road with certain initials, and we're going to say you spent so much on that.
Spent $63
Uh-huh.
getting me and my
Yeah.
dad some of that.
Oh, man,
that
it's going to
place.
be funny, but it's been really cool, you guys. It's, like I said, like brothers, we had fun. For everybody that's still watching on the live feed, what do we got? Almost 2,000 still out there.
Wow.
Guys, it's been awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in the chat bleachers. I really wish I could go to Galat, but JJ and Riggins are going to take good care of you.
Yeah.
Jed, you got some great races coming up.
Yep.
We'll see where the next stop takes us. Hopefully I can make it to Norwalk. I hope I can get up there because that's just a neat track and a neat place, and it would just be fun to see. But to all you guys that are out there, thank you very much.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody. Obviously, those of you that are watching online, we like to interact with you. It's a lot more fun for us. It's a lot more fun to do this job. So it's a really cool deal. And certainly the sponsors that help bring this to you, Jegs and Hoosier. And for those of you that have been here on the grounds, that have come by and shaken hands and give us hugs and loved on us, it's just an absolutely incredible, humbling experience to be able to be here. Working with this guy right here is unbelievable. Nate's the best I've ever seen. He's so professional, so polished. He's so giving with his time to make sure that we can get out there and race. You don't even hold us accountable. You're just too easy on us, Nate. So love you, brother. I really do. And doing this with my boy, obviously, I've been emotional this weekend, but it's this first time you do it is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and that's what we got, was a once in a lifetime opportunity. So it's been a blast. I appreciate the entire staff, all the racers, all the sponsors, Peter and Emily, mainly Emily, but it's been a great time, and we certainly appreciate everybody that's tuned in. It's helped us have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect for my first time in Vegas, but it's not going to disappoint.
Sounds like it's gonna end well.
It's going to end really well. I just want to say thank you to everybody in the chat bleachers. All of my friends watching back at home have been, hyping me up after all my runs, win or lose, and they all told me they're happy for me, they're proud of me. Got to live out a childhood dream, and just none of this would be possible without Peter asking for us to come out here, wanting us to come out here and work. Nate for always, picking up our slack on the microphone.
The best.
And just, this is a great time. Thank you to Lucas Walker, hauled Big Red out here for us, even though I kind of chased you to the lanes yesterday. But you dropped me on my face, so it worked out better for you. Thank you to my dad for letting me even drive his car out here. It's just been a great time, and I hope I get to do it again soon.
I don't know how soon it'll be, but we'll do it again at some point. So it's been a blast, everybody. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you much. The finals are getting ready to pull out of the staging lanes, and we're going to cover that next.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks, guys. All right, here we go. The final of the Spring Fling Million, Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Battery for $60,000 on a Laris Motorsports Insurance and an FTIperformance.com combined Thursday and Saturday. It comes down to Justin Hoff coming in out of Twin Falls, Idaho, and Corey Galitti. Interesting tidbit, Corey Galitti has won multiple dragsters in shootouts. This is the first time he's made an appearance in a final, in a main event final. First time. Chris had a runner-up down in Galat. Corey has never made it yet to a final. Justin also making an appearance in his first final event, first final of a main event. So the dial-ins are up on the scoreboards, the burnouts are complete, and the final pair of this year's event pulls to the line. 465 the dial for Justin Hoff, 446 the dial for Corey Galitti. So as they are in, set, and ready, tree drops for the final time. 6 thou separate them in reaction time at this end. Wind light turns on for Justin Hoff. Both drivers get there too quick. Justin was 003, gets there 1 thou. Probably given that 1 thou and goes under by 6 thousandths of a second. Corey Galitti is under by 11 thou. Wind light goes to Justin Hoff, and Hoff will take the win. So congratulations to Justin Hoff. How about this? Our $60K final is won by a racer out of Idaho. Our $1 million day is won by a racer out of Washington. And then we had Gage Birch, who took home the $30K race. What a set of winners. Look at the emotion down there on the starting line. The guys at TVC especially. Look at him down there. Look at him down there. He is an Idaho native and is like thrilled to see the wind light turn on for Justin Hoff. This is amazing. All right. They are going to grab the microphone. So this is going to be a very emotional winner's circle. We can already tell. Justin Hoff is coming back as your winner. Corey Galitti is your runner-up. Congratulations to all of our winners. And thank you again to all of you who stuck with us as we made our way through some adverse weather, some delays, a lot of things like that. But once again, Peter and Emily and the team here at the Fling made it happen. What a spectacular finish to the event. It was late last night, early this morning. We were able to define our million winner, and here, 6 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific time, we have decided our final winner. Corey making his way back down the return road. Congratulations to the Galitti crew. Fantastic showing. Of course, Corey going home with that American race car, the special edition Fling version. And here comes Justin. Man, this one's going to be emotional. So as this will be kind of the last time you'll hear from me, I'm going to say goodnight. Hope everybody drives home safe. On behalf of Logan Pagano, on behalf of Chris Lamb, on behalf of Jared, JJ, I'm Nate Hershey. We're going to sign off from the announcer booth, and we're going to turn it down to JJ, who is walking down to interview your winner, who is going home with a pile of cash and probably memories that will last forever. Good night.
Check, 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 check. All right, here we are, 60K winner's circle here with the man of the hour, Justin Hoff. Justin, start off by saying congratulations on a great, couple days, kind of. Started on Thursday, finished today. How do you keep your confidence going through? Obviously, only ran first round and re-entry round. I don't know how that went for you. Obviously, got to race through 2 days. How do you keep your focus and your confidence up and just make sure you're ready to go out there over a couple of days?
Well, I don't know, just try to stay cool, just hit everything like normal. I got all these guys over here that say just take your deep breath, and Weston, I don't know where he's at, but that's the reason why I take so long to stage, is because of that guy right there. Got our program, even though he's not there, I always do it.
Well, that's awesome. So you made a perfect run a few rounds ago. Does that boost your confidence knowing that you made that great of a run, or does it hinder your I guess aggressiveness a little bit, being as you were that close to being just a thou red or a thou under?
I just kind of threw it aside. I mean, I've been one total once, and then that was years ago, so I just threw it aside, and all these guys out here, they're tough. So I figured I got to be tough and just put it to the side and say I never did it till the end of the night.
So you have a Biondo delay box, I've been told, so you are a part of the Biondo contingency plan. You've made an extra $200 based off of that. Other than that, all that aside, how does it feel to come out here to Las Vegas and compete with the best in the country and come out victorious in a combined race?
It's great. I mean, this is my first year back every year, so I haven't done so great the last few years. And then this year I just lost my grandma, and I lost another amazing person, so they both are riding with me this weekend, and that's it. They just helped me out.
So obviously you got a lot of emotions going through your head no matter what, coming into the final round, throughout the weekend, all of that. So it's great to see you in the winner's circle. Anybody you'd like to thank for this awesome ride?
Oh, Dick. I mean, I don't know how much money he's put into me, but I feel bad for the guy because he's the reason why he started it all. But I got Dick. Chris Ferguson back in Florida. Even though he doesn't know this car, somehow he could dial it. He's helped me all weekend, kind of keep me cool. And Hannah, all the food, and Kathy, all the food, and tell me to be perfect. And Sean or Log just now, I've never raced Corey before, and I know he's one bad dude. Sorry. And Log helped me way through it, and everybody else, all my Firebird boys, my Canadians out here, Morgan, sorry, babe. She's helped. She just left yesterday, and that's everybody.
Well, it seems like you had a lot of people riding in your corner, and it was awesome to see you in the winner's circle. Congratulations and good luck in your future endeavors this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Justin Hoff, everybody, your 60K combined winner here on Saturday. That wraps us up here for the Spring Fling Million, the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optimal Batteries. Thank you all for staying with us this weekend, watching, liking, everything. We'll see you in Galat. I'll see you in Galat alongside Steve Riggins. We're just a few weeks away.
I tried. I can see that. You tried and it worked.
Guys, everybody looking here. Hold up number one. Ready, guys? 1, 2, 3. Are you gonna have them scream? No?
for the news, boys. First got news.